Morning. Good morning, Joel. Mike, it's a good morning on a Saturday. Let me make you the host, Mike. Hey, Mike, find my friend Sherlyn when she comes in. Let me know, okay? Need to find. Hi, Joel.
Hi, Doc. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Doc.
Morning. Let me see, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get Mike to become my co-host.
There.
There's Mike.
Doc,
Yeah.
Elmer won't be able to attend today. He's in the Philippines for a week vacation
Oh, nice.
because it's our Eid holiday here. Since going home in June is quite impossible for him, so he decided to go home at least for a quick visit to his mom.
Oh, what lucky duck.
Yeah.
Lucky that he can do it.
Yes, because it's our Eid holiday from 10 to 15
Oh yeah, okay.
for 10 days.
Here you go, Mike. You are the host now.
Good morning po, Doc. Good
Morning.
evening po in the Philippines.
I was trying to tell you that my friend Sherlyn might come in later when she wakes up. So
Yes,
she
po.
is a African American lady, a friend of mine, a dear friend of mine. So let me know when she comes on, okay?
Yes, po. Yes, po.
Yeah. Right now we have quite a bit of people already.
Yes,
I don't
po.
see
It's
where.
20. Yeah, 20.
Okay, there's 20 of us already. That's good. I just woke up. Good thing I forgot to set my alarm. And
Yeah,
that good
I'm
thing I woke
trying
up
to
like
call
10
you po.
minutes ago.
I was trying to call you, and then it seems like it's already 8 o'clock. Maybe Doc Merlin is still it's still sleeping.
My
I
husband was
remember
telling
you.
me, Dwayne was
Yes,
telling
po.
me
I
that.
remember. Yeah, remember last time you mentioned about that's there's a lot of people who will visit Arkansas because of the
Yes,
eclipse on
eclipse.
Monday.
About 2 million. I mean, 1 point something million is what they expect to host like a bunch of visiting folks, not just from other parts of Arkansas, but within the US or beyond. So to me, that's interesting. Yeah. Candelaria, good morning. She's on chat.
Yes, good morning, Doc Merlina.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
everyone.
Okay, so this is what's going on with us. I have my special ed interview soon. I have a few few applications that arrived this week. So if you are here, I hope that you check your emails because this is going to be an invitation for an interview this week because Perimeter is wanting two special ed, and so but they want somebody that's already certified. They don't want somebody that's still just going through the program. They want one with certification already. So I got quite a bit of application that says I'm already in the program, I'm already starting, I have 6 hours, I have 18 hours. That's not going to work because they want somebody that's already certified, at least on this one. And then I talked to Ms. Stacy also about the elementary positions. And so she and I will be visiting each other like in like third week of this month. So we may do an interview while I'm there visiting their school. So I will be sending invitations. So if you're elementary, you need to make sure you check your emails also when you get those when I get the list. She said she's also compiling a list, so we'll share it and see who she wants to interview. So Hurricane, good morning. You said that Alvin, you did a good job on your interview, I thought, with Perimeter. They did a good job. I'm proud of those that got interviewed by Perimeter. I know they're about to tell us the
Thank
3
you.
people they want to hire, but I think all of them did an awesome job. Really, I'm really, I was like a proud mama that they did awesome. They answered a question on behavior. So so what was your experience? Share your experience, Alvin. That was your first
Oh.
interview. What was your experience?
Hello, good evening, everyone, and good evening. Oh, good morning there, Dr. McCullough.
Mhm.
Last April, I just had my interview. It was at first I was really nervous. Uh, Unfortunately, the mic wasn't working, and I
Mhm.
had to go down and ask for someone to assist or help me since it's not my laptop. Then I finally decided just to use my cell phone, and
Mhm.
yeah, yeah, I was able to get involved with the interview, and I think I was the second to the last,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, your technical issues, but they understood that because that's really understandable, especially coming from the Philippines. So that would not hurt your chances. They have not told me who they want to choose, so I really don't have any idea. So they asked me what to do, and I said, well, you decide amongst yourselves and see what the 3 you want to send a job offer to. So they were wanting a copy of a job offer that was being sent by another school. So that's what I need to send Paulette so she can edit it and then offer it to whoever she wants to offer. I really didn't want to be involved in that decision because that's really theirs. I don't want them to blame me, So I also sent her a copy of the link of the interview. So if she had to go back and review some things, she could. So that's what they were gonna do, is deliberate on it. So
Um,
anyway, so good luck, you guys, if whoever did the interview. So Alvin, at least you got your first interview, right? Whether you get it
yes,
or not, you got it down.
exactly.
So what will you do differently next time? If you have another interview, what would you do next time?
I really have to spend time reviewing those teaching pedagogy or those teaching philosophy.
Yeah. Okay.
And
They were
yes,
asking about and for those that are special ed, you may want to pay attention to this if you are going to be interviewed. They were asking about how do you handle unmotivated children or children that do not want to work, or children that may you be using bad language, maybe cursing. Kids, they were showing some extreme things that could happen, that kids in that facility could do. And so what would you do? How would you react? My answer to that should have been the first 2 core propositions, and most of you hit that. Like, you have to get to know the kids. You have to, of course, when they come in, they're going to have it's a facility that's all for boys, right? And they are staying here. That means they are going to be housed there. They have their own dorm. So when they come in, they're going to have a file that comes in with them. And so talk to the therapist, possibly the case person. They have a case person that would be in charge of their case, because most of these students may be called a ward of the state. That means that they have been taken away from home, that they have been so bad that some of them have been so bad that they have been taken away from home, and ward of the state means the state kind of pretty much control their lives. And that's the caseworker will be in charge of their, of helping them and so on. So the answer would be, getting to make sure that I get to know my students through the caseworker, through the conversation with the caseworker, or looking at their cumulative file, making sure that I understand, the background of the student, because the knowledge of student is just as important as knowledge of the content. So before these children will be able to learn, I have to be able to make sure that their physical needs are met, their the other needs are met, the emotional needs need to be met before they are even ready to learn. So it's so important for me to make sure that I establish that relationship. But if they come in there and they already have that, they have not, they don't know me, because some of these kids might come in for a month, 2 months, 3 months, so months at a time, but they may be leaving soon. They may be going back to the regular classroom, so you know, you need to be ready to like just do what you can while they're there. You know, so your answer needs to include those things, those, you know, that they are they may be there just a few, you know, a few months or whatever, but while they are in that facility and I work there, I want to make sure that they are able to get their intellectual needs met along with their emotional, you know, needs, because it's so important that at that age that you are able to impact, you know, to impact them, whatever little short a time may be, but you want to make sure that the experience there is something that's positive, you know. So if they have, you know, they have, remember that you are never going to be alone with a student, ever. You will have at least 2 adults always with you. So they're going to know if a child is getting violent or whatever, those 2 adults are going to be intervening. But you are the teacher. They're not going to bother you while you're teaching. The adults will just leave you alone. But if they see that something is escalating, that this child is becoming, you know, becoming mad or whatever, you know, they may have anger management issues, for example, then they will intervene. But for academic purposes, while you are teaching, you need to be tough enough that you need to establish your rules, your expectations, and of course, you have to make sure that you earn that trust. You know, you don't demand trust, but you earn it through respect. You have good rapport with students. You know, you are, you know, they know that you care about them, because remember that students do not care to learn until they learn that you care. So if they know, and a lot of you mentioned a lot about that respect and so on, just make sure that those special ed teachers that might be interviewed soon, that maybe next week, just make sure that you mention something about, you know, you don't demand those, especially with the students. You know, you have to have that balance between being a kind of tough teacher. You don't want them to, you know, look at you as a soft teacher that they can just abuse. Being a tough teacher, but yet they know that you care about them. You know, I'm gonna expect you to follow rules in our classroom, but at the same time, they are gonna feel that you love them. You know, they are like my biological kids, and I care about them. I care for them to succeed and to function, you know, back to the real life, to the real, you know, back to their home or wherever they might be sent next. You want them to have the experience where you are actually meeting their needs, which is to learn, and not just in a classroom, but really to model some behavior for them, because a lot of these students may not have role models. They may be taken from homes where the parents are abusive, or parents may be, you know, one is drunk or another one is some kind of addict. They may be coming from a really worse situation. Some of them may even have been abused. So you have to be aware of that you have to be sensitive about that. But at the same time, you need to, you know, I guess, fake it until you make it, that I'm tough, you know, I can't do this. I might be, you know, that's exactly what I did when I was teaching. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so short. And how would they, you know, how would I make these kids mind me? Well, it's just they'll know. They'll know when you care about them, and they'll know that oh, this teacher does not put up with things, you know. She cares about me, but she wants me to learn also, but I can get away with things with her. And that's what I've always done. And still now when I'm coaching, I'm doing instructional coaching right now. And one school has booked me for about 30 something days. And I'm there every day. And so of course these kids get to know me. And I do exactly what I've always done in the classroom. If that, yeah, I care about you, but you cannot get away with things with me, because I really want you to learn what this, you know, the teacher is teaching you or what I'm teaching you. So make sure that, you know, I will correct your behavior. I will correct you respectfully, because I respect you, and you know, you deserve that respect back, because you do show your respect to students. You don't just demand it. You do it. You emulate. They will emulate the behavior that you do. They will follow it. So if your teacher is kind of mean and will be like so ornery, just in a bad mood or whatever all the time, these kids are gonna feel that negative energy, and they're gonna feed off of it. So you want your classroom to feel positive, you know, something that they want to be there, because you have to remember this child's life, maybe all their lives may have been really dark, may have been really a bad situation. So you want that classroom to be something positive, something that, where there's an adult there that care about, that would care about me, that doesn't hate me, so I would always, kind of make my students know that, what, if you make bad choices, I still love you, but I dislike what your bad choices are. So, that my love for you will never change, but it's the choices that you made that's disappointing me. So they need to know that, So being mad, being angry, they've been through that. That might be all that they knew all their lives. So if you're being mean and doing all that they're not going to respect, they're not going to respond well with you because that's all that they have experienced. But they're going to be so surprised that, oh, this teacher really cares about me, really wants me to succeed, wants me to learn, this teacher wants me to get off of this dark path that I'm in, that I need to diverge and try to do better with my life. And I did that a lot with like sharing some things that relate to our lesson. And I would share things like, for us Filipinos, we could say, you know what, in the Philippines, what that's connected to the lesson, this is what we do, or this is what the students did, or whatever. They love that, by the way, when you share things about our country, when it's a cultural experience for them, because most of the time these kids have never traveled. So, but if you share with them that this is what's going on in with the students that you taught, they just really want to listen. You can hear a pin drop. It's so quiet because they're so excited about learning about other culture. So that's something that you if you do that, should help you. So to summarize, Alvin, what did you tell me? 3 things I said that might help you in your next interview if you're asked a question about unmotivated kids. 3 things. Oh yeah, you are muted, by the way. Alvin,
Hi,
you're
good evening,
muted.
Doctor. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What
Sorry.
did you say?
It is all about profiling. Like we have to know first about a little background about our students. Then we have to establish rapport. Like we have to get their trust first.
Hmm?
Then we also have to show respect
Yep, you got it.
and let them feel that they are welcomed and valued and loved by us. Since
Those
it
are
is our
perfect.
it's
Those are perfect answers, Alvin. So you need to remember that, okay? So you have to remember that actually when you add, I did the first 2 core proposition, which is knowledge of student and the knowledge of content. And so the other 3 are assessment, and then the rhyming ones are reflection and reflection and collaboration. So you can actually do the other 3 as well. The assessment part is that when you go back to their records, don't use the word profiling, guys, because profiling in America is now seen as a negative word, because profiling is what they say the police do when they're trying to give you a ticket just because you look like Asian or you look like whatever color, So that's being now given a connotation of negative here because of that happening. They would profile you in the airport and would only pull um, certain race or whatever. That's profiling. So here you need to say that I get to know my students through their files, their cum. They call that cum or cumulative files. So you could say that, but do not use the word profiling, because and I forgot to explain that's profiling in the Philippines means that you're looking at their cums or looking at the cumulative files and getting to know the students through their records. So just avoid the word profiling, okay? But if you're going to have to use the word profiling, make sure that you explain that profiling in the Philippines means this, okay? Versus the profiling that that the word is being used in the US. It's not the same. Yeah, so profiling is just getting to know your kids through their records, through their cumulative records. Okay, Alvin, awesome job. So when you do another interview again, make sure you remember those. That I pretty much just touched the 5 core proposition, because you reflect about what are the students' life may have been, what are students based on what the comments were from former teachers. What has you reflect is what can I do in order to for the student to be successful, and then you communicate or you collaborate. Collaboration means collaboration with the therapist, for example. Mr. Jackson in the interview, he was a therapist. And so you could, collaborate with him and make sure that you look at the records together possibly, or you can ask him, okay, this is what's in the record. What does this mean? Things like that, you collaborate with people that's there. And Paulette there in the interview, she's the director of the whole facility. So that's somebody that you can collaborate as well. So of course, the other collaboration pieces may be the two adults that will be in your classroom. They will know these kids better than you because these adults are always there, kind of, being there to help the teachers, because they're not gonna ever leave you alone with a student, because that's their word of the state. And they were put there because of the extreme behavior they have shown in the regular classroom. And so that's why they have to be given to the facility. But it's not something that they're going to be there permanently. It's just a temporary thing. But the other situation with them is that they may put like, different levels. So you may be teaching 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, or something like that. But, for example, in math, you might have different levels there. So they will ask you how you handle that. You need to say something about differentiation. So it's important for me to differentiate. So that assessment of knowing where they're from, where they, what their abilities are, is so important. So you can group kids together that have the same abilities. So you're not really essentially grouping them by age, but by abilities. So if they are very low in math and they're only like, they may be in 7th grade, but they really have 4th grade level math. So you look for the other, students that will be about in that level, and then you can group them or pair them up. Pair them up is always so powerful, and pair them up, and that way their lessons may be similar because they have the same needs. So, you don't have, if you have 15 kids, the limit there, I think 16, 15 kids, you don't have to have 15 different lessons yet, right? You have to group them and see which kids need what standard. So you can group in that way, and so because you have 2 different adults there, that would help you also, but having them in cooperative learning groups where they're working with their other people that have the same abilities as them, would help. So, or even, sitting your chairs up where they're partners, you have got to get to know your students in order for you to know what would work there. Okay. All right, Alvin, any question before I leave you alone? Do you have any question for me?
By now, none, ma'am.
No, man. Okay. So do you feel, knowing what I said about the answers, the possible answers I would have said, did you feel like you did a good job with your answer?
Not really. I'm not that
What?
confident.
I forgot what you said on your answers. What did you say? I forgot.
Last time,
Yes,
time,
that time.
I made mention about inclusive education, and it
That's good.
sounds, yes, ma'am,
Okay,
about cooperative learning, and
good.
also about differentiated instructions.
Those hit what I said. Those are good.
Yes.
Inclusive differentiation, yeah. So
Yeah.
and the thing is, you just have to elaborate. You can't just say I differentiate. Well, you have to say differentiate how. How are you differentiating? You may have a folder. How I did when I was a math teacher, that was for my first 4 years of teaching. I was a math teacher that taught kids in different levels, but these kids were the ones that did not qualify for special ed. They call them bubble kids here. That means that they're in the bubble. They're really close to passing, but they are like 1, 2, 3 away. But they also they're not low enough to qualify for special ed. So that's called the bubble kids. And the bubble kids, you get more growth from them because they're very close, and a lot of times their kids are motivated anyway. But so when I taught them, I may have, like, for example, the 4th graders will come in my classroom, and I had an aide with me. I had a paraprofessional with me. And so so if my 4th graders came in, and we have kids there that are in 2nd grade level, they're way below, they're usually at a year or 2 below level. So I group in that way. And then I figured out the skills based on the standards, which standards that they don't know based on my pretest. And so then I split up the kids that we had 2 different kidney tables. And so my paraprofessional, I would prepare folders for the kids that, you know, the paraprofessional, I would give it to her when we meet before school started. And then I would say, these are the 2 kids that you will be working with today. And these are the skills that they need. And here are the materials. So we would gather the materials the day before. You know, if, for example, manipulatives, they will be in a little Ziploc bag, and, you know, what they need to be doing hands-on, where she would be modeling some things, or, you know, I do the same thing on my folders, whatever, how many kids I have the materials ready the day before to make sure that, you know, when they come in, I'm ready. I don't have to like to see, okay, what are my materials? I got it ready. I got this little tray thing, and I put my materials there that I need for the day, because the next hour, they're going to have the next class come in. So I have to be ready the day that before I leave the school, the day before, I had to make sure that I have everything ready. And of course, I have met with my, you know, paraprofessional to make sure that she knows what she's also going to be doing the next day. I do not know in the situation of perimeter how active the 2 adults are on the academic side of things. I know they will be active in helping you with the behavior part of things, but I do not know about their training or anything, expectations that they have about the adults in the room. I just know that they're there to help with the discipline for sure, but I do not know the extent of their help or cooperation on the academic side of things. So I don't know, different facilities, different organizations will do things differently. And I forgot to ask, and that, you know, the director, Miss Paulette. So if you ever get an interview and you have that question, make sure that you ask that. You know, you mentioned that you have 2 adults in the room. What exactly are their roles? You know, what are they going to be able to help just in the discipline, or are they also going to be involved in the academics part of things? Like, you know, I know they can't really just like work with a group, because they really need to be like watching the whole class in case somebody would, you know, would have anger management and would need to be taken care of, cannot be hurting somebody. So you may, you know, unlike my situation where I had a paraprofessional that was trained, that she really was there to help me, you know, academically, that this one may be the same, different situation, because they really, you know, really need to be vigilant about which kids might be, you know, try to hurt somebody or whatever, that they need to be there to make sure you help the teacher that way, and you help the student that way by not, you know, not getting their anger escalated. And so, okay, so ODA mom. Yes, Alvin, that's it. So okay, so if you don't have any question for me, I'm gonna see what did Maria Cristina Talent said. Hello, good evening, Philippines. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Yep, it's nice to be here again, Maria. So Alvin, you did not do bad at all. You know, I told you a while ago that all of you did an awesome job. So it's really, the ball is in their court to decide on which would be a good fit. Of course, there's consideration. It's not just going to be from the interview part, because they're also going to have other things in their, you know, in their culture, in their environment, that they see you or anybody else, another candidate that might be a good fit. So they're also looking for that. And the way you answer the questions would also determine, like, oh, is that teacher a good fit for our facility or not? You know, so depending on how you kind of, you know, you answered or you acted, you know, remember 70% of our communication is nonverbal. So the things that you did while answering, they were observing you. And so anyway, I was taking notes of like crazy on all your answers. So I looked back and like, oh, they did. I can tell that you really did use what I taught here. So it made me proud when I heard that, you know, the things that we had shared here. Okay. So Mike, do you want to start calling some new folks that might want to talk to us? It seems like I've already started
Hello
with
po.
positions.
Doc
Doc,
Merlina?
uh,
There.
Joanne,
yes po,
Joanne,
Doc.
Mike is
I transferred muna po for a while the hosting for to Ma'am Joanne po, because I'm currently driving po.
Okay, I got you. I don't want,
Yes
yeah.
po, Doc, but I will add something about what you have said about those students who are staying in that facilities po, facilities.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about my my recent students who was added in my classroom, but I know one of my paraprofessionals adopted him, and his behavior is very aggressive. And then I know one thing that that can help about the background of the students is the social worker. So you need to talk to the social worker about his background, and they will tell you about him. And then I remember there is one, I think she is a social worker. She's always monitoring him in the classroom. She's talking to me. How is that kid? Why that kid is not here now? Every day she's asking about the status of the kid, and then I know that kid has a background of being abused by their parents, and that is the most important things that you should know about the background of the students.
Yep, very good point, Mike. Yeah, I think in their facility they don't call them social worker, they call them caseworker. And they also they have the therapist out as well who would know a lot about the children. So very good point that you made there, Mike. I did not know that you asked Joanne to become your substitute. I don't want Joanne to step on your toes. So I'm always very careful about that when I make somebody a co-host. I don't want that another person to like take their job, because that's kind of, to me, it's kind of mean. It's kind of rude. So
Yes, I'm sorry
I'm trying
about
not
that.
to be rude.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
Yeah. So you didn't tell me, so I didn't know. So Joanne, I
Sorry.
apologize, girl. Joanne, you did an awesome job, though, by the way. They really actually talked about Joanne when she finished. She said, we like her. We like that. You were very yourself. You were very true to yourself. You were very authentic, and the way you answered it, I can tell you have attended a lot of our Zoom, because you really have used the core proposition there. She went through the list there when she answered, and they were impressed with that answer. The only thing is Joanne is elementary, and they're looking for high school. So I think I'm in my mind, if I were working there and you did have the correct credential that was needed, I think you would have been one of the three. It's just that it's a good practice for you, but I really think that because of your credential, but they did mention you, which was special. I thought that you said, yeah, we really like her, because at the end, when everybody was done, they were like talking about, the candidate and who were the candidate that stuck out to them and so on. And Joanne was mentioned that she did a good job of answering, and you were being yourself, Joanne. You really just visited with them, and you provided some good examples. And so, yeah, so that impressed them. That impressed me. So if you do that again
Thank you.
on the school where your credential is going to be matching with what they're looking for, you should not have any issues. Okay. So
Yep.
yeah, do what you did, I guess is what I'm
Okay.
trying to say. Yeah.
Maybe because they remembered me because of Miss Charlotte.
What I don't remember what happened now.
I was actually asked by Doc Merlina to check the participants to find out if we do have the complete set for Group B. And then I told her that there is this one who's using iPhone with the name of Charlotte. And then I told her that I don't know her. And then Doc Merlina was like telling me, oh, she's actually part of the perimeter team. I was like, oh no, I'm so sorry.
She's the
Yeah,
owner.
so
She
I
was the top
start.
dog. She was the top dog.
Oh,
The boss. She was the boss of Miss Paulette.
oh.
Yeah.
So that's how I started actually.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh.
Yeah, you were yourself. I'm telling you, you were yourself. So that's
Yeah.
always good to see, because you
This
don't want
is
people
what
that nervous.
this is what we get when we attend the training. When we attend this session.
Yeah, well, good. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, the
Yeah.
the
Thank
thing
you.
that go ahead, Joanne.
No, I actually would just like to say thank you to Doc Merlina for giving me a chance. I forgot I have to look at the camera. For giving me a chance to be interviewed. This is my first time to be interviewed by an American employer. So I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, so that's how it goes.
Yeah, that's
Madali
how
lang
it goes.
talaga siya.
And
It's so easy.
yeah, and most of you, and not all of you, but maybe 90%, actually acknowledge them. So you look at the camera, when you look at the people like Miss Paulette, you knew Miss Paulette will be there, but Mr. Jackson was there, the therapist, and also their boss, Miss Charlotte. So so the first thing you should do is greet them. That most of you greeted me first. You should not have greeted me first. You need to greet their director first. And you can put me at the end, oh, Miss Paulette, Miss Paulette, the director, and Mr. Jackson, counselor, and I don't remember the title, president or whatever of a CEO, I think, Miss Charlotte. If you had actually researched their facility, their pictures were there. Their pictures were there. You could see, so if you did that, you would have remembered their faces and maybe their role, because there's 4 or 5 people there on their website. And so then, to acknowledge them first, because they're the ones that's going to write you a check, that's going to hire you. Then you can say, and of course, Dr. McCullough, for having this. And so don't put me in first, please. Every time that you all did that, I'm like flinching. I'm like, oh, don't do that, but yeah, now I'm telling you, I'm there. I'm there to more of a guide on the side. You try to get it going, because they've never done it before. They've never interviewed an international person before. And so they needed my help to get it going, to get it set up, and so on. And also for you guys to feel like I'm there for you. I may not be able to help you with the questions, but you hopefully you'll feel more at ease, because I'm a familiar face. What did you feel, Joanne, when you saw me? What were you thinking?
None.
None. Okay. So did you feel
Well-
like less nervous? Did you feel like, oh, she should not be here? Or
Not really. I am not nervous at all because I've been with you for more than a year, so I don't see
yeah, so
any problem with
yeah,
you
good.
hanging around.
Oh, good.
None.
Yeah, if you look at the chat, there's some people there that said they would like to introduce themselves. So you may want to go back and look, or give us the order
Um,
who you
it's
want.
actually making the job easier by looking here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we will be starting with our more or less 2-minute self-introduction. We
Mhm.
will have Sir John Cyrus first, followed by Ms. Okay, let me just followed by Mr. Ed Side or CD. Sorry, I don't know how to read it. Ed CDB or Side B, I don't know. And then we also have Miss Catherine A. Panoy. Okay,
Catherine.
followed
Okay.
by Miss Aileen. So we have 4 already. Thank you for volunteering. Go, Miss
Who was the last one?
Eileen Soriano.
Eileen. Okay, so it's John, Ed, Catherine, and Eileen is the order.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much, Joanne. All right, John, let's hear from you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Dr. It's morning, by the way. Sorry. Good
That's
morning,
okay.
Dr. Merlina and the rest. First, I would like to apologize. I cannot use my. Okay,
Camera,
my
you can turn
my
on your
camera.
camera.
My camera is not working now.
Guys, you
I'm
need
so
to have
sorry.
your camera working when you come talk to me, okay? Because I have to see your face. If I'm gonna,
Yes, yes.
yeah, I'm gonna be recommending you to somebody, it's a big deal. I have got to
Yeah.
see your face, okay? I have got to see your face.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So you need to come again with your camera on, okay?
Yes. Can
Okay, John.
someone? Wait. I'm looking on the settings on my.
Okay, maybe we can give Sir John Cyrus
Maybe
a
we can.
chance. We can
Yes.
jump to
Yes, please.
Mr.
Yeah,
Ed.
Thank
we'll come
you.
back to you, John, okay? We'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank
So
you.
Ed, yeah, you have to fix it, because I cannot have, no pictures, because it's your first time of coming. And I really, these principals trust me. And I really want to give them somebody that I have actually observed their nonverbal, 70% of communication. So you cannot just use your voice for me if it's your first time, okay? Sorry.
Okay, thank
It's a
you.
requirement
I
for me.
understand.
Yeah. So Ed,
Hello, good morning, ma'am. And good morning, teachers from the Philippines. I am currently in Saudi Arabia. and this is my first time to join this Zoom meeting. And I'm happy that I was invited by Teacher Robbie. If you know Mr. Robbie, he is currently in Maryland.
okay. Ruby,
Yeah.
what's Ruby? Is that a first name or last name?
Roberto Dactil.
Oh yeah, okay. So he's already here. Okay, I did not know. He's still on my list, because he never told me he got something in Maryland.
Actually, I got the link from him.
Okay.
Just sent me the message and said, I'm gonna join the meeting today.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And I'm happy to be here. And just a short introduction. I'm Mr. Edgar. The family name is reversed, read as side B. It's supposed to be Bedis.
Okay, I gotcha. It is, okay.
So side B is just like the reverse of my family name. It's Bedis.
Okay, gotcha. That's very smart of you to do that. Okay, go ahead.
I'm 52 years old. I've been teaching for almost 30 years.
Okay, 20 years, okay.
30 years
Oh,
almost.
30 years, okay.
I was a public school teacher back then in the Philippines for 12 years. Then started working in an international school here in Saudi Arabia since 2007 till now. I'm teaching both physics and mathematics. I'm a physics major and mathematics minor, but most of my teaching experience here in Saudi Arabia is in mathematics middle school.
Okay.
So, but teaching mathematics and physics for me is just like they're the same. They are, for me, it's just easy because I've been there for 30 years already. That's all, ma'am, and thank you very much, Ma'am Joanne,
Okay.
and the rest of the teachers.
Oh, thank you, Ed. You might want
And by
to.
the way, ma'am,
Yeah.
you can see I have some scars here. I'm recovering from shingles.
Oh,
I got
sorry about that.
yeah.
That's
I
painful.
was trying to hide myself because of this, but I should be brave enough
Yeah,
to face the reality.
yeah. I think
uh,
hopefully it won't scar. Hopefully it will heal for you.
yeah, it's actually healing fast.
Yeah.
It's actually healing fast. I got shingles, and after that, I got Bell's palsy. I recovered from Bell's palsy for only 1 week. Thanks
Oh
God,
my
it's a
gosh.
miracle that happened to me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
They come in three. So, you're gonna have to you experience the three bad things and hopefully you'll experience three good things. So I always believe
There's always some positive side behind, and I'm looking for that positive thing behind.
well, that's a good mindset there. You're looking at at the cup to be half full instead of half empty. So I'm
Yeah,
proud of you
maybe
for being brave.
just a reminder from above that I should have to slow down.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, maybe it could be a reminder sometimes.
Yeah.
You
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would not include my age. Ed, when you say that, everyone too, do not include
Yeah.
your age. You do not want any school to give you the kind of, to extra off just because of your age. You want to
At,
share your professional information. You do not,
okay,
because
ma'am.
age in America is not even, they cannot um discriminate because of your age, but we're humans. They're gonna be
Thank
thinking, I wonder if this guy is very aware or very up to date on technology because he's been teaching for 30 years. So even
thank
instead of saying 30 years, you may want to say more than 20 years, which is true. But 30 years may sound like a lot because they can actually do your age by that. So if you have more than 20 years, even if you do just more than 20 years, they don't really, that's really something that's 20 is already a lot anyway. But if you do 30, then that they can add, they can make the math and say, oh, okay, this guy,
Yeah.
but
Thank you, ma'am, for that very nice tip.
yeah. But and also, Ed, if you're gonna say that you have that many, and I said this earlier, that many years of experience, you need to say, although I have more than 20 years of experience, I kept myself up to date on the technology. For example, I know Google Classroom, I know this, I know the Google Suites, Google Doc, Google whatever. I use this technology in my classroom. So, with my years of experience, I also, made sure that I'm up to date. Just because you graduated 30 years ago doesn't mean you're not going to learn new things. So because it's important for me to get updated on what's going on in the 21st century. You can even say something about the 3 C's, or 4 C's really: creativity, communication, critical thinking skills, and what's the other one? I forgot the other one. But anyway, so those things can be mentioned immediately after you have 20 plus years. Okay, because that is something that the administration, I have been administration here in the US. So those are some natural things that would come to an administrator's mind, like, okay, lots of experience, but wait a minute, will they know how to do PowerPoint? Will they know how to, there's actually a Filipino teacher here that I actually had to teach her how to do PowerPoint. She did not know. And that was something that really surprised me, just because we are 2024 now, and I had to teach her how to do that. Now she's really good at it. But my very first visit with her, and I love her to death, I would not mention her name, but anyway, but that's something that if a school would hire me, I come in and see what your skill sets are and what you need. Because I was asking, like, why are you not using technology? Don't you know how to use this? Oh no, I don't know how to do that. I'm like, oh my gosh, so different things that I had to actually teach her on technology. But if the school knew that, that could have hurt her chances, because if I were an administrator and somebody tells me I don't know anything about technology, I don't know anything about PowerPoint or any of the Google, Google suites, I think I'm gonna X you off, because that's a lot to learn. That's a lot to teach you when there are others that I could hire that already has it, that would already have it. So anyway, so just a tip, okay? Ed.
Yeah,
Say it
thank you
every
very
day.
much, Doc. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
And thank you for explaining about your face, because I was not gonna ask. I was looking at it and I'm like, I wonder if that is something that's permanent in his face.
That's the reason why I closed my camera from the beginning.
Yeah, well,
I
you
don't
should
want
always,
anyone to be distracted by this one.
yeah, you always talk. And there's also there are also some makeup now that you can actually cover those things. So for anybody that has any scar, I was when I was younger, I actually was I had a very big accident where I was barely walking, and I was pulling, in the dirty kitchen. There was a stick that was hanging out, and I pulled that, and then I fell down out of balance, so my face got into the fire in the wood that has the fire, so it burnt my face. And I was only like, before, I was maybe 3 years old, so I was very young. So I had this scar, and you can even see the scar now, right? I just put a little makeup
Little.
on, and it covers it, because I got asked a lot when it was, when I was younger, what is that? What happened? So now as an adult, I make sure that I get makeup that would be, that could cover it. Can you tell that I was burnt when I was little? You can't, right? So
No,
yeah,
not
so
that
there's
too.
makeup now that would cover it. So you could, I know you said, oh, I'm a guy, I should not have makeup, but ask your girlfriend or your wife to kind of,
It's
find some.
actually healing fast.
Yeah,
It's fading really fast.
okay.
Just for almost 2 weeks. Now
Yeah.
it's about to disappear.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
thanks for
happy for
sharing
this.
that. Yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
being
thank
brave
you
enough.
also.
Yeah, because I would have like, finished the Zoom and like, oh, I wonder what happened to his face. So thank you for explaining that. Yeah, thank you for
Thank you,
explaining
Doctor.
that.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna
if you,
close my camera now.
yeah, you're fine. If you ever have a, like you get an interview, just like on Ed's situation, and you still need to do you still need to do your camera on, but just tell them, I'm sorry about this, just like he did, because that's honesty, and that's also going to explain it, because those are some things that we don't really feel comfortable asking, like what happened to your face, because we don't know if that's going to be part of your, that's a regular part of you, until you explain it to us. Some people might have like lots of pimples coming up. I'm so sorry. It's been such a hectic time here and not have much sleep. So I always get this thing coming up, and it's okay. You're human. You can explain those things. Okay. Because there is no way that we would ask you about what's going on with your face. Okay. All right. Nice introduction there, Ed. Just remember, from Ed's situation, do not include personal information, okay? Just like you didn't give me those personal information when you send me your resume and cover letter to my email, which is McCulloughMerlina@gmail. So my last name, first name @gmail. You can look at how it's spelled on the bottom there, or maybe Joanne can type it on the chat. If you have not sent me your resume and cover letter, you may want to do that if you really want to be serious about being a part of my group, because I made a list, a master list with, right now, I think I have more than 300 people on my list. But But I put a link there to your folder. You have individual folder that would go to your resume and your cover letter. And that's what the superintendents and principals would do when I forward them the link to my list. So you want to be able to put picture on that resume. That's always a thing that I've been getting a lot of resume with no picture. I know in America, they don't really want you to put a picture up, but for me, for international teachers, it seems like it's helping, because you have to remember these principals, they're administrators here, superintendents, or HR, your human resources folks. They may not have ever hired some international teachers. They wouldn't know what you look like. Are you going to be a good fit to the school? Are you going to be, because you can see a picture is worth 1,000 words. That's really true. You can kind of see sometimes, your eyes are, like a window to your soul. You can kind of tell when somebody looks like, oh, kind or nice or mean, depending on their eyes. So make sure you put a pleasant picture there. You look decent, that you are, you're actually kind person or whatever. So don't have your picture taken when you're mad or whatever. And so you have your picture on the top right or top left, I don't care where, but you also need to have your 3 references on the bottom. You have to have at least 3 people there. It could be a colleague, a supervisor, and maybe a friend for personal references. Make sure that these are people that actually like you a lot, so that when they are given a survey, or when they, in America, they will send you a Google form or survey about 10, 12 things in it to rate you 1 to 10. And so if you have somebody that you ask and they don't like you, they might give you 5 or less, and you don't want that. You won't make the interview if you are given that. I usually do 10, 9, 8. I hardly give 7. So you need to make sure that you do that, okay? Because I have sent a lot of reminder to folks when they send me the first time. They will not put the picture in there, because they may be getting a lot of resume, but have your picture there, put like kind of communicate with them without them having the interview yet, but they will see your picture. Okay, so next is
Okay.
Catherine.
Doc Merlina,
Go ahead.
is it okay if we're going to have Miss Catherine Panoy and then Sir John is already back? So
Okay.
maybe after Catherine Panoy, we will have Sir John.
Good plan.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, Catherine.
Miss Catherine Panoy, please.
Good morning. Good morning po, Doc Merlina, and
Morning.
to all the teachers who are here in the platform. I graduated at Ramon Magsaysay Technological University with a degree of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Mathematics. And I graduated at the University of the Visayas in Cebu with my master's degree, Master of Arts in Education, major in Special Ed.
Okay.
And I am now 21 years in teaching. I spent 4 years at Kawag Resettlement High School teaching math, Filipino, and other subjects. I spent 12 years at Josephine F. Kunghun SPED Center, wherein that school caters gifted and talented children, and at the same time, children with special needs. And currently, I am at Calapacon Elementary School. I'm teaching there for 5 years now, and it's a regular school with I'm teaching mathematics grade 4, and at present I am the SBM coordinator, member of the grievance committee, member of the CPC team, and a lot more. And when I was at Josephine F. Kunghun SPED Center, since we are dealing with gifted and talented children, I was the Randalia coordinator, math coordinator, Boy Scouts of the Philippines coordinator, sign language coordinator, and guitar club coordinator.
Okay.
I was awarded as one of the national finalists in the national search for the brightest star in mathematics in 2018. I was also the most outstanding teacher in the division of Zambales in 2019. And I was also awarded with my sister during the the project was during the pandemic, but it was awarded in 2022. We joined the national search for what was that? National search for the most innovative teaching and learning resource in science and mathematics. And we got the second place in the national level. That was in 2022. That's
Okay.
all, Mom.
Okay. Catherine, you did well. You had told us your degree, which really confused me because you said you have a degree in secondary math, but yet you're teaching elementary math. Do you not have any, there needs to be an alignment between your experience and your credential. And so I know in the Philippines we do that a lot, but in here, in order for you to be approved for your visa, you're going to have to have an alignment of your experience. So if you are elementary high school math, we need to see a high school math experience. So do you have that?
Yes, ma'am. At Josephine F. Kunghun, ma'am, since that was an integrated school, I taught mathematics in the elementary and at the same time advanced mathematics in the high school.
Yeah, you didn't even
But
mention that. So
now,
you need to make sure that you should have focused on that just because your degree was in high school math, okay?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so if that's an advantage actually that you were able to teach both, but for their purposes, especially in Arkansas, I don't know about other states, but I know in Arkansas they're very strict about only putting teachers on the level or in the credential that they have, because they will get flagged. They have a quarterly report, and they will get flagged if they have even one teacher that's teaching out of level or out of content. So they have to file extra paperwork to show why are you hiring this, where you're not able to find some teachers that would have the credential. So if my advice to everyone is that whatever your degree is, those are the ones I want you to focus on talking about. I know you mentioned, and you don't have to mention the names of towns. They don't know that. They just said, I went to a 5-year, center that had that serve exceptional needs children. That's what they call exceptional needs children, are children in special ed all the way through gifted. They call them GT here, by the way. So GT kids, from special ed to GT kids. So you have the whole range of them. And you can just say a center. You don't have to name them. You don't have to name the town, because they don't have any idea what they were. Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
what else? You said SBM and another city said, if anytime you use an acronym, please make sure you tell us what it is. Okay. So you have to do the acronym. If you have to tell us what it means. Okay. Well, tell me what it means, Catherine.
SBM, ma'am, here in the Philippines is school-based management.
Okay. See, we don't have that here at all. So they would not use that particular one. So they would be asking you. So anytime, just automatically say that. Just like when you say, I'm a master 1, master 2, master 3 teacher, you have to explain what that is. Because we don't have that here. A master 3 teacher there, which is like the highest, right, would be like a person with national board certification. And that is, I am that. And so you have to take a special test here in order to, and videos of yourself and all kinds of things in order to get that. So it's only, I want to say 2 or 3% of the teachers in the US will get that. And so it's a very big honor to have it. My sister and I both have it since 2000, early 2000. And so it's something that you can be proud of, but you have to explain that. Okay. So you can say things like, in your country, it might be similar to national board certification. You can say that. But other than that, Catherine, you did a good job. I love that your outfit is very neutral, solid, and your background is nice, and you have a very pleasant face, and that you look like you're happy to be here. And also that you're natural, you're just talking to me. Even if you might be reading some cheat sheet there, it's not obvious to me, because in those that are like just looking at their nose and not looking at me, I would comment on it. So if you ever get an interview, do what you just did. You're talking to me. You're not talking at the paper somewhere that you're looking at. So
Thank
be
you.
good at that. Be good at like what Catherine did. Like she may have looked at it somewhere, like maybe a clue word. I would have done like a big either sticky note or an index card and put the words big so I can just glance at the keywords and then I would expound on it. And that may be, how did you do yours, Catherine? Did you have a cheat sheet? How did you do yours? Do you have a piece of
I
paper
just
somewhere?
I just practiced this morning, ma'am. After our activity in coastal cleaning and tree planting, I just practiced because Sir Erwin Badriga gave me a hint already.
Okay, you got a good person there giving you a hand, mentoring you, because Erwin is one of my favorite folks there, that had
Yes.
interviewed. He's so fun. He's very fun. He's very authentic. When you talk to
Yeah, he's
Erwin,
so thankful.
yeah, you can really tell that he is he's very authentic. He is true to himself, and that's what everybody should be. And Catherine, you did awesome on that. So continue
Thank you
that.
so
And you
much,
may want to
ma'am.
include your teaching philosophy, especially on math. You may want to include things like, and you did mention, you alluded to things that you awards, for example. Don't just say things like, these are some things that I have earned that that have impacted students. So you name things. For example, Boy Scout in America, those are some things that those are some extracurricular things that I did that I know benefited children. Boy Scout of America do this. Name them, because you always need to tie it with students. Okay, so what are the things that you earned that was tied to students? Because after all, it's not about us, it's about our kids, right? So it's nice that you got that, but find a way to tie that to students. Okay, my kids, for example, if you won something on a science Olympiad, that was really a great honor for the school and the students, and I was humbled to be the coach that helped them get there. But my students learned a lot about whatever. So for example, I was a chess coach, right? If I mentioned that in my interview, I coached 77 K-12 students, and that was really a great piece of collaboration, between the teacher, the students, and the parents, because we had some community volunteers that helped us. So see how notice that I actually tied the stakeholders in there. Okay, so but that was
Noted,
good that you
ma'am.
mentioned it, but just choose the top three things that that you might mention. Like you did guitar, and you did the sign, the American Sign whatever language. Those are really
Sign
good.
language.
Don't just
Sign
mention
language.
it. Yeah, how would you use that? For example, I have this, but if I ever come to America, now I know sign language, I think I can use it. When you get to, make that as part of you selling yourself. Hire me because I have this. Okay, for example, I know guitar. So what I've seen that really impressed me lately was this American teacher, and I'm helping him, right? I mean, I'm coaching his kids right now as instructional coach. He would ask every day, who's having a birthday today? Or, if you have I always had a birthday calendar in my room. So my calendar always have a little something there for whoever's birthday. So then he would do his guitar, and he would actually do the happy birthday to, everybody sings. And then he would have another song that he did that everybody, the kids like. I can tell that this was something that he always did. And it was exciting for me to just even see that, because it showed to me his rapport with students. Kids were excited about it. So you are showcasing what you know and sharing it with the students. So when you are sharing this with people that's interviewing you, you connect it to students. This is how I'm going to use this skill, because, you explain it. Like Erwin is a good dancer. Sounds like for TikTok. I don't know if Erwin's here, but anyway, so you could mention that, I love dancing. And in fact, I have made a lot of TikTok, videos on dancing. And that may be something I could teach students. Like, for example, in spelling, I always had my students spell it with their body, like make it a dance move, last, and they can come up with it, the creative way of, whatever they're learning, and they have to make a rap out of it. They can make a poem out of it. They can make a, any dance move out of it. But then you're teaching, as you dance, you're going to teach the class math, so you can kind of connect of how these skills that you're sharing with us would use in the classroom. Okay, so if you do that,
Yes,
that would be
ma'am.
really great,
Okay.
Catherine. Okay, so
Thank
any
you.
question
Thank you
for
so
me?
much.
Yeah.
Next time, ma'am.
Okay, but you continue to do as well as you did. Okay, Proud of you.
Thank you so
Proud of Erwin
much.
for mentoring you. He did a good job as a mentor. All right, next.
I think he's here, ma'am.
Oh, he is
I
here.
think
Okay,
he's
Erwin, I'll talk
already
to you in a
here
few
in the
minutes.
platform.
All right.
Sir Erwin is
Thank you
here.
so
Okay.
much.
Thank
Okay,
you,
go
Miss
back to John.
Catherine. We'll now have Sir John Cyrus po.
Okay, so after Eileen, I want to talk to Erwin after Eileen. Okay, John.
Okay po.
Hi, good evening, and good evening here in our country, the Philippines, and to you, Dr. Marlene. Good morning, and to the rest, good morning, everyone.
Okay. Tell us,
Okay.
give us a
Can I
2-minute
start?
speech. Yeah, give us a 2-minute elevator speech to sell yourself to the administrator and tell them about you.
I am John Cyrus B. Francis, graduated of Master of Arts in Education, specialized in special education, a licensed professional teacher in the Philippines. And my philosophy in teaching is that I am always dedicated to providing a safe and inclusive learning environment to my students in a holistic approach. And my commitment lies in all the different kinds of students, diverse learners, especially the special classes and GT classes, with the excellence in service through the inclusive education, and that caters to the diverse needs of the world to my students. And I strive more towards equipping my students with skills and talents, especially the values they need to lead productive, a competitive, meaningful lives, and to contribute to the advancement of the society and their capability to the maximum potential of their individualities. And in addition with my educational attainment, I earned 12 units in the Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Management. In my bachelor's degree, I graduated Bachelor of Elementary Education, major in special education, and my master's degree program is also Master's of Arts in Education, major in special education. And to add with my professional work experiences in the Philippines, my first teaching job experience, I taught special classes, a multi-grade level in Naga City SPED Center, and at the same time in the integrated school in Iriga City in the Philippines. And I always consider to be always a tactful and very considerate as part of uh, other designations present my work in the Catanduanes State University. I am a former director of student affairs for 2 school years, in which one of my major functions in the office is to be the student prefect and always monitor the behavior, different kinds of activities inside the classroom, different organizations, even in the university-wide activities and even outside the university. And I also, in addition for my other affairs outside the country, I participated in Youth Summit 2019 in Sintoqueda, Malaysia, in which I was asked by the university president of the institution that I am in now to be the coach of the 4 student leaders from the mother organization to represent the country and at the same time to represent the institution, our beloved institution, in which I always tell my students that when we go out the countries, it's always best to give a reward, something that our institution can be proud of what we are really participating outside the country, so that when we go back, the state must be very proud of us, not for our self-interest, but for the community community engagement. That's something we can share when we go back to the Philippines, to the country. And aside from that, in addition, I also participated as one of the official delegate of the Philippines in the ASEAN Community Engagement Program in line with the 2019 ASEAN Youth Community participated by the ASEAN universities in Asia. And also the Passage to ASEAN Journey, I was also participated. And one of the best diplomats in year 2022 in Bangkok, Thailand, the 2022 diplomatic simulation of the United Nations in Bangkok, Thailand. And I'm one of the official delegate of the country, the Philippines. So this is a 4-day activity in which we craft the different ideas on how we can provide solutions in all the different problems that encountering by the different ASEAN countries. So we, the individuals in there, we were assigned with the other ASEAN countries. For example, me, I am from the Philippines, but I was assigned to Cambodia on what I can provide policies on which I can help with the ongoing politics, economics issues in which, as an individual, I have the voice, and this voice can help in the community and in the society. And as in addition with my
Hang on,
work
let me stop
okay,
you.
thank
Remember,
you.
you have 2 minutes. You cannot try to go over the 2 minutes. You can watch me or Joanne, because going more than that will not be respectful for them, because they may have budgeted 5 minutes per interviewee. So you are, if you do that, if you continue on and on, it makes you sound like you are inconsiderate of the others. So you want to be concise about it. Like, as I told you earlier, do 3 things that you're really proud of that you did. So even if you did all those, you can say things like, I have had some international involvement. For example, in Cambodia, you can name them, and then followed up by, this is how I learned. This is how what my learning is benefited my students. Because I was able to do this, then I was able to share this with the kids, with the students when we went back. And when you said something, possibly, by the way, you did an awesome job. You're very detailed. You impressed me. So, but anyway, so when you said something about, like, we need to make sure that we have this, award to take back, it might be better to say things like, I was so proud of my students for getting this. Is more humbling, like, for doing this. But really, I want our students to learn that maybe even if they don't place, but they have done so much learning about this, because it's if they do their best and they show their potential, that is something that we could be proud of. But community involvement is always good. But sometimes if they don't win, well, we're still proud of them, because it's already an honor. They're already winners for being able to compete in that level. Something like that, rather than like making it sound like, oh, you have to win or else I won't be proud of you. Because you don't want that. You don't want to come on. I know you don't mean that, John, but you don't want to be coming out as that, right? Because I know you don't want that to be sounding like that. But it kind of might come out like that to American administrators, that like, okay, this is good. This is a competitive teacher, but is this teacher not going to be happy if we don't win something? Okay, so you can kind of show, you can kind of show that this is how it is in my classroom, that for them to be involved, for them to be willing to do this. And I would really always appreciate my students' participation. And if they excel in it, even the better. But I'm always going to be proud of them, because no, that's what you do. But your education impressed me. You're like a professional student. That's what my husband called me when I start going for my degrees here in the US. But you are, I can tell you, a learner, and that's always a good thing. Okay. And so anytime that you choose your 3 things that you want to share, tie it back to students, or tie it back to you first and what you learned from that, and then how your students will benefit because of that. Okay, so if you can do that, that would be so awesome. Yeah, you can just group them together. You can mention those countries, because that's so amazing. Your achievements of having been involved internationally, that is so impressive. That is not something that even 10% of the teacher population have done. So I know that's above and beyond. And so that as an administrator, I'll be so impressed with that. But even more impressive if you tie it to your learning and to the learning of your students. Okay. So yeah, that's what you could do. And you look at the camera, which is good. Try, yeah, if you don't make your introduction too long, then there will be room for us to like talk to you. But if you have this really long, maybe Joanne, did you notice what time? Because have you been watching what time? How long was
Yeah,
it?
actually it was more than 2 to 3 minutes, so I was like doing this.
You don't want that because here you are
Okay.
with an interviewer here, like sitting there, like so you want it to be a conversation. So you want to tell them about something about yourself, kind of tease them with that information, and then give them room for more clarification. Oh, you mentioned Cambodia, you mentioned this, what did you do? Then it becomes a conversation between you and the interviewers, instead of you just, handling it down there, and they would have room to ask more. So you kind of tease them, like dangling those carrots there, and let them pick the carrots and eat it. you know I guess that's an analogy for horses. You do that in order for them to get more excited and more interested in you, because you kind of give them this really mysterious information about you. Okay, so you want that, you want them to be curious about you. Okay, all right, but not bad. Have you had an interview before somewhere else? Obviously, have you been interviewed before? Oh, hang on, you are muted.
In international po, wala pa po. So far, I haven't interviewed in international arena.
Okay.
All
So
local interviews
okay,
first.
so what did you learn from what I just said today? And I never meant
Ala,
anything to hurt your feelings or anything. So, what did you learn that you might apply?
uh, thank you so much for the positive tips that I must be considering during the interview, because actually I was thinking about that a while ago this afternoon after my master class in my uh, late work this afternoon, because it's Saturday here. So I go, what I'm going to do with the kind of introduction, because surely the Western country is, they have other type of standards in which they are be looking for the candidates in teaching field. So I told myself that I will be listening very much. And a while ago, I was taking notes of some of the important details on what are the uh, uh, tips on positively observed during selling my skills, talents for me to land for a job. But a while ago, while I was delivering my information, it's quite a little bit nervous from me, because actually, ma'am, I'm outside the faculty room of our university, because in the
Nice.
house that I am renting in front of this university is that the signal there is very poor. So I had decided to go back in the university, and I just asked the guard if I can stay here outside the faculty because I have an important event tonight. And they
Oh,
told they
you're so sweet to do that. I mean, that's very thoughtful of you, and that's actually one of my tips. Like, find a place where you have a good, internet signal, because we have had issues. Albin can tell you that we have had issues, technical issues. They're very understanding about that, but you don't want them to remember you because of your technical issues. Okay, you want them to
that's
remember you because of what you said and the impressive things that you did, and so on. So yeah, that's so how about the accomplishment? What did you get from me about that, the tying of the accomplishments to students?
Yeah, the tying of the accomplishment to the students, it always on a positive reinforcement of the. It is very important for me to have the classroom management, no, even outside the classroom management, it's always being observed on how do we cater those students, and it is always to have establish a good relationship with our students, but in uh, a while ago, I remember your tips to the surveillance, if I guess correctly. Yes, that the establishing the good report to the students is very important. Just like what you said a while ago, Doctor, that this is what I've learned in international affairs, and which I can adapt and suggested to my students, so that when we go back to the institution, it's already a huge honor by representing our institution or our school. When we go back, it's already a huge honor with or without the special other recognitions, just like other, may God.
Yeah.
And
Because you're
and
showing what the kids would learn, right? You can even mention
yes,
leadership skills, that I'm helping develop my students' leadership skills, because after all, they may be the future leaders of of the country or of the world. Yeah. So
yes,
those are good. Thank you for taking notes. I think it's very important to take notes. I am taking notes. In fact, as you were talking, I always believe in that, because I can go back if I go back and say, okay, do I need to recommend? I can go back to my notebook and see what notes I did when I was seeing it. And I have the date on what it was. So I can go back to YouTube where I post this videos, and I can go back on how, what you said or whatever. So it's very important to take notes. And if some of the people that are interviewing you said something and you did a good job on this, John, like as you said, Dr. McCullough, you are validating the speaker. And it seems like this might be a natural thing to you, and that's a good thing to keep, is that, for example, in the interview with Miss Cartwright, with Miss Paulette, you would say, as Miss Paulette said, and then, to add to what Miss Paulette said, or to add to what Dr. McCullough said, and then you put that, because you're validating the speaker. You know what it tells me? That you're a good listener, that you listened well, and you actually validated what I said. That actually makes the person feel good, that you are honoring what they said. That's not your original idea, but you're adding to it. Okay. And that is something that you have done so well. You are one of the best on doing that. So keep that
thank
up.
you.
Okay. Yeah. Always
Thank
honor.
you, Doctor.
Yeah. But anyway, so and you are very pleasant. You are very positive. I can tell that you want to be here. And that's a good thing, rather than like, oh, do I have to be here? And all of you, you're always so positive. And that's a very important thing. And you just like look at me on the eye too. Okay. So the only really, really thing that you need to, given you a lot of glows. And so the glows that I would want you to do is the tying of the awards to students and you and learning, and also keep it short. Okay. Keep it short, give them time to talk to you instead of just like having this monologue. Okay, that's why I always, sometimes I feel bad, because I know about the time, about the number of people we have to interview. So I would do my math. I'm like, okay, there's still 13 more people times 3, that's 39 minutes. And we only have 20 minutes. And this person is taking already 5 minutes. So sometimes I feel rude about stopping you. So I would like, stop or time, because
Fine.
the administrators have lives too. A lot of times they have to interview Philippine teachers after their office hours, because they are done with school by 3:30, 4 o'clock. And a lot of times they interview the teachers from the Philippines 5 o'clock on. So that is already on their own personal time. And some administrators really do not want to put an extra time, because my job is from this time to this time. And now I have to kind of overtime. And you know how it is with salaries, we're not getting overtime pay. But some like me as an administrator, I don't care. I could, I do my job even after I left my office, and I don't mind that. But you have some people who who try to separate their personal and professional lives, and I understand that. You got a life, But at that time when I was administrator, my husband was in another house. I bought a second home, so I actually had lots of time. It was just Jet and me, my son and I, and so I had lots of time. But not all administrators have that luxury. So you have to also consider that they are going to go home to their kids, they are going to go home to their husband. So we have to respect their time. So that's it. But other than that, keep up the authentic you that you were showing. Okay.
Hello,
All right.
Doc.
Thank
Just,
you so much.
yes.
Hello, Doc.
All right. So
Giselle
next,
here, Doc.
Miss
who?
Giselle, Doc.
Hi, Giselle. Thank you for coming, girl. I think I was telling somebody that I mentioned you. I said, we have 70 Zooms, and I think Giselle must have done maybe 68. I said it's only
Yes,
about
Doc.
Joanne. I said Joanne is a regular, she's one of my like right hand. So yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And Giselle, you're doing a better job of showing yourself as well. You used to just like turn off your camera.
Yeah, yes,
Doing a
Doc.
good job.
I'm just looking for a nice place. I had to cut you off because I would like to share this to everyone since it is the interview season.
Mhm.
I have learned this from Doc Merlina with one of our Zooms when you introduce yourself. As you have remembered, Doc, you told us to go to the school's website, and if possible, you have to memorize the school's vision, mission, and you include that in your self-introduction. You correlate it with your like your teaching philosophy. I guess that's what I did with my interview with the West Memphis. Though I did not use the mission vision, I used the goal of West Memphis. So it really helped you to connect with the school. So meaning, as you said, Doc, that means you already know something about that school. And I guess for me, it is very helpful for the interview. That's why I would like to share this to everybody. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Merlina for everything, because um everything I have answered there is really from Doc Merlina, from all of the tips. I guess I would say, Doc, that one of the luckiest teacher who's been with you, because I guess in every interview, in every question, it's familiar to me. Like you were talking about Sir Albin's, the unmotivated student. While you were talking, I was talking to myself, oh, this is the 5 core propositions. That's the answer. And I
Yeah.
said, oh, I'm correct. When you
Yeah.
told us, oh, I'm correct.
Yeah.
So um I have, every time you talk to it, everything would really come to my mind. The tips that you have given to me. I guess I'm lucky because I have heard everything of it. Aside, you were giving us the copies, right, of the tips, but it's really different, Doc, that we hear it from you. We hear the answers to that question, not just from the written one, but also with you speaking. So
Yeah.
that's why I
Well,
really want to
thank you.
share this with everybody, from what I have learned from all of our Zoom meetings.
Well, thank
So
you,
that's it,
Giselle.
Doc. Thank you very much, Doc,
Thank
for
you. Thank you.
everything.
Well, right back at you, girl, because when she had her interview with West Memphis, she was the one that Mr. Kendrick really like. I want her, just like Erwin. Like I want, I want her. She said, remember the one that I interviewed that she nearly cried because she's so passionate about education. I said, oh, Giselle, and she said, oh, I want her. So so they were looking at so many people to hire, and she and Erwin were the two that he mentioned that really impressed him. And that, of course, the others too, of course, later, but the first ones that he mentioned and later brag about, Joel and Myrna. Of course, Joel and Myrna also impressed him to be this power couple. Like, oh my gosh, Merlina, they're so smart. And I said, I know. They're like, they must have very smart children. But anyway, so he would make
Thank you so much, Doc Merlina.
yeah, he was bragging about you're very smart and very good couple, And I said, yeah, aren't you lucky? Aren't you proud that you have this power couple coming to your school? So he had really good bragging things. Every one of you had a little bragging thing from him. But those are the ones that I had remembered. Of course, Girly was very fluent and very, very great at her details and so on. So for everyone you're listening to here, it's not just like we're blowing smoke up each other's whatever, but we are just really showing you that these are some learnings that they have done, but they've used it. It's not because of me. You always give me credit, but no, I don't deserve all the credit you give me. It's a nice testimonial, but it's really you. Okay, it's really back to you, because you could hear all these things always everywhere in your life, but until you use it and apply it to yourself and to your students, it's not going to mean anything. I could just be here every Saturday and still will not impact you if you did not really internalize it and really use it and connect in connection to your classroom and to your students, right? Do you agree? Like Myrna's over here nodding her head, and Joanne. So yeah, those are important things to know, that you need to always connect it to your students. It's not about us, we always say that you have your heart in the right place by always thinking of your students. I know that everybody's kind of, we have in a little bit of way, we are narcissistic, like we kind of love ourselves a little bit, but not too much. It's nice to love ourselves, but also share that love to our students, right? And include the community engagement. Somebody said today, I was so proud to hear that I think it was John that said something about community engagement and community involvement. Those are things that are really good, because that is part of the 5 core propositions about a collaboration piece. Okay, so very, very good. Thank you, Giselle. You just always make my day. You and I don't know if Leslie's here, but you always most humble people that I know, and very grateful always. And And so continue that, thankful and grateful for any little thing that you get. And I think in
Hi,
life,
Doc.
hi, who is this? Diana's here too. Diana, you're not watching the story
Yeah.
there. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm still here, but I'm listening. I'm going to share one thing also, Doc Merlina.
go ahead, Diana.
Though you said that it's nothing if we are not uh, um using it, but still we are very lucky because ideas come from you.
Oh, well, no, and you processed it and it came to you. But there's another one, Diana. Diana is a cousin to Betsy, and Betsy is one of my favorite folks here too. And yeah, so
Because
Diana,
whenever I had interview also, Doc, I always remember Doc Merlina, Doc Merlina's advices and ideas.
oh, good, good. What were the things that you remember that you used, Diana? What were the things that you?
How the proper way of answering your questions,
Mm,
you know,
mm.
and how are you going to deliver your answers properly?
Yeah, good job. And look at,
All
yeah, look at her background. Isn't that nice? White background, clear
I
background.
change it.
Yes, you are so listening, girl. You listened because one of my thing is like the first thing I see is your background because it's not conflicting with you. You know, it's not
With
distracting.
calendar.
Yeah, look at Myrna's background. I love the picture there. But anyway, and even has plant there. So really good. Look at mine. I'll blur it because it's always like my chair here. But anyway, yeah. So Diana, what did you do with your store? Did you just close it? Usually you're watching the store.
Actually, I'm here in the store, but I
Oh,
have my assistant already.
you're good. And you found a good spot there, looks like. Good. All right. So
Yeah.
Diana is also one of my regulars here. You've always attended since you have, been introduced to me by your cousin. Yeah, I would like to put you in the interview with Stacy because you're elementary and I already kind of penciled your name in there. So when we send you you make sure you check your email because the folks that have people connected to here, those are some folks that I would like to also address and try to put you in interviews. You know why? Because you already have a support system here. Like Myrna and Joel, they
Thanks.
know Mike, and so Mike's helping us like look for a house, look for things. They can they can really count on him to help to be here as a support already. I'm always here, but there's only one of me. So if you already have another support like Diana would with Betsy, your cousin, right? So that would really
Yeah.
help you too. So if you talk to me and you tell me where you got my name, where did you get us? How did you know about us? So most of you would say, I got this from Ken, for example, or somebody that you know. It's always going to help me because I put a note there on who you're connected to. And Mike has really brought me a lot of really good, high quality folks. And so, of course, Leslie did too. I'm bringing pretty much the whole family, but I'm proud of Leslie's sister-in-law that got a job in Texas. So her brother's going to get to come, and Texas is just close to Arkansas. So I told them, they thanked me for, the learning that they've had from Zoom that they use for the interview. And I said, well, I look forward to meeting you because if you get here, we're going to find a way to get there. Even if we have to drive there to Texas, we will. My sister lives in Texas, so we have an excuse to go, right? So anyway, so Diana, thank you for sharing that. Is there anything else while I have you down? Is there anything else that you want to say or ask?
No. That's it. I just want to share. I'm just listening because see, I can see that we have 54 participants already, and then
That's a
there's a lot
lot.
of
Yeah, we're growing,
yeah,
aren't we?
yeah.
That's why Leslie said we was when she first attended, it would be less than 10. So I would like, oh my gosh, every one of them would have all the time in the world. I like telling them, and I would actually have like lots of practice question interviews.
Because I planned, oh, I need to be earlier 15 minutes, but it turned out 10 minutes. Then I found out, oh, it's already,
8.
how many are they? It's already 50 plus. So it seems that I'm late already.
No, you're fine. You're fine. We're not checking rolls. But I woke up like 10 minutes before, and Mike usually wakes me up, but I'm like, I forgot to set my alarm last night. I was watching a Korean show and fell
Oh,
asleep. And fell asleep My husband said, "Are you mad at me?" I said, "What do you mean?" "Well, you slept in the couch." And I'm like, "Oh, I fell asleep. I was watching this show." And so of course I didn't wake up, and I woke up and I'm like, "Oh my God, 10 minutes." So I was running like a fast forwarded cartoon character, running all over the place and getting ready. So because you have your hair problems, I had to straighten it out. So anyway, so this is the result of a 8-minute preparation. Yeah. So Diana,
Doc
every
Merlina?
time I see you,
Sorry.
girl, you're like improving. You're just really improving everything, from your makeup to your background to your to your learning. So that's
Thanks, Doc.
keep it up. Keep it up, Diana. All right, next.
Merlina,
Yes, Joanne.
is it okay if I'm going to say something also?
Go ahead.
Okay. I've mentioned a while ago that I have been a member here for more than a year, right? But please take note that your chances of being hired is not going to take 1 year. It was my decision to be ready by this school year, 2025. Okay. There were some folks in here that were just members for just a month or even a day, and they were hired right on the spot. Okay. So I'd like you to be pushed by that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, speaking of having Dr. Merlina during the interview, I was helped by Dr. Merlina actually when I had that interview last April 3, because I was like, I forgot that I was currently teaching this grade level, and she was actually the one who reminded me about it. So may I know what was the grades that you are teaching? So do not be afraid if in case that Dr. Merlina will be with you during the interview. She's going to be your guardian angel, okay?
I tried.
Well, she is, okay? And one more thing is that every time that you are going to have that interview, you release that nervousness because it will ruin your day. Okay?
Yeah.
Just relax.
Yeah,
Relax.
I noticed you relax more and more, Joanne, as it went through. You were just like yourself, and because at first you were like kind of like, oh,
Yeah.
like a deer in the
Not
headlights.
Merlina because it was the owner of the perimeter.
That's
Miss
normal. That's very
Charlotte.
normal.
Yeah. So yeah, those are the things that I'd like to
Well,
impart to the group.
thank you for the nice comment. And Marlon, I want to acknowledge your comment. You said thank you for helping your daughter, Maria. And Maria, your daughter, Maria, is my number one. She's my pioneer. She's my very first one. She's my baby. So I'm sharing that with you. But anyway, so yes, I helped her, but she really did help herself. Oh my gosh, I was impressed with, like, during the practice of interview with her, and I recorded it, and I was so impressed about, like, my gosh, this girl is so um very fluent in her English, like, very native sounding, interview. And now that I watch her classroom, I go there every week, or lately my partner Lisa had been going because of my other commitment nearby, but I go there at least once a month now, the next 2 months. So she impresses me every single time. She's so open. Now, talk about growth mindset. When I tell her something, I mean, I see it immediately, like she's applying it already. Like I tell her first period, second period, boom, she was already using it. So I don't mean to be, that bossy or pushy or anything, but I really appreciate it when you see that what you had suggested was actually used, because it's good practice. And if you do it and it doesn't work for you, that's okay. You know your students better than whoever suggested it to you. You would know, like Myrna, you would know your students more than me. So if I suggested this and you tried it, did not work, well, sorry, it did not work, but I did try it. So, but that's it's always a good thing when somebody would suggest to you, because maybe they've done it before or whatever. Try it. It's not gonna kill you to try it, but then that way you can tell that person that, you know what, thank you so much for the suggestion, but unluckily or unfortunately that did not work for this group of students. Maybe next year, something like that. But at least you're validating that teacher or whoever it is that shared with you, that you were open. You actually were open to the idea, especially that you're new, your first month here, your first year here in America, and you don't know everything yet. Even your second year, third year, Maria, this is Maria's third year finishing her third year. But she continues to learn. And when you know, and that's always a good thing when you're open, because the moment you deal with somebody, and I could tell that from your answers, that I know it all. Like, you can't teach me anything. I already know it all. And know it all is somebody I would X off on my butt. I'm like, oh, I don't think I would be so proud of this person, because this person's going to be hard to teach, and your principal is going to have problems with you. And this principal is going to be calling me and said, Merlina, why did you send this teacher here that knows it all? And we cannot get along with colleagues because they already know it all. And you come out as you could come out as like annoying, and also like a person that would be like almost like an elitist. Like, I'm better than you. When you have that kind of person, that's a person with fixed mindset, not a person with growth mindset. And that turns you off, because almost like a Marites or a Karen, here is a negative Nancy. I remember the teacher that my sister and I actually taught with, and she would take it so insultingly. If we would share things, like I'm excited about something and I would share with her, and I did not know that she would take it negatively. She said, what do you think of me? I did not know that way. I'm like, oh my gosh, no, I'm just sharing. But no, from now on, I'm going to make sure I ask you if you want this before I put it in, because your fixed mindset folks are going to take it. The filter is negative. So in their mind, they're going to think that, ooh, this person that's sharing with me thinks that they're better than me because they're sharing with me. That's how they look at it. But a person with growth mindset would say, oh my God, thank you so much. And that's how I always do. Thank you so much, because I've always wanted to learn and continue to learn. I have a journal that I write my learning every day. And so I would have something I can write in my journal tonight, that I learned this today. It could be a storekeeper that taught me something today. It could be, anybody that I meet and I learned something today. I guess someday when I become so old, I will write this learning down. But it makes me happy, because even though I have my doctorate degree, that really just really validates that I don't know it all, and I don't know as much as I thought I did, and that I need to continue to learn. And that's what I think. That's why I suggest that you would act like, or you should not just act, but really be like, because that becomes authentic, that you really are. But as educators, we need to be learners. We don't know it all at all. Our students sometimes would know more things about technology than us. If I have problems in my classroom with technology, in all probability, I have one or two kids that are so good at it, and the kids know it. Like, oh, so and so, Miss McCullough, ask Casey, he's so good at it. So I would say, okay, you're my technology expert here. I would put a name in there, like, okay, technology expert 1, expert 2. I might need help on this. And don't be so proud that, oh, I'm the teacher, I should not ask help from the students. Yes, you do, because you don't know it all. And some of these students in America have had an iPad since they were 2 years old. They were my sister's granddaughter. She's only 1.5 years already playing with the iPad. And so in America, they grew up with it. That's why we call them digital natives. And sometimes if we have taught for 20 plus years, we may be the digital immigrant. So that digital natives need to teach us, right? And don't be too proud about that, because if I know, for example, I taught a teacher last week on jeopardylabs.com, JEUPARDY labs.com. That is a website where it has a lot of Jeopardy games. You know Jeopardy, right? What is, where you answer with Joanne said she knows it. You answer with a question, and you just type there your topic, for example, parts of speech. And then somebody already made it there. And so you can use it as is, or you can edit it, or you can create your own. And so I was teaching this teacher, like, oh, this is what I did. I was excited about it. And I was like, well, this is what I did in my classroom. I did this, and I would type it. And if you look at how many questions, and that's what you like. And then, or you can edit it, and you can even download it and see the questions or whatever. And then what you do, and what this teacher did, and that was very nice, that he had a buzzer. He had 4 buzzers that there was, I think that was at their office. They were going to just throw them away. Those buzzers are expensive, but this school had lots of money. So they were about to just throw it away. So told the teachers that whoever wants this can have it. And so he got that, and he had a buzzer for team 1, team 2, team 3, team 4. And he had the students to come up with their names, the names of their the teams. And they were they had goofy names on it, but that would made it so cute. But anyway, so they would have it, and so he had so there'll be 4 chairs because there's 4 teams, 1, 2, 3, 4 rows, right? And so they would he did like a digital randomizer. You can do a digital like die thing where he put all the team names, and then he click on it, and then it chose the team that would start. And then the person in the first team there would say, okay, I want noun for 300. And then it would show them the question. And then of course they have time to think about it, and he would answer what is whatever. But if they don't know it, it's hard, then he would like give them time to think, and then give a time the others. And if nobody knows, and he would say, I want you to turn to your neighbor next door and talk about it. See if you could come up with one. That's a second chance. And if nobody gets it at all because it's a really hard question, then you can say, oh, we're going to retire this question. That's what he says. We're going to retire this question, but then let's find the answer out. So he would hit the space bar and it would show the answer. And the kids were like, oh, we didn't know that. That was easy. They would always say that, but they did not come up with it. But those are actually questions that they will remember, because they remember that that's a question that, our teacher had retired. He had put like, I think what he did when his was like, he had 3 different stories that they have already done so far. And so they had like, historical story. And then another one that's a biography, but like a memoir, and another one that was a fiction. And so he just put the title of the story, and he did some comprehension questions. Like in this Flowers for Algernon, who was Algernon? And of course, he was a mouse, right? So they had to come up, who was, what was a mouse? So then they get that point, and you just click the team, and then it will keep up with the points on the bottom. So they're so competitive. And in my Jeopardy, I always gave prizes. So first place gets this, second place get this, and it gets little. For example, if I was giving candies, and it's candy, they love coffee candy, by the way. So you get like 3 candies for first prize, 2 candies for the and then 1 candy, and in consolation you get this or whatever. So I always gave prizes. And of course, when you do that, you have to make sure that you ask your school, is it okay to give candies out? Because some schools, like one of the schools I worked in for 15 years, they were so strict about giving candies out, because at that time, there was, when I was teaching about, in the 1990s, there was a study that says half of the children in Arkansas were obese, were out of shape, were fat. And they even sent like a fat letter. They call them the fat letter. It's really a letter to the parents saying that your child is above, whatever this, the health thing is, that your child is, unhealthy, and that they are obese or under whatever category it is. And parents hated that. I was one of the parents that got that, because Stephanie and I like to eat. And I really did not like that letter. I'm so glad they took it off. But because of that, at that time, that was a really big thing. That the governor at that time was really big on that. That was his project. And so then we could no longer give candies out. So I would bring like carrots, the peeled carrots already. Like some healthy things. You cannot give candies out. So you have, you can do apple slices. I would put apple, I put it in a Ziploc bag, and I was like, okay, put a toothpick. So that's what you would get, because it's healthy. So I was still, but of course I talked to the principal about this. That okay, if I do this, I know we cannot give candies out, but this is healthy. He said, okay. Don't ever, if you have a question here in America, if you have a question on, well, should I do this or should I not do this, you should ask your principal. And if you're shy about to the principal, they are assigning you a go-to person that is more of your mentor in the school. And a lot of times, if you're a 3rd grade teacher, they're going to put another 3rd grade teacher, or sometimes they could be the grade leader. They would have a grade leader, the person that's in charge of all 3rd grade, and that could be your mentor. You always ask like, hey, I don't know how to do this. Can you please show me? And so then they are so good at doing that, because they really want you to succeed. Okay. And of course, if your school has asked me to come, you could always ask me, because I'm there. You can Zoom with me, you can talk to me or whatever. And I don't charge the school for that unless they ask me to come visit. Okay. All right, Joanne. So you have Eileen is next. Sir Erwin.
Yes, po.
Eileen
So,
and
Doc
Erwin.
Merlina, I have included Alvin Lotario, the one that has been interviewed by Perimeter Miss Paulette. He would like to introduce himself also. So I told him that he will be number 10.
Okay, sounds
Oh.
good.
We
Okay,
will
Eileen.
be having Miss Eileen Soriana and then followed by Sir Erwin.
Yay, okay.
Okay.
Eileen, go ahead.
Good morning, Doc, and
Morning.
good evening for everyone here in the platform. I am Eileen A. Soriano po, bachelor. I'm a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education major in Mathematics. I've been teaching for 13 years in public, and I already handled grade 7 to 10 mathematics. But currently I am handling grade 9 or ninth grade for almost 6 years. And I am also a chairperson for grade 9 and testing coordinator. So as I've heard from everyone here, especially to Doc Merlina, I've learned a lot, especially um, on the tips on how can you introduce yourself, what are the do's and don'ts, what will you say. So actually, I prepared something na medyo mahaba po, but hindi ko na sinama kasi hindi na siya included talaga dapat. So, even in the short span po of listening here, and if, my friend April Clemente po recommended me to listen to you guys because as an aspirant teacher to teach in America, so she told me that I can learn tips from you guys, and I'm very lucky to listen to you now. um uh, uh I know I can use this in my future interviews because I am just applying po for now pa lang.
Okay.
So it's my first time.
Good job. Good
Thank
job.
you so
I
much.
can tell you're new because you're still mixing Tagalog. You're doing Taglish, and that's okay. But this is a place where I want you to practice your English. So as much as possible, try to speak 100% English. That's your goal, okay? No problem though. But you stayed with the professional information. That's good. And thank you, Eileen, for sharing what you learned, the do's and don'ts. What were the do's and don'ts that you were telling yourself that not to do this or do this? So share some things that you had put down for yourself that you learned.
As I come in here in your platform, ma'am, I heard you that you taught us to love our students as our own child, and I am proud to say that it is my practice with my students ever since I started teaching in public, because I want my students to confront me in a comfortable way. I don't want them to be scared of me asking questions, especially in mathematics. They have a lot of questions, and they have many things to clarify. So I want them to come with me with ease, and I also uh I also want them to be my friend even outside the school, because I don't want to be that what you call those masungit.
No, you don't want to be mean. You don't want to be a mean teacher, right? Yeah, it's okay. You know, Eileen, try to avoid the word friend for your students, because you don't want to use friend, because that would be a turn off for me as administrator, that you must be weak on classroom discipline, because you want to be those teachers that I want to be friends with my students. A lot of time the students are actually abusing that and would actually not listen to you because, oh, she's just so nice, she's just my friend. No, you should not be a friend to your student. You are a mentor to your students, but you are not like a friend to your students. You might be even if you're a friend to their mothers or whatever, you still have that relationship as a partner in education. But don't avoid using that word as a friend. You say you want that relationship beyond the classroom, because I really am interested in their lives, outside the classroom, because I'm always going to be my students' advocate. You are better off saying that instead of saying I'm their friend. Okay, I know what you mean though, that you want to have that positive relationship with the students. Just avoid using the word friend, okay? Because that will get you X'd off. I knew that because I've done it. And so the word you said confront your students. The word confront is like a negative connotation about like, you know, I'm going to confront you because because I'm mad at you. You might want to say my students face me and would be in my classroom and have a better I guess what would that be? Anybody can help me, girly, especially a better I guess I'm out of words. You have a better impression.
Maybe she
What is it?
wants approach
Yeah, a better approach or a better
to
impression of the
approach.
teacher, maybe. Yeah, you have a better relationship. You build that positive relationship. That might be
Positive
better thing.
rapport, ma'am.
Positive rapport, yes. Thank you, Ronaldin.
You're
So
welcome,
yeah,
ma'am.
positive rapport with students, but not confront, because confront is you're about to fight. Okay. And don't worry, because I'm not trying to pick on you. It's just that whenever I first came here from the Philippines, I was 19 years old, and I've been here 37 years, right? I would use the wrong words a lot. My husband said, "You meant this?" And I'm like, yeah, I meant that. So that is a choice of words, because in our vocabulary, being English as our second language, we don't have as much yet. And you build that, Now now see, I've been here 37 years. I could not even come up with word a while ago. That just shows you that sometimes it will come to you and sometimes it's not. And sometimes you just help, thank you all for helping me, because you never could know it all. You never could memorize unless you have this photographic memory where you can memorize everything you see, like Sheldon in Big Bang Theory. You're not that, we're not that. So we are going to need help from others. And don't ever be too proud to like ask for help. I'm like, right now I'm working in this school that I used to be administrator in for 5 years, and here I come back as an instructional coach, as a consultant coming into their school. Like, there's so many new people, but if I don't know, like, hey, what do you do here? What's the new protocol here? Because used to, when I was here, this is what you did, but are you still doing this? So I would kind of check and see if, oh no, I know that school for 5 years, they have changed things. They have changed administrators. They have lots of new teachers. They have changed the classroom around, of even the arrangement of the hallway. Things like that have changed that I remembered. And so as I'm a learner, I am trying to learn. I'm like, oh, I noticed that, like, where do you pay for lunch? Here, by the way, teachers, some schools provide free lunch to teachers, but not very many. I know, like, Leslie had free lunch at one time. I don't know if that's changed now, but a lot of times you have to pay for lunch, and it goes from $4 to $5 per lunch. And so a lot of teachers are actually bringing their own lunch, salad or whatever Filipino food. Just don't bring the dried fish or anything that stinks, any fish or whatever that would stink, because you have to work with other people and they're not used to that smell, and it's kind of be rude to do that. So you can bring your lunch, and they're always like jealous, like, oh, Merlina, you have this rice dish all the time. My mom, of course, was living with me at that time. She was there for 14 years in my house, so she was always cooking this wonderful Filipino dishes that I had for lunch. Because if you just eat at the cafeteria here in America, you will get bigger. Like you would gain so many pounds every year, because it's loaded with fat, because they want the students to have the fat or whatever it is to make their help develop their brain, right? But you don't want that, because especially if you don't move too much, like you sit a lot, and I don't sit a lot. Like I put in my 10,000 steps every day while doing this. I'm over there like going in the classroom, going in different rows or whatever, doing comment, giving feedback and all that. I never sit. The only time I would sit is like if I'm typing something that I need to remember, because I have to do a work report every day, but what I did, what happened, whatever, what do I need to remind myself for the next day. So that's what I would type really quickly, and then I'd leave again. So the students cannot get away with anything. There'll be 20, 24 students there. I know exactly what everybody's doing. If they're supposed to be doing this, I'm like, okay, so and so. When I come back, I need more of that. You've started, but you had 2 words here. When I come back, I should two sentences, whatever. I would give them expectations, because you have kids that would just like dilly-dally around, just like over there thinking about their boyfriend or their girlfriend. They would, some of them are even hiding their phone in their pocket and doing, they're so good at their text that they are texting with their thumbs without looking at it. I caught a student doing that. I'm like, what in the world? What is this kid is obviously guilty about something. So I look at the paper, it was empty. She was not doing her work. And then her hands were in her pocket. And so I'm like, okay, this kid I caught last week to be addicted to her phone. Like, and there's a boyfriend or something there that's in the class, another classroom, and talking to her the whole time that English was being going on, being taught. And so you have to be observant. And I was so strict when I was teaching 11th graders because they are so bad about that. You know, in America, they're so addicted to their phones that I said, okay, I want hands on your desk because I want to see that it's not in your jacket, especially wintertime. It's not in your jacket texting somebody because I want your full attention, you know. And also when you come here, they have different technology rules. Like some schools are more strict than others. Like in the school where I'm in, they can have their phone, but it has to be off in the classroom. They can have it in their backpack or pocket, whatever, but it has to be off during class. So if I see it on, you know, they would ask permission, like, "Hi, Dr. McCullough, I'm gonna want to take a picture of the assignment because I'm gonna have this for homework. Can I take a picture of this of the you know, of the board?" I said, "Yeah, go ahead." You know, but then turn it off after. You know, so they would say things like that. But then other schools, they have a rule like you have to put it in your locker. They have lockers. Put it in your locker and it has to be turned off and you can have it after school. Okay, in the school where I'm in right now, they can have their phone like between classes. They could be texting or whatever. When they're at lunch, they're texting, you know, they are doing their phone. But in some other school, even they said, use your phone, you know, the very progressive schools, use the student's phone because every child has a phone, regardless if they're rich or not. You know, use their phone as part of your teaching. Like a good app is the Poll Everywhere, POLL Everywhere. If you Google that Poll Everywhere, this is a survey app where you can ask the students you know, a question, and then they will answer using their phone. So that's a very quick formative assessment to see where they are. So you could use that as a part of your teaching. But at the same time, when you do that all the time, they will abuse it. They will say, you know, in her class, I could use my phone, you know, because there are, you know, there are students that would feel that way because they really want to be, you know, talking to their friends or girlfriends or boyfriends. In Maria's class, for example, in Brinkley, they are given a basket, that's this plastic basket. And the moment Maria is so strict on this, I'm proud of her. She would be by the door, you know, you should be by the door greeting your students. So she would be by the door in her basket. And they just drop their phone there, you know, in her basket, and then she put it on her desk so they cannot go and get their phones. Okay, sometimes they would say, "I don't have a phone." Yeah, right. She was like, "Yeah, right." And I would joke like, "So do you want to go and check my ID and see if I was born yesterday?" You know, I would like joke like that because they would say, "Oh, I don't have my phone," because they want to use it when you're not looking, you see. So most of the schools in the Delta, Helena, I think, does that. And then Brinkley does that. But anyway, so they just want to make sure that they pay attention to where the phone is because they're not paying attention to you if they're over there messing with their phone. Okay, which means it will affect their grades because they're not going to get what you're trying to learn, you know, them to learn. So I guess my point of view on that is that there's a balance. You know, you want kids to be social, yes, but then you also want to make sure that they learn. So have that balance there that, you know, you can use the phone if it's for school. Do not have to be too extreme about that. You know, if there's something really, a Kahoot, for example, if you do the Kahoot and they have their phone with them instead of a Chromebook, okay, use your phone and you're going to do this Kahoot, that it, and then I'm going to give you the code and we're going to use your phone to do it. That's, to me, that's fine, but not many schools would feel that way. And a lot of that technology, every school here is a technology, you know, like a person that's, you know, the head of technology department, and they are the ones that sometimes their values that seem to permeate in the school. Because if I've met some technology people that are so up to date with technology and they really believe that devices of students should be used for education, and they would allow that, and they would influence the school, the policies of the school to make sure that happens, you know. But then you also meet some technology folks, they are the expert of the school, but they are so close-minded. Like they said, there should not be any social media, there should not be any TikTok, there should not be, you know, they just go on the opposite, like almost like, to me, detrimental, because you want your kids to be up to date with technology. You want your kids to be social, but not bullying others, not cyberbullying others. You know, you have to have the balance always, but you cannot just deprive students of the device, you know, and they're living in the 21st century. You can't do that. You know, you use it as, you know, for them to learn, but at the same time, you know, don't let them abuse it. Okay. So you can see I'm kind of in the middle of that. you know. So I really do not want to go to any extreme. Okay, I don't know how you all believe in that. How do you do this in the Philippines? Do we have the same issues? Because it is a problem in America right now. Somebody tell me about what your impression of how devices are affecting education in the Philippines. Share with me, please. Somebody.
Well,
I guess I'm still
in my
talking. Go ahead. Go ahead.
in my
Yes,
school
Dr.
right
Merlina.
now.
Uh-huh.
Oh, if there is someone else would like to answer, you may. But
Yes.
if there's none, I'd like to start within my school right now. We actually let our higher elementary students to bring their gadgets with them, but they have to turn in the gadgets to us. They can only have it if we have an activity that needs gadgets.
Hmm?
And
I
then
like that.
afterwards, we let them bring it back to them if it's dismissal time.
Yeah, that's good. That's
They
I
have
think
the freedom to have
yeah.
to have the gadget for them.
Yeah, that's a good policy. And what grades do you teach, Joanne?
I'm working with grades 4, 5, and
So
6.
that works for 5 and 6. Okay, I want an point of view of a high school teacher there. Tell me about how you're doing it in your school.
Hi, Dr. Merlina.
Oh, hi, Erwin. There you go, Erwin. You can answer this for me. Somebody also called my name. You'll be next. Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Erwin. Tell me about what you do on technology in your classroom. In your school.
Sir Erwin, we have a problem with your audio po.
Yep, your audio is have an issue. You're like an echo. You're echoing. What's the deal? You know, Erwin, sometimes that happens when you have two different devices closer to you. That's what happened with Kendrick and I. I have to turn one, we have to turn one off because it was doing that. Do you have two people using technology? Same? Yeah. Yeah, one of them needs to turn it off.
Is it not yet?
It's still on. You can tell because it's still doing that. Yeah.
I think one should be first.
Joanne, did you get that?
No, sorry, it's not that clear actually. Maybe we can give Sir Erwin a chance to work with his video, and then we will
Okay.
entertain Miss
Joanne,
Anna
you're
Marie
so good.
Pinheiro.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
Anna Maria, you are my friend's friend, huh? Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob's
Yeah,
friend.
it's Bob. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just messaged Bob a while ago that I'm in the Zoom meet with you.
Yeah, hey,
Right.
hey,
Okay.
give him the link and have him to up to attend that with us because I would love to have his ideas
Yeah.
because he works for the Department of Education with me and he was the head of the gifted and talented program for the whole state. He had a very good position here. And I would love his impression about the difference between Asian children and American children. He would have a very good insight of that. So do feel free to share with him the Zoom
Yes,
link
ma'am.
and he is
Yeah,
always
I'll tell
invited.
him.
Okay, tell him he's
Yes,
always
ma'am.
invited. Maybe he could like join us. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll be
Thank
sending
you.
the link. Opo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
In my case, Doc, I let the student deposit their phones on top of my table. Okay. And then have them claim 2 minutes before the dismissal.
Okay.
Because they keep on Facebooking while the class is ongoing. That's why. And TikTok.
Yeah.
So that's the discipline I imposed every time I am about to start the class.
Okay. So is that not a school-wide policy or a district-wide policy? Is that just a you policy in your classroom or is everybody
It's a district-wide
district-wide?
policy.
Okay.
Yep.
So you follow that. Okay. Hi, do you mind introducing yourself to us? I love your hair, by the way. Short enough and it's perfect.
Yeah, I introduced
Then
already, I
introduce,
guess.
You already
yeah,
did. I already,
yeah.
But remind us about where you are and just what you teach. Because you do
Okay.
yeah.
I'm from the Philippines. I teach 8th grade students in junior high school. Okay, for over 4 years now, Doc. I completed my bachelor's degree 2018, and then I took my master's degree, major in administration and supervision, and got 30 units, academic units earned.
Okay.
Okay.
You say hours, okay? 30 hours earned. Yeah. You said units, you said hour. How did you meet
Okay.
Bob? How did you meet Bob?
Um, Bob's boyfriend or husband rather, okay, is my best friend in college.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
okay, got
So
it. I know he's really crazy about it. He had me actually FaceTime him before he went there. So
mhm.
he actually used to actually got to meet him once, and he was in his house. So yeah, well, I forgot his name. What was his name?
Bob Nichols?
No, no, no,
No,
no, the
Bob Nick.
boyfriend. The
Nick.
boyfriend,
The boyfriend, Jeffrey Narciso Cada.
Jeffrey. Okay. And they've been
Yeah.
together now for like what, 10 years?
2018, 19, 5,
5 years. So,
I
okay.
guess.
So 5 years. So this must be a different person. Because, sorry.
Okay, because Bob was in Malaysia for a few years prior to going to the Philippines.
Oh, okay. So I'm see this is the yeah, I'm it's old news then. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bob. Okay, this is a new person I've never met. Okay, gotcha. So he's now back in the Philippines?
And no, I think he's in the US right now. He told me he'll be back by April 21st.
I got
And
it. Okay, I think he
yeah,
really loves it there, though. I think it
yes.
really fits him health wise and so on. With a different environment because he's retired. You can pretty much live anywhere when you're retired, and your money will just come in your account. So you
Yes.
can yeah, and it's times 55. So I
Yeah,
think
that's the convenience.
yeah, he's a perfect person to to do that. And he's such an open-minded person. Like I've always enjoyed talking to him. He's so smart, and so got some good ideas. That's why I want you to I could contact him too, but if you have a way to contact him, share with him the link and say you are always invited as a guest speaker because he has the perspective of Asia and America that I would
Yeah,
love to hear his impressions, especially the
okay.
Philippines, and I don't know if he has ever observed like classrooms. Like what my dream is to go back to the Philippines is my dream is to go back there when schools are in session and I would like to observe some of you in person. That's my dream. Like I would be invited in your classroom and I would like to see how it goes because that would really show me the difference. Because you have to remember, I was a college student when I left in the Philippines. I got all my 4 degrees in the US. So I have never taught in the Philippines. So my experience of education in the Philippines was as a student, not as a teacher. And so I would love to see that. Like, Ken here that I see, had experience of both, teaching in Karkar, now teaching in the US. So that's a really to me good perspectives to have. Hi Ken, to have because you have that you have an insight of the differences and how you could help because of what you know about the differences of kids, I think. So, Anne Maria, do you have any question for me or any comment or any learning that you might want to share that would help you in your interview?
Wala na po siguro. But Bob told me a lot of things about you.
Oh, no.
He said,
Good things, I hope.
good, all good. That's why he's very glad to that I'm talking to you and
Oh,
having
that's
this
nice. That's nice.
great.
Tell him I'm returning the favor. He's also I also say the same things about him. He's one of the
Yes.
smartest people I have ever had a conversation with. He's got really lots of great perspectives. He thinks of both sides a lot. He's a pretty positive person, and I love hanging out with positive people. I met him
Yeah.
through work. I mean, I did not work at the Department of Ed yet. I was still a teacher, but then I met him. I don't remember the reason why. I think something to do with the gifted and talented program or something. And I started talking to him and I was so impressed with him. And I'm like, he said, I'm really interested with meeting Filipino. I know at that time he was already dating somebody. So I said, yeah, tell me about Filipinos. And I was telling him about, this is what it is and so on. He said, well, how open are they? And I'm like, it's pretty open there, and all this. So he was asking me, and that's what finally I was able to talk to whoever his friend was at that time. Yeah. So anyway, all right, Anne-Marie, thank you for your attendance. And before we go on to the next one, Ken, do you have anything to say? I see you coming on.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank
Hello.
you for sending a bunch of your.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello,
hear
ma'am.
you.
All right. There was a question a while ago. How do we maintain, like, how do we keep technology, right? That was the question.
Yes.
Well, actually, my school district was lucky enough to purchase Yonder. It's Yonder. It's actually used in most American schools nowadays. Yonder is like a pouch, okay?
Mhm.
It's a pouch wherein the cell phones are put into that pouch, okay? The moment when the students enters the school campus, the principal together with the other security officers in the school have to tell the students to put the cell phones on the yonder pouch. It's a magnetic pouch that students cannot get that one, not until the classes are over. So that's because we really have the problem with technology. I, for one, had a lot of problems when I met my students, like having classes. They're not focused on the task because they keep on using the phone. So that's really an issue in most American classrooms. And
Right.
the good thing that the school district was able to purchase the yonder pouch, and it's very effective because it's really effective because I can see that students right now in my classroom are focused on the computer itself. Because before, my God, it's really a problem, Doc Merlina. Really sometimes I have to
Yeah.
say, my God, how can I get over from this problem of getting the students not turning on their phones? But
Yeah. Yeah, you're
sometimes
right.
I have to like keep your phones away. That's actually my classroom routine, classroom expectations. But my God,
You'll be like a
they are.
broken record all the time. So is the
Yeah.
yonder pouch, are you numbering them and matching it with students' number? Is that what you're doing?
No, they're just, they're given away. They're given away to all students, and they have to put it, and it's really effective because it's magnetic. They cannot get into it until the class. So the moment, how do I do it? Like inside the classroom, I have to check whether their pouches are there. So put your pouches up. Let me see if you have the pouch. That's really one thing before the start. I start my class. Put
Mhm.
your pouches up. Let me see if you have your yonder pouches. And of course, some students have, like, they tried to break it. Some secretly do try to break it, but they couldn't. Okay, it like
Okay, gotcha.
it's
I
really
want to see
effective.
that sometime. You can take a picture and share that with me,
Yeah,
Ken. I've never
it's
seen
really
it.
effective. I'm so happy because that's really a great help in managing a classroom.
Good. I'm
Right?
going to share that with the other schools because they always ask me, like, oh, Dr. Merlina, what do you think of this? I don't know. But whatever I learned from one school that I think is good, like what Ken is sharing, I will
Mm-mm.
share it with the other schools. And of course, before I share it, I always do my homework, like, how much does it cost? And so on. That's what I do, in fact, with my husband. When I try to ask, what involves money, I would do research about, like, how much this would cost. We're going to Brazil. How much would it cost? This is how much it would cost. So that I would already be ready, because that's the first question they will say. How much would that cost the school, or for each student? Because that's the decision that always gets
I forgot how
determined.
much is it, but if the student have broke the pouch, they have to pay it like around $75.
Oh, it is expensive, because a lot of times
Yeah,
school cannot make money. They usually just have to be reimbursed. So that must be the cost of it. So
yeah.
that's a good thing to know.
And
So,
students, I've told them that you don't have to break that because I
oh, yeah,
know
it is.
Blackville, most of the students in Blackville, 50% of this belongs to the impoverished families here,
And
homeless
poverty, yeah.
children. So I
Yeah.
told them that you have to keep your pouches in good order, because you have to repay that if you're gonna lost it, if you're gonna break the pouches. But
Mm-hmm.
mind you, Doc Marlena, there are really students who wanted to break it, but it was
That's a
many
lot.
months because they have to pay it.
Yeah, and Joanne, thank you for sharing on chat, everyone. If you look at chat, Joanne had actually put a picture of it, and it looks expensive. So, Ken, if they really want to break it, they must have extra money to just blow, because I would
Exactly.
not do it. Yeah. So Ken, what are the things that you have? Have you picked up anything from our Zoom that you are sharing with others, that you are, because you're helping a lot of teachers. I'm so proud of you for helping a
Well,
lot of
actually,
our.
yeah, ma'am. I just, told them that you have to like I just told them that you have to join Doc Marlena's Zoom meetings. She has a lot of I say she has a lot of consultations, as well as advices how to make your CV competitive. You can mind you, there's a lot of competitors. There's a lot of Philippine teachers who wish to be here, so you make your CV more competitive. And Doc Marlena gives a lot of advices on how to do it, suggestions, and one thing also about one thing I've learned also from what you have shared. What else? Classroom management really matters here.
Yeah, and that you
because
experienced that, didn't you? You experienced that. Is it better for you now? Do you have a
well,
better?
right now I feel that I feel better with my students. One thing that I did, like the moment when they joined my class, like I put some music which are instrumental music.
You
Yeah.
did.
And
To
oh my
set the
God,
tone.
it's really effective to them because I think these students have a lot of problems at home, man. Most of
Yeah,
them are
it
homeschooled.
relaxes them. Yeah, yeah. Good
Yeah.
job. Thank you for sharing that because I actually use music a lot when they are writing or they were quiet activity.
Mm-mm,
And in
mm-mm,
Maria's classroom, she actually had them to earn it. Like you earn the
mm-mm.
music, because you were doing this and you're good. So now you earn music. Now the problem is what kind of music. So of course they will contribute. You'll be careful about this because they will tell you a title. You have to Google the title and you have to use the word clean with it because if it has dirty word, it has bad words in it, then it will filter it out. So you have to word the word clean, okay, so that it will not have the cuss words in there. So that's what, because I said, oh my gosh, like when I taught my students who were mostly white students, Caucasian students, they'll just take whatever music I put in there. Oh my gosh, not the African American kids, the black kids, they would like, oh no, I want this or I want that. Of course, if you choose the right thing, everybody will just agree with it. But just remember to Google the word clean with it, okay? Because there would be some bad words in there. And in fact, I always told teachers that do not show anything or use anything without previewing it. Previewing the music if you can, because if you already have like a list of music that you'll preview, that's clean music, that's not gonna get you in trouble because some parents might be so religious and so strict that if you're gonna do that kind of music, you could be reported to the principal. And previewing video is another one. I had a teacher that was my neighbor teacher, and I think I've shared this a long time ago, and he did not preview. He said they were studying about World War II, and he talking about the Philippines. So he decided he was gonna go in depth about what the Philippines like, and because I was next door, he said, "Oh, Doctor, Miss McCullough at that time. Miss McCullough's next door, and this is her country, Robert." So he just trusted that anything from the Philippines must be good. Well, he happened to get our the indigenous population in wherever in the Philippines where they were naked pretty much, have this G-string stuff. And they were showing topless, and so he did not preview it. So with the moment that came on, he started going in front of the screen and said, no, let me turn it off, because I said, you just messed up because you should have previewed it. So, well, Merlina, you didn't tell me that you have these kinds of people in your country. And I'm like, that's why we preview things. That's why we never show our students things that we have not previewed ourselves. Another teacher, I mean, he got away with that one, but another teacher, and I don't know if you can find this Googling it, but somebody told me that another teacher, had, and this is something that you should never do, had done some videos, personal videos with a boyfriend, where she was not decent. And then she was putting it on her cloud. When she was using her cloud to show something with the students, that showed up. She got fired for it. And another teacher was during that time when we had the VHS, was actually recording something from Disney or whatever, but it was recording something that was like a sex tape that she had, and a part of it was showing up, and so that teacher got fired. So be careful of things like that. Like as a teacher, I won't even do that, period. But let alone be in my cloud, and well, it would show up if I'm going to use that same cloud, to show things off of it for my students, because sometimes it would show up what's there, it would come up. And so anyway, just kind of, I guess those are common sense that sometimes you don't need to be taught, but sometimes, other people do not have the common sense to like, this is not good. But these were decisions made by individual teachers. You cannot say American teachers did this. It's individual choice. A Filipino teacher could do the same. So that's why we need to just use our common sense, that this is something that do not do, because we don't want your students to see that, right? And so anyway, there was one teacher that got fired also by showing, I think somebody was she was on her off, right? She was on a weekend, and she got so drunk that she got on top of the table and started doing a strip thing, a little dancing thing that was too sexual. And one of the co-workers videotaped her and showed it to the principal. And you have to remember, some schools, some principals are very religious. Like, that is a big no-no. Of course, we are in private school, a public school. They have to do so many processes in order to get rid of you. It's very protected, right? But in private school, it's pretty much you can be let gone, because that is about the values and stuff. They will just let you go that day, right? Because the private school have their own policies, and they're not going to be under the public schools policy, where you are being paid by the tax money of the people. So they have to give you, they have to really make sure that they investigate and have evidence and all that before you get fired. So these are some decisions that teacher made. One of them that I thought was funny now, but it was not funny, I'm sure, when it happened. There was this teacher that was fired because she slapped a child. She had anger management. She had slapped a child. Of course, that's something that you should never ever do, right? And so she was under investigation and so on. But then I guess she was not really fired yet, but she was about to get fired. But she decided, you know what, I'm not going to get fired. I would just quit. And you know what she did? Because she really hated her principal. Before she left, she took this trash can, a small trash can with, just a liner, but nothing in it, took this trash can and put it on the head of the principal. I thought it's funny when I heard it, but if I were the principal, that would be really sad. Like, somebody is mad enough and unprofessional enough to do that to my head. That would be, to me, the biggest insult, like, so I have not formed that relationship with my teachers that they are going to do that to me. Because if, when I was administrator, I formed a relationship with my teachers where we respect each other. I would know one of my first inventory or survey that I sent them was, what's your favorite candy? What's your favorite soda? Because I want to know that when I go and I want to give them something, I want it to be something that they like. If I just want to thank them for a little favor, hey, you did a good job or whatever, and I'll give them their favorite soda and their favorite chocolate in their mailbox. And they just like, oh, just for having a good day, whatever. I just want you to know you're doing an awesome job. But it's their perfect chocolate, preference, and their soda preference. So that's something that I do to know my teachers. Just like when you do that with your students, well, you should not give chocolate because of, the obesity thing. But, whatever interest that they have, do something like that. One of my students was obsessed with this animals, like a lot of the different, those little plastic animals things, and the soldiers stuff. He was always doing something with that, and he was in elementary. So I found out about that. So I went to Walmart, which is your Gaisano there, and I got those. So one of the things that when he did a good job, I just gave him that. He was like, oh my God, he was so happy, that I gave, this is just a little $1 or less than $1 thing that I did. But the thought of it is that because it is something that I knew he was so obsessed with. So I gave that to him. So that goes back to my knowledge of my students. And that's why you don't have to spend money even to do that. You know the language of your students, their love language. If a student loves to be praised, well, give them that. If they want time, give them that. So just that goes back to what and you invest in knowing your students. And I think it's worth investing anytime to know your kids, right? And that's why somebody said about being a friend or having this positive relationship outside. That's a big one too. When you go out there and watch their games, in here in elementary, they have ball games like on weekends. And I happened to be living like across the road from the school. So I would always hear this. And I would like ask somebody like, hey, what grade is playing? Oh, it's my grade. I'm like, oh, I'm going to go look. And I watch them. And then so that Monday I was like, gosh, you did a good job. You had 5 points, or your team did this. And they were so proud that their teacher took the time on her own time to watch them. I didn't stay the whole time. I just wanted to see how they did because it was my way to the store or something, but I took the time, 5 minutes of my time, 10 minutes of my time to get to see what they're doing, because I want to be able to have that extra rapport thing with them, that they know that I care about them, not just in the classroom, but also outside. Okay, and at the same time, you get to talk to the parents, and the parents have this relationship with you where they, instead of you calling them because somebody got in trouble, you actually have this emotional deposit where you have this positive thing going on with you and the parents or the grandparents, and then they will, and that will help you a lot. when you text them or call them or email them, they have this picture, like, yeah, your teacher is this. You know, so if a child will come home and say, oh, my teacher is so mean. Oh, no, I talked to her. She's like, and so that would, you know, of course, they're going to have days where the students have bad days. And then they would say something bad about you, for example. And I would say, I would joke with my parents because, you know, I have that good relationship with all of them. So during parent-teacher conference, I would joke like, you know, if you promise to believe about half of what your kids do tell you, I will do the same about what they say about you. They would just laugh, and I'm like, yeah, because kids would tell things, you know. But I have to have that good relationship for me to joke like that. But I do, and so it's a small town, so we know everybody, and so that and we have kids that would make up things too. Especially if they don't like that teacher, they will make up things that you did and you didn't do. You know, that's why it's important to have that relationship. That way they can be open to you and tell you, hey, is this true? Is this true that this really happened? Or this really, you know, this is what you did or whatever? And I could explain because I didn't experience that, but my colleagues have experienced things like that. You know, because if you have a good relationship with your kids, they're not going to do that to you. They're going to be doing anything to please you, but not to hurt you, right? And that's why it's important to win them over. Yeah, I have this experience right now with where I'm coaching. This one kid, the first day that I saw this kid, I was already warned by the teacher saying, Merlina, you know, so-and-so that's sitting and so-and-so, you know, don't expect much because he's not going to write anything. He's not doing anything. So, and he has this anger management issues. So I was already aware of that. So I'm like trying to make sure that I, you know, build that positive relationship with him because kind of grumpy. And I guess having a bad day or whatever. So I would just like, hey, you know, oh, I would praise any little thing that he did, you know, even just one word. Oh, you spelled that right. Oh, good job. You know, I would, you know, very, very like looking for positive things, looking at observing him and doing the things that, you know, what are the things that he's doing. For some reason, doing it every day now, this is week 4. I think it happened in week 3 that I think he really has formed a relationship with me. He would bring this candy and he loves this candy because I know his friend was like saying, hey, will you share? I said, no, he shares it with me. And then I am like, okay, I know this is favorite candy. Should I take it? And if I take it, I, you know, I'm depriving him of his candy, but at the same time, this is an opportunity for me to bond with him because I don't want him to be insulted. So I would like, are you sure? Because you have other ones. Oh yeah, you have other ones. Okay, I will taste this because this is, you know, caramel or whatever. And then I will tell him what it tastes like. Thank you. But, you know, next time I want you to keep it to yourself because I really want you to have that because I could always get that. But thank you for thinking of me. That's really sweet of you. You know, I do that the other day, like, sucker, do you like the sucker? And it happened to be my favorite one. I said, red, yes, I like that one. So he was eating that, you know, the teacher was okay with eating. So I was eating that. The whole time I was like looking around. He was so proud. He was like looking, I'm like, oh, look at that. My teacher ate this, you know, and these were 8th graders, you guys, 8th graders. And this kid wrote 1 word or 2 words, less than 1 sentence when I first writing 4 paragraphs the other day. And I'm like, well, yay, you know, because he was wanting it because I was always bragging. I'm like, oh my goodness, you know, you have this 4-star general here. You know, every paragraph is a, you know, your 1-star general. We have a 4-star general over here. Oh my goodness, I am so proud of 4-star general so and so. You know, so I would like brag on this, and it's work, whatever age it is. But I think the attention, he really wanted the positive attention I gave him because all the attention he has ever received from other teachers were negative. And I look for the positive things that he was doing that I was observing when he was reading. He did this, and I'm like, oh, love that author. You know, he happened to read an author that I liked. I said, and my son really likes that. Do you know that there are 3 in that series? You know, I was like, yes, I know. And I'm like, this is number 1, right? And so I would like kind of just have that really short conversation with him every time I went by there. And then I would notice what the progress that he's doing. Like a while ago, he had one paragraph, and the next time I come back, they have 2. Oh my goodness, you are a fast worker today. Let me read it. You know, and I would like comment on it and so on. And because they have a daily writing, you know, for their literacy, they have 90 minutes. So they do a daily writing for 15 minutes, and then a daily reading first for 15 minutes, and then a daily writing for 15 minutes, different prompts. And so anyway, so I would, and I was asked permission, by the way. I was like, is that okay if I read it? I'd love to read it. Sometimes they would say, oh, it's personal, I don't want you to read it. That's okay. I respect that. You know, I said, you may want to fold it. You might want to fold it in the middle. If you don't want the teacher to read it, you might want to fold it like having it folded. That way I will know that that's something you don't want us to read. You just want to express yourself. That is fine, And so things like that, it shows that you respect them. At the same time, you have observed what they are into, and you validate that, right? Okay, going back to who was the last one? Joanne, you always get me straight out. Joanne had a
Yeah,
couple of
we're supposed to have Sir Erwin first.
Erwin. Okay, Erwin, are you
Hello,
back?
Ma'am Joanne.
What happened?
Can you hear
Doc,
me?
Yes. What's up?
Doc,
Sir Mike is also, I think
Doc,
Sir Mike would also like to say something.
Doc. Yes po, Doc. I just want to add something. This is not I'm not making any story, or this is not a marites, but if you heard about some of the incidents here in the USA, that the teacher, one teacher who have a bed session with a student, and a female Filipina teacher who have the relationship with her student, and um, a Filipino man who I think it's a dating app, and then he went to the house of a male student, and they caught them, and I think that district was affected, and I don't know if they made a mass reduction or mass termination of all the Filipino teachers there because of what happened.
Yeah, I remembered you telling us about that, Mike, and that is a great lesson. That's why the friend part of the teacher, you don't cross that, because, and especially sexual. Yeah, because there is a very famous or infamous news here that happened where there was a Filipino kid actually that was victimized by this American teacher, that they actually had a baby together, and she was like, she was, of course, he was a teenager, but she was in her 30s and had 3 kids, and so left her husband, and of course she was put in jail. She's still in jail now, and they had more babies, because they have conjugal visits. She divorced her husband, and the husband divorced her, and then she married the Filipino guy when he was older, and now they have more babies. I need to Google and see what's going on with them. He's a Filipino kid, but what Mike is sharing is the opposite. Is the teacher was Filipino, and that's why it's important for us to remember that you don't ever cross that. These are your students. These are like your kids. So you do not have sexual relationship with them. Having, to have chatting with them. I mean, if you're gonna have my phone number, I'm going to tell you parents, you have my phone number because you may be a member of my chess club, and I need to get rid of, to contact you, and to get a hold of the parents. And if I'm going to go hold parents, I might have another number, but there should not be any reason why you have your students' personal cell, unless you are going on a trip or something, and the parents said you need to have this number in order to make sure he gets on the bus, something like that. But have that relationship that's like outside the classroom and go beyond the teacher and student relationship. Please don't do that, because you will end up in jail. You end up losing your license, and at the same time you're giving the Filipino teacher community a bad name. Like, let's not have Filipinos because they do this. And although there's one bad seed in there, bad person that did that, and they are going to try to stereotype and generalize that this is what our folks do. And you don't want that, right? Each of us is representing the Filipino community, so you need to have that good reputation, that because our reputation right now is that we are very hardworking, and which we are. We have teachers that really care about students, and if they're nurses, they really care about their patients, and they are the most wonderful worker. I hear that a lot. I hear that said to me. I heard that said about other people. And so that's always, to me, the best compliment. I just heard that this week. I said, oh, thank you so much. But, that's what else would I do? You have to work hard. You have to try your best and all this, but you don't go cross that line. Okay, even if you're male or female, they had been relationship between male or female, it doesn't matter. But you do not do that with your students. In fact, I didn't even accept my students as my friend on Facebook until they graduated. When they graduated from high school or in college, then I accepted them. They were not in my classroom anymore, and they were not in school anymore. So they were college, they were adults, so it's okay. But then when they start writing bad words or cussing or whatever, and it shows up in my page, forget it. I'm blocking them, or I'm unfriending them, or I don't know, but they stop writing all kinds of misspellings that I know they should know as elementary, and they are now college kids, and they were writing all this, and I'm like, this is an insult to me as their literacy teacher. I taught them something better. And I would like, okay, I'm gonna unfollow this person. And I don't block them, but I just like not in my they won't show up in mine. Because I guess I still go back to like, did I not teach you something? If you're gonna put like the very common mistake right now for students in high school, junior high and high school, is not capitalizing their pronoun I. And so I told my students I'm coaching right now, I'm like, guys, I'm so allergic to small I. I'm gonna have rashes and you take me to the hospital. And they were like, are you really? And I'm like, no, I'm kidding. But you need to make sure you capitalize your I. I know you do this during texting, and that's informal communication. But when you start coming in the classroom, this is now formal situation. You have to capitalize your I. So before they turn it in, I always say, okay, check your eyes. Check your eyes, because there would always be a small I. Is this going on in the Philippines? I want to hear, Erwin, did you notice if this is going on in they don't have to write matching math, but is this going on?
Yes,
Yeah.
You're a college teacher
Yes.
too. Do you see that?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes, no.
Yeah.
It happens in college also.
Yeah. See, and that's really sad. They're college kids, but they
Yes, Doc.
did that when they were in high
I
school.
remember also here also, Doc, in
Okay.
Thailand.
So how do
Yes,
you handle
Doc.
that? How do you handle that, both of you, Ricane and Erwin?
Yeah.
How do you handle that?
Yeah, because for me, I am teaching creative writing in mini English program. So therefore, I am focusing on the grammar and the paragraph making of the students. However, though it's not their native language, so they are having a hard time. But with these simple instructions that I have always reminded them that wherever the letter I is placed, you should have to capitalize it. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because commonly they have in their minds that it must be only written in a capital letter when it starts in a sentence.
Right. And
So I told them,
yeah.
So I told them, wherever you will place or use this letter I, anywhere in the sentence, in the paragraph, it must be capitalized.
Very good.
And they have learned something. And
Yeah.
And I really appreciate them. Actually, we are now, this time we are now off in the classes. We are now on summer break, April and May, and March and April. So one time we did, the last time is an examination. So I told them whoever can get perfect, I should have to give a reward. So in the class that is third grading, there are two got perfect. So I motivated them still. I give a pack of somewhat like a cupcake. So the last time I told them, if everybody can pass this subject, because I know they are very meticulous in regards with this English, because it's really somewhat like my school is in standard school. Okay, so and it's a challenge for them. I told them, even you cannot get perfect, as long as everybody can pass this subject, and I have to give you something. And I am so much happy because everybody.
Good job. And that goes right back to
passed.
you, Ricane, that you did a good job. Yeah.
And
So-
of course, they created a paragraph at the same time.
Very good. And things like I even had to the point where some kids that are really repeat offenders, I have given them an highlighter. And I said, okay, I want you to highlight all your eyes. That way you'll know if you capitalize them. So they have to look for all their eyes and highlight them.
Yes.
So
Yes.
then, yeah.
Additionally, Doc, we did also before the examination, we did also a groupings, which is they are going to write in the correct sentence on the board, which is I am very meticulous with a period. I always tell them, I cannot consider that one as a sentence if there's no period. That means you have to add more. You still have thoughts to be added because there's no period. So in return, this instilled it in her mind, and somewhat like they find a joke. Teacher, I cannot see her work that has a period.
Yeah.
And they will tell me that. So I really appreciate that they have learned something.
Yeah, that's good. Good for you, because there should be capitalization in Denmark, right? And so then you need to have that after they do that with their simple sentence, then you encourage them, okay, I want you to write me some interrogative sentence and then exclamatory sentence, right? Because in your paragraph, you should have all the three kinds, in the whole thing, you should have at least that one of each, right? Or more really. But like, how do you do the exclamatory sentence? You can put onomatopoeia, wow, or boom, those sound words, put it in there. And in that way you cover exclamatory sentence, right? And then later on, the the best way to improve it is from their simple sentence, you combine two sentences and you have your compound sentences, because in your style would be better if you were comma and, comma but, comma or whatever, you know. So then do that. That way in your writing, you should have different sizes and lengths of your sentences, you know, like spaghetti, you know, small, medium, and long that you have to slurp, because they're long, they're the compound sentences. So do that. And that's why in Betsy's class, and she teaches special ed, and so I told them, okay, so I want you to write some $1 million sentences. They said, $1 million? How does that work? And I said, they have to be at least 15 words. So they over there counting though. Like, and I said, you know, 50 cent sentence, you would have like 5 because that's what elementary teacher or the schools would. But at the same time, if you really want to improve your style, you really need to have some simple sentences to make an emphasis, you know. But right now we're learning about expanding it. You stretch your sentences. And how do you do that? You're going to put some adjectives there, some, you know, some adverbs there, do some prepositional phrases there. Where is it? You know, and all that. And so we started doing like really short one, and we start, okay, circle all your nouns and put some adjectives before each noun, and then tell me where it is. And so they start putting these things there, and they said, and now they're so happy, I have 20 words. And I said, okay, let me check and see if it is not a run-on sentence, because sometimes it's a run-on sentence. They just want to do that. So it needs to make sense. If you're going to combine these two sentences, it better have a comma and comma back, comma, or, you know, it has to have that conjunction in there. And so anyway, and so a lot of times I would say, I want you to draw that, you know, draw that and see what, and also in order to for them to visualize, you know, so you add the visualization there, which adds to the comprehension. And so, yeah. And also do not underestimate the power of mentor text. Mentor text means that you are looking at actual authors. For example, Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, the author, is very good at her opening paragraphs. If you look at, you have the students, if you're teaching that part, you have the students just read the first part, the very first part that she introduces her chapter, that she's one of the best on it. So you know, you look for authors that are really good at something that you're teaching and use it as a sample, you know, because for example, when you do poetry, I love Shel Silverstein's The Giving Tree, you know, because it's really have a good story in it, you know, it's good pattern. Or Robert Frost's Road Not Taken, that's one of my favorite in high school. And so anyway, so think about authors and poets that are good for you to use, because, you know, you're making it go to the real life. And now with technology, now with publishing being so easy, you go to Amazon and you can actually self-publish your books. And I'm in the process right now of, I just got my ISBN number in order for me to publish a children's book. But I'm self-publishing. I'm not going to mess with the publishers where they would keep 65%. So for if you are selling it for $10, they will keep $6.50 and you get $3.50. And that is your work. You know? And so I told my husband, I am self-publishing. I'm just buying so many copies. And when I go to workshops or whatever, they always ask me, Dr. McCullough, do you have anything that we can buy from you or whatever? I said, I need to have a book that I could sign because I don't have one. You know, so I'm in the middle of a children's book. I'm actually nearly finished, but then I am in the middle of writing a teacher's book for teachers. And so anyway, so if that's finished, that would be nice to do that, because it also helps you increase your value on how much you can charge. So for example, my rate is at that, you know, 1,000, 1,500 a day as an author. And if you're famous, you can charge, this is what we paid in Department of Education, 10,000 in one day. And sometimes they're just there for like, you know, 5 hours, 6 hours. That's $10,000, you guys, $500,000 they charge us to have them over. And we have to pay for their hotel. We have to feed them, have somebody to pick them up and then take this back. Okay, that's $10,000 in one day. The highest I did was when I did a Coke and I did a corporate training, and my partner was getting $5,000 a day, but since he hired me, I was only getting $2,500 a day. But that's not bad, right? Because that's what would that be? 100? Okay, math person, Erwin, figure it out. What is what is 2,500 times 60?
That's 100. I think 125.
What? Yeah.
125.
1,000 pesos.
Yes. Yes, Doc.
That's for
Yes, Doc.
one day work. And so
Yeah.
then I was there for 5 days. So that's, I got $12,500 that they paid me plus all my expenses, my plane, my hotel, my whatever, all the expenses, even my Lyft and my Uber, they paid, they paid for those. So yeah, I came back with, a lot of more money than I thought, so having, let me see, if it's 450, that's about 600, about 700 some thousand pesos for just 5 days work. You can do that because the key to that is getting yourself, build your resume higher and higher, and then come here to the US and then get your H-1B visa, become a citizen, become a green card and a citizen, and you can just take off from there. Okay, because I never would have thought that I could charge as much as I charge now and people will actually pay for it, because I'm like, the first time I heard it, a friend of mine, a superintendent friend of mine who's retired, she said, Merlina, this is what I charge. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you charge a lot. That's a lot. She said, Merlina, that is the going charge. And I'm like, really? I could charge that? And so I just followed Holly and I did that. And they didn't even flinch. They said, okay, we'll just get your information and get the finance people to send you this check. And I was like, oh my God, blew my mind that here I am, this, 410 Filipino teacher, and I could do that. That's something, I'm not bragging. It's just that something that was like surprising to me. And you can get there. Anybody can get there. Okay. And it's not about the money either. It's what you can do as, helping the education. And that's how I look at it, really. Because a lot of times I volunteer. I would go there like, okay, you have to pay me, but I want to help, this or whatever. So I do a lot of volunteer work too, the lesson to that is that wherever you are in education, just go with your passion. That was my passion. My passion was helping folks in education. May it be student, may it be teacher, may it be administrators, because I teach principals and superintendents now in college. So I'm actually, to me, I'm impacting different levels in education. And because that's my passion, my husband said the other day, he said, so you're 57. So when you turn 60, you may be able to get your, Social Security. And I said, no, it's 67 here. And I said, but I'm not going to do it early. I said, why? And I said, because my friends who are already in their, 60 something and they got their Social Security, they're now limited to how much they can earn as a consultant. They can only earn up to 20,000 now, which means about 20 days. So I said, no, one job is like, we could be given 40 days. And I have to tell them I have to just work halfway because that's all I can earn. So I told them that, I said, well, if you have that, plus you have your retirement, don't you think that's enough? And I said, well, sweetheart, you're just thinking about the money. I'm not really worried about the money. I'm just really worried about what I can do. If I still have the mind to be able to help others, I'm going to continue to help others, paid or not. I said, oh, that's how passionate you are. I said, yes, don't you know? Because that's what I like. That's what I enjoy to do. It makes me happy. And that's what you should do. If teaching is no longer giving you that feeling that, oh, I'm excited to get up, I'm excited to go there, and the feeling of, I can't believe they pay me to do this, I'm having so much fun, why are they paying me? That kind of feeling. I had that feeling even my last year of teaching, that I am so excited about teaching that I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to wake up and be with the teachers or be with the students or whatever. I still have that feeling now, 8 years after retirement. I'm excited to go. I have to wake up 5:30 in the morning, as a retired person. I could sleep in till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Now I have to wake up at 5:30 in the morning. So that's the rough part. But other than that, have that passion. And when you interview, show that passion. You can always tell when I do workshop, they said, oh, we can tell you just really love education. You really love literacy because your eyes are just lighting up. And I just like you. I guess ideas just come on because I just love it. So you have to have that love. And if, I tell administrators right now that they tell me, they said, Merlina, it's so sad that some of our teachers have lost their passion. Like they call them, their purses are by the door. And I said, what? That means they're ready to go. They can't wait to go. I mean, some of them would even want to beat the bus and going, the common sense way is that you have to have the school bus go, the students go before teachers go. Right? It's common sense. You should not have been told that you want your students to be safely out of here before you leave. But you have folks there that cannot wait to leave. They're just over there, even like, okay, the moment the bus leaves, okay, I'm gone now. You know, they don't go above and beyond. Usually I'm like talking to, you know, right now I talk to the principal. I would talk to the I would like kind of socialize and get to know people, you know, invest that time. Okay. All right. Off of my pedestal. Now we go back to the real.
There is
Yeah.
another one person who's like you, and that is Miss Leslie Cabones.
Oh,
Hello, Miss
Leslie.
Leslie.
Let me see, Leslie, before you start, Erwin, do you have any last minute thing that you want to say? You were laughing over there. Any one
No,
statement
I'm just
before I go
listening
to
to
the,
you, Doc.
huh?
I'm just listening to you.
Do you agree though?
I thought
Do you agree with the
I
passion that we should have?
yes. I think it is all rooted to experiences and wisdom of every teacher also.
Yeah, you can do that, right? Yeah. All right. So Leslie, you can follow Erwin. Erwin always has some great ideas too. And even if he doesn't share, I can see in his face that like he's agreeing or not agreeing or like, you know. So you're very demonstrative on your expressions, which is good. Anyway, so you just don't play poker because I could read your card. You're happy when you have a good card. No, I'm kidding with you. Okay, go ahead, Les.
Hi, ma'am. Good
Hello,
morning.
Leslie.
Um,
My
I'm
beautiful
sorry I
friend,
came in.
Leslie.
I'm
Yes.
sorry I came in late
Oh,
because
no problem.
last night you know we were some of the Filipino teacher friends were here and we had a karaoke and you
Oh.
know and then this morning we had to prepare for Mama Chris baby's birthday
Oh my
and
gosh,
it's
I'm so
going to
excited.
happen around 12
Oh,
today.
sounds fun.
So
Yeah.
I think you were also invited, right?
I
Yeah,
know, but
but I'm
because I
just
yeah, I
yeah,
work
you live
5 days.
like 4 hours away, so you can't. But it's all right. I think we'll just send you pictures.
I will send her a cash app to buy something for the baby.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, but
That's what I'll do.
we are preparing and we're cooking something.
Happy
And
fiesta.
yeah, and yeah, Ma'am Anna and Sir Ernest are still here, and because we're trying to prepare for it, we're cooking. So
What are you
you
cooking?
want to
What are
see
you?
them? We're gonna prepare dinuguan.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Oh my gosh, I missed
We'll
that.
send you dinuguan.
And you are a good cook there, guys. Oh my gosh,
Yes,
Lisa
ma'am.
there. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm
Sir
so
Ernest
jealous.
would like to say hi too.
Hi everybody.
Well, hi. There's another one that's a good cook there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
we're here. They're staying here because we have to prepare for the birthday. We're gonna cook dinuguan, and actually, there are some food here already. We have puto and spaghetti.
I feel left out. No, I'm kidding.
So,
I did get invited, but I just cannot go, you know, after work.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But I'm really
Yeah.
sorry. I was preparing for something today, but something came up. So maybe I'll share next Saturday.
Okay, it's
And I'm
fine.
gonna talk. I was prepared because last time I was talking about the different things that you need to do for the interview. So maybe next Saturday, next Zoom platform, I'm gonna share some differences when it comes to teaching strategies in the Philippines and in America. So
Good. That's your
I
homework. Yeah.
will share that one. Yes, ma'am. But thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I just sent a message to Ma'am Joanne if I can say hi and bye to everybody because I cannot just miss the Zoom meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
You're busy.
it's like a mortal sin for me.
Oh,
not
that's so
to,
sweet.
yeah,
Sweet,
so
sweet.
I would just like to say hi and thank you so much. Like, I've listened to some of your sharings and to Sir Erwin. Sir Erwin is really great. He's really fantastic.
Yeah, it
But
is.
yeah. And I think he shares the same passion as with the to all of us here, like being teachers in the Philippines and America. I think we share the same passion, and that is to connect with our students, connect with the people around us, and just be nice and humble and all that. And I'm glad, and I'm glad to hear teachers talking about it. And I love that even for a very short period of time, I get to learn a lot of things from you.
Well, I
And
learned from you too, Leslie,
no,
you have
well,
also, for me, you have to do pictures for me because I love seeing pictures of you.
yes, ma'am. I
Yeah,
will
I would like to see
take
that.
pictures and I will post it in our
Okay.
Insta group. because
Okay.
I think I'm gonna post it tonight. And thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for always
Thank
having
you.
me at and I'm really really sorry because today
Okay.
is just a hectic
Oh,
day for me, and
I understand.
I
I
would really love
understand.
to stay. I would really love to stay and just listen to everybody, but time will
Yeah,
permit
you
me
have
to
to go.
do
You
so.
have to go. You have to go. Yeah.
Yes,
No
ma'am.
problem.
And thank you so much, and have a great day,
Bye,
everyone.
Les.
We miss you, ma'am. Bye bye,
We
ma'am.
miss you too. Yeah, I'll see you. I see you the third week of this month. I'm
Bye,
there
ma'am.
the third week of this month. Okay, and then the first week of May, I will
Yes,
be
ma'am.
in the area.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you so
Thank you, ma'am.
much. All
Bye,
right.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Les and Erwin, and who else, Joanne?
We are going to be having Miss Jeneline Antonia na po.
Okay, Jenilyn.
Good morning, Doc, and everybody there in the US. And good evening here in the Philippines. I'm very glad to have an honor. Hello.
Hello. We got you.
I'm glad to be part of this session. So I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Jeneline Antonio from Sorsogon, Philippines. I took up Bachelor of Science, major in Biology Chemistry, and have my master's degree in Science Education. I've been teaching chemistry subject for almost 17 years, 9 years in the junior high school and 7 years in the senior high school. Currently, I am handling a specialized subject in STEM and core subject in the academic and TVL strand.
Okay,
So as a
hang on.
teacher,
Tell me TBL. What's TBL?
yes, technology, vocational, and livelihood.
Okay.
Those who are taking electrical and welding skills. So I'm also teaching them in subject physical and earth and life science.
Okay.
So as a teacher, my philosophy in teaching is I am dedicated, hardworking, compassionate, and focused on individual achievement, goals, and social economic development. So I am also patient. So within that extensive blend of teaching, so I've learned to be patient in implementing various techniques and strategies and lessons which cater the individual differences of my students. So I also let them uncover their potential and give them an equal opportunity to shine not only inside the classroom but also outside the classroom. And thank you for this moment, Doc.
Okay. Yeah.
And to everyone there in the platform.
Okay. Jenilyn, you have really good words. You have really good keywords that you use that I love.
Yes.
And you have the individual differences, getting their potential, all those things are really good. One big suggestion I might use to you is that you don't look at me at all in the eyes. You're kind of looking up, like you're looking, you're not I guess focused at the camera. So if you look at the camera, you're talking to that person, okay? And so if you do
Okay.
that, if you do that, then you're just talking to me. So if you have a cheat sheet, put it right there on the screen, like put a sticky note or something. So right there by
Actually,
your
I'm using my phone. So because my laptop is low bat.
Yeah. So what you can do on that, this is what I do when I'm using my phone because so if I have the same situation as you, is I actually open my laptop and I actually put my phone right there in front of my laptop that is off, and then it holds it for me and I can elevate it higher. Like I put something here on my phone. I put under my laptop. I elevate it a little bit because I'm so short I won't show up otherwise. But you can do that. You can just look at that camera. Okay, so if you have a cheat sheet, put it under the camera so that you're looking at your cheat sheet and you're looking at the camera. Okay, that would be a hint I could give you. Because other than that, you really have
Okay.
some great
Thank
great
you.
things that you said about yourself, okay? And you told me about your
Okay, thank
professional
you, Doc.
experiences and all that. Those are great things that you're sharing. That's the only main thing, and that is a big thing. If you're gonna do that, that will help you. Because if I were an interviewer and I have somebody that looking at me in the eye, and in America, it sounds like it's being interpreted as rude. When you don't look at somebody in the eye, you looked at us like you're rude to me. Like in in the Philippines, it's the opposite. When we want the kids to like look down when I'm talking to you because then you are defying me, is the opposite here. We want the students to look at you in the eye because that shows respect. You want to see that the kids are responding, that they understand you, or they didn't. Do they have a confused look in their eyes? You want to see that. So same thing with being interviewed. We want to see that your eyes are on us, on the camera.
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Thank you,
yeah,
Doc.
that's all. But you did
Okay.
good. Very nice.
Okay. Thank
Very
you,
nice
Doc.
background. If you're using checkered like
Actually,
you're
Doc,
doing,
that's the ano. That's
huh?
the work of my students. That's the work of my students.
Very nice.
He
Good
gave
for Aiden.
he gave me that as a gift last Christmas.
Oh, and you did a good job of having this, the some of the colors in the painting are in your clothes. Nice. But
Yeah.
yeah, nice. Well, I avoid stripe stuff. I avoid busy things for the camera because one time we had to do training in a TV station in order to be broadcast in the whole state, and they told us what to wear. They said you have to do solid, you have to, because you don't know what the background is, and sometimes it could conflict. It would be like you will just be in the background. If I'm wearing red and the background is red, it look like I'm just gonna camouflage to that background. And so they want us to do, yeah. So they told us the color, the background, and then they told us to do try to do like some kind of solid color. So even if you have, like, for example, wearing what you're wearing, and I would put a solid jacket on it, and that would work, because you have some solid
Okay,
thing
okay.
and it
Thank
would
you,
work.
Doc, for the
Yeah, no
suggestion.
problem. I mean, it's a nice color. It's a nice, it's a nice shirt, but yeah,
I'm
just a suggestion that it works for you because you have a plain background. But if you have a curtain with all that design too, then that would be like really busy and it gives you a headache. So yeah, so good job. Yeah,
Thank you, Doc.
remain being detailed about what you're gonna say. But yeah. Did you tell me some extracurricular things that you were involved in, Janelyn?
Okay, so Doc, currently I'm the STEM coordinator here in our school, and I've served as a coach in the regional contest. And actually, we won a second place in the region.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I am also a laboratory custodian here. So I have so many extra work here, Doc.
Good hats. Yeah, lots of hats. That's good. Yeah. Well,
Lots
that
of
usually, yeah, that tells you though, as an administrator, when I hear that from teachers, my impression is that this teacher is responsible. This teacher is somebody that the administrator trusts that would get things done, because those same teachers that the administrators will put a lot of hats on are the same teachers that always would volunteer. Like, yeah, I can do that. I was one of those, but
That's
anyway,
true.
but yeah.
That's true, Doc.
But that same teacher, like you, would also need to learn how to say no. For a long time, I did not, I mean, I knew how to say no, I just did not want to, because I'm like, oh, I would hurt these feelings of this, whatever, or I would want to help the students. That's always in my mind. But then later on, as I got more wisdom, I think, I'm like, oh my gosh, how can I balance this? I already color code my book, my date book, my appointment book. I color code it already with things for my kids and things for my doctorate things, or things for my school stuff, and then my business stuff and my husband's stuff. I already color code them. There's no way I could do another color. I'm running out of colors. And so that's when I said, no, I'm sorry, but I would actually do a recommendation. I would say, I'm sorry, I can't do this right now because I have too many things on my plate, but have you tried so and so? And I would always, when my sister and I taught, we're like, how about my sister? Did you try asking her? Or somebody that I know has a really growth mindset that would always be positive, looking at it as a positive, I would recommend them. Because you have as administrator, you have these things that you have to solve, and so you want people with solution. And that's what I told my teachers: when you come to my office with a problem, bring a solution, because we're going to talk about see my white hair. That we're going to talk about it, and I want your input on it. You're not going to just give me the problem, dump it on me in my office, and then you don't have a solution on it. Because a lot of times when we have a problem, you actually have a solution in mind, right? So you want that solution to be
Yes.
shared to that person, because you also, as an administrator, I also want to know what you're thinking about this. You know what, you might have better ideas than what I would come up with. So because I'm a collaborative administrator, I have a collaborative leadership style. I want people to have input. I want people to be involved in it. Not nobody died and made me boss. I say that to my husband sometimes. Jay, you be bossy. Nobody died and made you boss. It's a joke. But yeah, it's if you're authoritative, like Hitler's leadership style was, that you're the boss and nobody could argue with you, or you're dead, or you're just, you're not my favorites anymore. That's a very poor leadership style. So a lot of times you see that when you have a new teacher or a new administrator, I see that a lot because they want control. If you want control, then you have that authoritative leadership style where you're the boss and you do not want to hear it. I was really bad as a as a mother of Stephanie, who did not know what I was doing as a mother, because they didn't come with a book, right? I was so strict. I was so extremely strict with her because I was just following what my dad did to us. Being raised in the Philippines, so strict. I was doing that in America with my daughter who was born in America. And so she actually noticed the differences on how I was raising her versus how her friends were raising her, were being raised. And I would say things like, so mom, so-and-so's, mother doesn't do that. I'm like, well, you go move in with her. I was so mean like that. I was looking back, reflecting, I can't believe that. I'm like, or I would say things like, well, she's not my daughter. So why would you, of course you're not following that rule, because she doesn't live here. She's not your sister or whatever, I would actually justify the control I was trying to do. And so you might want to self-reflect and say, okay, am I being authoritative? Those are the different leadership style. Like Jesus, leadership style is servant leadership. He was servant in his heart. He wants to serve. He was washing Magdalene's feet. He was always serving for people. He's not just, because Jesus is, on here very powerful, but look what he did. He was really humble and all this. That's the leadership style that I really favor, but I mix it with collaborative style as well. And Jesus was that too. He would always kind of collaborate with his apostles and kind of talk about it and so on. So those are two really good leadership style. So avoid being authoritative. We can be authoritative when it comes to students that we really need to be firm about, because they're just really, you need to, so in some times, yes, I can be that. When a child is really mean or bullying somebody else, yes, my authoritative leadership style will come up, because you will hear that in my voice, that I want you to stop whatever it is you're doing, and I have my eyes to match it, that I'm not happy with it. So you I guess, it's adaptable to the situation, but majority of the style, it's a good thing to be a servant leader. If your heart is in the right place, that you are there for the students. It's not about you, it's about the kids and how they will benefit from you. So you're almost like, their servant, because you're serving them. You're trying
Yes,
to see
yes,
your
Doc.
best on what their needs are and serve the need, right? But at the same time, you don't want to be like just be where they can step over you because you're over here, like, being a weak teacher, and they will eat your lunch. That means that they're gonna abuse your kindness. You don't want to do that. You don't want to cross that soft line there. So you have to have, again, balance. That's my favorite word, is balance. So you have that balance where they do listen to you. They do know that, hey, I know what I'm doing. I may be faking until I make it, but I do mean business. And I think the way that you carry yourself, I think mine right now, I would say things like, to my 8th graders right now, I would say, they're talking, they're supposed to be reading. I would say, I sometimes was like, and they say, they would say this like that. And I'm not like, I'm just like telling them with action without embarrassing them with the other, they may be talking to some of their best friend or whatever instead of reading. So I would like, okay, okay, sorry. They would say that. And so we have ways to get to our students without insulting them. I don't want to embarrass them. Hey, you're not reading that. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna want you to pay attention, but I don't have to have voice there. I can just do symbol for you. in order that, I would just like, do a lot of simple, because the whole room is quiet, everybody's reading, but here's this whispering, they're whispering. Yes, level 0 is quiet. I want them to be level 0. Level 1 is whisper. They are in level 1. So if they know those levels, I can just say, and they know you're in level 1, you need to be in 0. So anyway, so 2 is regular talk, and level 3 is a presentation voice. So you definitely don't want the presentation voice when everybody's on 0, right? So anyway, so those are it. So a genuine question for me. You have lots of hats for sure that you did. Love, because all these things that you said.
So
Congratulations.
actually, Doc, so it was last year when I started to join in this Zoom, but I'm only a listener. So one time, my best friend Leslie in Teria, so she is there in US. Leslie, she recommended me about and gave me your email ad, and she told me to send my cover letter and my resume. So, however, in that time, so I'm taking my masteral degree, so I need to focus on that. So last June I graduated. So this time I tried to join the Zoom and try to introduce myself, even though I'm nervous.
Oh, wow. You would know me by now. But the more you attend, the more you know me. She's just Merlina. Anyway,
Yes.
gentlemen, thank you so much, and congratulations for your masters. That is awesome. I'm proud of you. Yeah. And
Thank you,
what is your
Doc.
masters again? You have your masters in
Uh, in science education.
science. So you were science in bachelor's, and you
Yeah.
also did science in your master's. For those that are still
Yes,
thinking
yes,
about
Doc.
master's, yeah, and um, you have not enrolled in your master's degree yet. For example, Erwin is bachelor's in math, and I think she did his master's too in math. And a lot of people would actually do that too in order to, I guess, to be better at their same degree. But if you have other interests, for example, special ed, or even, administration, try to go do a different master's than what your bachelor was. You already have that. You already have the math. So you need to come up with another area. And somebody actually told me that. So I have 4 different areas that I did. Okay. So from elementary, secondary, curriculum, and administration. So I actually, ed leadership. So I actually did all 4 different areas because somebody told me that you already have that. Why would you do that again? Try to do different areas, and that just gives you different avenues to get a job in that area. Just a thought. But of course, if you're really adamant about it, oh, I'm a science, I want to be stronger in science, well, go for it. It's okay. But looking back, I'm so glad I did 4 different areas, because I was able to get a job, using the different areas that I did my master's or specialist in, and I got my doctorate, I became administrator, and so that's, that helped me, all of them. Yeah. Okay, so any last things? If I ask you, you have any question for me? That's always what they ask you. You have any question? What question will you ask?
So I think, Doc, I'm eager to know if when, let's say, for example, being hired in the US, is there any mentoring guidelines or professional development for us to be able to cope with the culture of the US?
Okay. What do you think is the answer to that? Do you think it's a yes or no?
So I'm hoping that is it a 100% yes?
They're gonna say you have some PDs in your content area, but hopefully the culture part that you have learned from our Zoom. Okay, because I
Oh,
do
thank
a
you.
lot of that, or the differences between the US and the American. We do that a lot. We compare a lot. And so if you want to ask about PD, you might want to say about for someone that's new to the country, somebody like
Yes.
me, and the answer would be, yeah, we're gonna assign you a mentor and a go-to person, and every school does that. So would there be a go-to person? Would there be a mentor that could help me guide my way, especially my first year? So if hired, do you have somebody like that? You can do something like that. Do I have a mentor, a go-to person that I could that I could ask questions, and instead of keep asking the principal every time. Then you have a go-to person that you will go and ask questions. Good question. So, but don't I might not want to say about like naming the culture part, because they're also ignorant of the of our Filipino culture and say what we know. You know, so they don't know what the difference, because they've not been in the Philippines. So that's why you can ask me, but you can ask people like Ben, who's been here and been in the Philippines. But to ask this American administrators that, they're gonna be confused, like, we don't know your culture, we don't know the difference. You know, so but yeah, but to tell you how American children are so different in the Filipinos, you might learn a lot of that here. Okay, they're not as compliant. That means that they're not just like, be quiet and be, just listen to you, follow you, tracking you. No, some of them are having their own thing going.
They're
And
in
so
a
you have to make
hyper.
sure, yeah. So you have to make sure you win them over and looking at it. And I would just stop in the middle of my words, and like, they look at me like, why did you stop? And I'm like, well, I'm waiting on two people who are not with me. I'm waiting for them to be with us. I don't have to name them, and they know who they are. I would just like signal to them, okay, thank you, two people. So I would say that without embarrassing them. So I would count how many people are off task, and I would stop. I would never, never, never embarrass a child and call them out. Never. Because that, just especially at middle school and up age. Elementary, you might be able to do that, but you still should not. Because, sometimes that child may be bullied or may already have a bad self-esteem, and you're adding to it. Okay, you're adding to that feeling that they have. They may already feel so bad about themselves, and here you are as a teacher that they adore, and you're insulting them. Don't do that. Okay, don't be that teacher, because you are there to care about them. You want them to be with you. I use humor a lot. I actually do. I don't use sarcasm much, but I know some people are so good at
And
sarcasm. You have to have that relationship with your students first before you can use sarcasm. Because if you use sarcasm and they don't know you and you don't know each other well,
yes,
they're gonna take it as an insult, you see. But if you have
yes.
that relationship, they know you're just kidding. You just do, you kind of, you have the time when you can actually cut up and joke with them. It's okay, but you have to do it in appropriate time. So I would come up with some, clever remark or whatever, and they just like laugh. So I love you too. Somebody would be like in a bad moment, and they would be like saying some sound like a negative thing or whatever, and said, "Hey, so and so loves you too," and then they would just laugh about that. Or I would love you, I love you too. Say they something that insulting a teacher or something. I'm like, well, teachers love you too. So that kind of comment usually get like a reaction that's like, positive reaction, because you're not really insulting them. Like, how dare you
Yes.
do this? I'm the teacher. Nah, nah, nah. You should never do that. I would just handle it like, I want to talk to you after class, okay? And so the other
Uh,
classes didn't have any idea that this kid is about to get it. But whenever I talk to them privately, then I would tell them, that action was really disappointing, because I know you could do better. I know you. I know that you have this, you have that, that I know I expected better. Okay, so will you show me better? Can you tell me, is there something that you can tell me why your day is, why you're having a bad day? Or if there's something that you cannot tell me, do you want me to send you to the counselor and see if you could talk to the counselor? They're paid to do that. They have gone to school to do that. They're so good at it, and you will get the support if you don't think I could help you. I would offer that and try to see the roots of it, instead of like trying to get this child, just get them in trouble. Because just like us adults, children have their days. You may be at home, they were hungry, they may have been abused at home, they have been some whatever cross they're carrying, really, whatever stress they have, you don't know that. They don't not necessarily tell you that. But if you have a child that's not normal, that's, doing this, something else is going on. Sometime in high school, somebody
yes.
broke up. Somebody would say, "Oh, Dr. McCullough, so and so had betrayed me, going out with my best friend," things like that. And I feel so awkward when they share that with me. 11th graders would tell me that. I'm like, okay. Moving on. But I said, you know how to solve that problem, right? You solve that outside of school.
Yes.
Just remember, I would like remind them something, but I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna give them that advice, because I'm like, okay, I would like acknowledge that they said that. So I know that you have a very good problem solving skills, and I know you can solve that. But right now, can we switch to whatever? I would kind of bring them back, but I do acknowledge what they said. do acknowledge that you have that feeling. And if you don't acknowledge that, they're not going to be ready to learn, because that's going to be something that they obsess about. So no learning can come in, because their amygdala part of their brain is not going to let anything in, because you have to take care of the emotional part first. Okay. All right. So next.
Okay.
Next.
Thank you, Miss Janeline. We will
Thank
be
you,
having
Doc.
Miss.
Good job.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah.
Nice.
We'll have Miss Araceli Huario and then Mr. Val Bacarisa. Sorry.
Araceli. Okay.
So Miss Araceli.
Araceli. Yeah, Araceli. That's my niece's name. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, good morning, Dr. Merlina.
Yes.
And good morning to all who are here with us in the platform. It's already morning here in the Philippines, actually. So I am referred by Mr. Ken Brian Aligado, my former teacher here in Karkar City. Actually, I've seen familiar names here in the platform also.
Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you,
allow
Ken.
me to introduce myself. I am Araceli Wario, and I graduated my Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in mathematics, way back 2002. And because I am very much passionate in teaching, in 2006,
Oh no. Is that a technical issue, Joanne?
I think
I
so.
graduated
Oh,
my
there.
master's degree.
Okay. Miss Araceli, I think we're having
Yes.
a problem with your audio. You just paused for a while. Maybe you would like to repeat what you have said a while ago.
Yeah,
All right.
the last thing we heard was 2016, because you are
All right.
passionate. Yeah.
Yeah. I graduated my master's degree 2006. It's 2006. Yeah,
Okay.
it's 4 years after I graduated my bachelor's degree. And 2015, I earned my doctor's degree in development of education. Yes, ma'am. And due to the ladderization issue here in the Philippines, that we need to ladderize our master's degree, I took another master's degree way back 2017, and that is in teaching mathematics.
Whoa.
And yes, because that's a problem here in the Philippines. We need to have a vertical masters.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And right now, I am in my 17 years of teaching experience as a math teacher. I am the math coordinator. And in the process, I really consider that there are a lot of challenges right now. And especially that.
Oh, you cut off again.
That in the advent of technology, we need to be resilient. Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry with my audio.
Yeah.
Okay. Like what I said, we need to be advent in technology, because if not, might be your student is more good or better than you, and you cannot afford to do that.
It's
Okay.
okay.
So
It's okay if they are. You can admit that. It's okay. It's really
okay. But of course, you should not let yourselves behind students, like diverse students. And because of these diverse students, it took me to study a lot of strategies that will suit to their individual needs. And because of this idea that we have these preconceived ideas by our students that mathematics really is difficult subject. I mean, from the first time you get inside your classroom, your students will be thinking that mathematics is difficult. So as a teacher, what will you do? So as I have this philosophy in teaching, that you need to let your learners know the purpose of your subject, like the transfer of learning. Like at the end of the class, they need to understand what is the purpose of that in real lives. Because once they understand the purpose of that content, then it will not be hard for you as a teacher. And also, I have this feeling that when these learners learn that the purpose of this subject, they will also have this assuming of responsibility inside the classrooms. So as a teacher, that's what I usually do, aside from also doing the collaborative teaching in most of my classes, because it's mathematics, you need to have collaborative teaching most of the time. And aside from teaching math, I also handle subjects like research because I am one of the member of the research core group in our division. So I took this an opportunity to craft some action research that will solve problems in mathematics because in the process, I know that I learn and I grow with the students. And should I be given a chance to work there in the US. I know that there are a lot of things that I process also, same as my experience here in the Philippines. They will learn from me and I will learn from them. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Wow, wow, you are a native speaker of English. You're awesome. Yeah, it's I first of all, congratulations on your doctorate. And it sounds like you are a professional student, like my husband called me before. You like to learn,
Thank you so
obviously,
much,
with all
ma'am.
these degrees you have. Yeah, good job. And so you have you made a really good point about the transfer of learning. I
Yes,
would
ma'am.
actually say add to yours to what you said that instead of doing it at the end, you actually do it in the beginning. Class, we're going to study this today, because, and this is important because you might want to pay attention because this is going to be so useful to you. For example, if we're studying about percents, you may want to know this because if something goes on sale at the store and so many percent, you need to know how much you're saving and how much you're going to be paying. So, you already showed them the application of knowledge because how your brain works is that if they don't see the use of it, it's going to delete it. It's going to put it in a short-term retention and it's going to delete it. But if you are giving the rationale, the so what, why do I need to learn this? Like you alluded earlier, then your brain is going to say, okay, let's put it in the long-term retention because obviously we can use that later. So you have
Yes.
actually made that point in the beginning and then go do it at the end too, like you said. Okay.
Yes,
So you're
exactly.
actually gonna be summarizing it and you said, remember, what else are other ways that we could use this learning? And they'll come up with stuff, it's a lot of applied math. But yeah, oh my gosh, I can tell you're an awesome teacher. So you're gonna be an
Thank you so
asset
much, ma'am.
to any school that you have. I can tell that from your rationale, from the things that you
God
said.
willing.
Yeah. So I actually put an asterisk by your name so that I will if there is somebody that needs your credential, I will go back and see the one that I put asterisk on the ones that have really impressed me. And I put a few
Yes.
here today. But anyway, but yours especially because you have the degree like mine, different area.
Yes.
But
Mhm.
that's like I said to them, that really just humbled me because it just made me open my eyes that I'm not as smart as I thought I was. Yeah, that there are so much there to learn, and that's kind of, I guess that's kind of angle that I do because that's really how I feel. That it's really humbling to know that there are some worlds out there that I have not even discovered. And with you being in STEM, right? Your STEM? Oh, your math. Yeah, your math. So you are actually able
Yes.
to
Yes,
open the
ma'am.
eyes about the usefulness and the consumer math stuff. So yeah, I think you'll be amazing, just like Erwin being high school math, like Erwin, you will be so good at that, and you should be a good fit to a lot of schools. Okay, so have you been applying at schools? Like I've sent some things here about like www.schoolspring.com,
Um,
and and there are the openings
I
and you.
have not started any application yet, ma'am. I have not started any application yet, but I'm looking forward to start my application. And I am really happy that Mr. Ken was giving me this Zoom link because I believe that there are still a lot of things that I will be learning, like, the culture and how the paper works.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
yeah. So as I tried to listen a while ago, because they were sharing about the things that they experienced during the interview, like there are a lot of things that I learned. It has to be that way. It has to be
Yeah.
this way.
You're thinking
So
the whole time.
this
Yeah,
is
good job for
actually
you.
an avenue for me.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you. Thank you for being a learner. Yeah, it's always a good thing to hear that. But anyway, and I love the action research that you're doing. I think action research is so important. And the word research, if you're involved in it, you make sure you include that. Because in our, of course,
Yes.
the Common Core standards, the research is supposed to be done from kindergarten to 12th grade. So especially your science math, especially your science teachers, you really need, and literacy teachers, you can combine and integrate the two subjects and have them to research in literacy class. They could research about topics in science or topics in social studies, topics that's relating to real life, right? Current events. And so have your kids be excited, and that's good that you know how to do research so you can actually show them how that's done. But a research that's not something that they're passionate about, if they don't see that reason for it, they're not going to do a good job. And that's why in my the research things that I've done with my students, I actually
Yes.
have them to choose a topic, but I gave them the theme.
Mhm.
Okay, this is the theme that we're going to learn about.
Yes.
You
There
get
are a
to
lot of cross-cutting themes, yeah, and the
yeah.
SDG goal, something like that.
Yeah, the goals, yes, the universal themes. You need to look for that
Mm.
and then give them the themes. Everybody will work toward the theme, but they have the theme, but they have a choice there on the topic that they're interested
Yes.
in. But you have to have I always have my students tell me their topic because I write it down because I don't want anybody doing the same thing, you know. So I would approve that. Okay, you got approved for that, you know. For some reason, Bermuda Triangle always gets 4 or 5 if they want to go. Alien.
Actually, ma'am, I am handling a part-time teaching in college, and I'm handling research subjects.
Good. You
And
need
I
to make sure you
do.
mention that you also did that,
Thank you
especially
so much, ma'am.
yeah, you do that
It's
because that
become
shows
my second love aside from mathematics. It gives
really
me like an addiction to do some research
good,
already.
good for you. You need to make sure you do that because you have a mathematical mind and you wanted to see problems being solved through action research. And you know, those are, as an administrator, I would look at it like, oh, this teacher is really a learner. This teacher
Yes,
is
yes.
always going to go above and beyond. And you can even say things like, I love integrating, you know, literacy with math through this.
Yes.
You know, through them researching some problems that may be, you know, that may involve math, but really they have to write about it because in this world
Yes.
you're going to have to be good communicator and right and collaborator and all that, and that's
Especially in problem solving,
that's right, problem
there
solving,
must be
all those things.
comprehension. You cannot
Yeah,
solve problem
all those,
without
yeah, all those
comprehending.
things. So you point it out. So you show your research, you say it, and then you collaborate on how useful it is for kids. That's what I would do. Because you should not just stop and sharing, okay, I do this. And then you have to now elaborate. How does this work for your students? How do you use it for your student, you know, with your students? And so that's important for you to do that. So let's not do like a list. Like you did a good job of explaining. Like some folks would just do like this, and this. That's listy. That you need to tell me, like I'd rather have you pick 3 really good things that you can elaborate on rather than 10 things that you just list, you know, because that's not powerful to me. What really impresses me is how you use it for your own learning and then application to students, to student learning, right? And you did a very good job on that, very detailed job
Thank
on
you
that.
so
So
much, ma'am.
yeah, so I wish you the best. I would encourage you to go ahead and get started. You know, some folks thought that, well, I don't have my passport yet. I don't have this. No, you can start doing that now with your cover letter and your CV, your resume. You can start applying because they don't even need your passport and any other things until you get hired. And then they will tell you the things that you need. So you can be applying while also processing your passport, for example. Okay, so don't be waiting for that. You know, you need, if you have those 2 things,
Thank you
cover
so
letter and
much,
resume.
ma'am. Actually,
Yeah,
I'm waiting for the
start it.
God sign.
Huh?
Basically, I'm waiting for the sign of God. I mean God's sign. You know, I'm a mother of 5, and I have to
Oh,
consider also my children's growing up. I'm actually they look like Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti Do because their ages ranges of 2 years, and I have to consider also those. I mean, I
yeah.
think that's things also that try to weigh things out. But right
Yeah.
now, I am decided that should be given a chance, then I will go for them.
Yeah. And you don't have to take all 5 children at once, but when you apply, you can go ahead and list them, but you can get them later because a lot of times you cannot really afford to because they only pay, the school usually just pay for yours. So you have to pay for your husband, you have to pay for your kids, whatever. And so some people would do like their oldest, some people would do their young. I would do the youngest just because I know that they need me the most and they're
They need
growing
to
and
be guided.
yeah, I don't want to miss their growing up. But at the same time, if you're thinking, if you're an H-1B visa, for example, you want to get your oldest one that's about to age out. That means they're about to
Oh,
get out of, you know, to be 21. So you don't want to wait
yes,
because then
yes.
you can no longer sponsor them. They have to have their own application after 21. So if they're going to age
Correct.
out on you because they're already that old or close to that old, you want to get them here
Still have
already.
15.
Yeah. Yeah. What is your oldest age? What is the age?
15 years old. I have 15. I have 11. I have 9. I have 7, and I have 5.
Girl, you've been busy. You've been busy going to school and have babies. I'm impressed with that you can balance it. I could not, but
I go to school, I am pregnant.
whoa, whoa. But anyhow, so what some people would actually mix it. Like, they think about the expenses of the babysitting in America. You may be paying $50 a day, for babysitting. And so, most teachers, I think you'll be making about $60 an hour. So about 1 hour of your pay will go to the 1 week, to the 1 day babysitting of your kid per child. So if you have a lot of children that need to be babysat, they'll charge you per child, and
That's
so
too expensive.
yeah, you could go like you maybe your oldest with your youngest or whatever, because you know that your oldest can be left alone and be able to babysit. I would say 14 and up is when you could trust them to babysit. 13 below, no, don't do that. They're not really mature enough yet. I didn't even leave my kid Jet alone until he was like 15, closer to 16, because then I feel like, oh, he's responsible enough, and I wouldn't get in trouble for leaving a kid there unattended for that age. When they're 16 here, they're kind of pretty much kind of mature, already. But 15 was close enough. But I would not have felt comfortable with 13, leaving them alone. So, but anyway, but if you don't have families here, you remember you don't have that support system like family we have in the Philippines. That's why it's important. For example, if Ken is the one that helped you, if you are going to be applying in a job close to him where he could actually help you, that would, especially later when he has a car and could help you, that would be a good thing. If he, for example, if you stay in Arkansas, but of course I'm biased to Arkansas, but you can always go to other states because you can also drive, and but
I
in
know
my
how to
list,
drive, ma'am.
yeah, the list I have, I'm actually passing it to the surrounding. If you look at the map, I'm passing it to administrators that's close to Arkansas. So from Texas to Illinois, I mean
Oh,
Illinois,
that's good.
Texas to Missouri to Louisiana, Oklahoma. Those are the surrounding states in the U.S. Missouri is just next door. So those things I put because then you are just a drive away from us. If we want to do visit you, if you can come visit us, you can drive. You don't have to fly.
I'm looking forward for that one.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good? Yeah, yeah. So anyway, I wish you the best, and so I hope that will happen for you, and you can look back at this video and say, I remembered. I just have this conversation. Now I'm here, So you will.
That is truly amazing.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good? Yeah, I think some of you. I don't know who else is here already. Is Mike still here? Who else are already teaching here? That's here.
I don't know. I've seen Miss April a while ago. I think she's still
April.
here. Miss
April.
April.
Let me talk to April. I want to talk to her because she just brought her twin daughters, beautiful twin daughters here. Is
Hello,
April?
Doc. Hello, good morning.
Hi,
Good morning.
April. I want you to tell them about your feelings when you first got approved with your H-1B, and now you have your husband here, and now you have your beautiful girls here. Tell us about your thoughts, like when you, I guess starting from when you have your interview, and then you got because I could say that I actually helped you with that because
Yes, Doc.
your principal was asking me, Merlina, who are the person that you really strongly believe that will make a good job, do a good job for us. And I started naming you, and I started naming Dina, and I named, and all the
Thank you,
people I
Doc.
named he hired. So yeah. So I could actually say that I actually did help them. So anyway, so April, so tell me your feelings about your impressions and so on.
Hello, Doc. Good
Yes.
morning. Good morning,
Yes.
everyone. Actually, I was here like 8 a.m. just listening and doing some errands at the same time.
Good for
Because
you.
it's not easy when you have your kids with you here, your husband, you have a lot of chores, paperwork, schoolworks as well. So I'm just listening here till I think 8 a.m.
Okay,
And
thank
then
you.
the twins were here, like they were, no, we're hungry.
Let me say hi to the twins.
Hi,
Hi,
say hi,
hi,
say hi,
sweetheart.
Dee.
I don't know if they'd remember me. They came over to the house.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
in
so
Sab.
sweet. They're so
Yeah,
cute.
and yeah, they were so cute, and just like what you have said, Doc, I was just very grateful, um, helping us here, just like the people here, like we are a while ago, we were 50 plus, and I'm so proud of you. Because I was just once in their position, Doc, the last time. Remember when with Ma'am Leslie at your place the last time you were talking like, oh, the last time you were just 10 or 15. And then Doc Merlina has a lot of time talking to us.
Yeah.
So that's
And now they're in the 40s and 50 people now. But most of them
yeah,
sleep
yeah,
about
50.
midnight. We lost about 14 already. That's okay. They're tired.
Just hang on in there, yes, and you will be learning a lot of things, especially in my situation right now, just like what Doc Merlina is telling you guys. I came here alone. I am also a mom of 3. Just like I've heard, Mom, is it Ma'am Araceli who's like thinking of her 5 kids? I am a mom of 3. Yeah, and they were like, I have the twins, and I also have my 2-year-old boy, baby boy. I left him in the Philippines. It was really a very hard decision, to who will get first. And then I just learned things to Doc Marlina. We can have it one at a time because it's very hard in here, like the lifestyle, the expenses. Of course, it's our dream to bring them all here, but if you like thinking of also good future for them, you must not be just deciding. I mean, wait, baby, go get it. You must also decide very carefully. My husband went here like after I think 7 months. Like after 7 months, and then he went here because actually he is a seafarer. And then when I left home, when I left the Philippines last 2023, he's not here. He's on board. So I wasn't able to see him like since 2022. And then when we say goodbye, I actually told him, like, okay, see you in the USA, something like that.
So he was
Yeah.
going on a cruise ship, right? He was a cruise ship
Yeah.
worker, yeah.
He's at the cruise ship. He's
Huh?
going like 2022, like November. I still remember. Okay, tatay, bye. What next? See you in the USA, something like that. And then he was laughing. Yeah. Oh, sige. Pag yeah, sunod ako sa'yo again. That was just a plan, a dream. And then now we are here. Dream come true talaga po. Like prayers na hindi dapat talaga magmadali. Kasi decision is hindi talaga ganun-ganun lang. Just like what I have said, the money, the expenses, this good thing, like we got bonus last year, and then it's an answered prayer for us. Like I really brought my twins in here because of our bonus last year, isn't it?
$5,000
Last
something.
5,000. Yes, and I was just
300,000
like
pesos.
praying. Yeah, I was just like praying, like, oh, we need to save so that next year, I was supposed to get them this summer, 2024 summer, but it was really God's grace that He sent us, this bonus to just get them ahead of time, because actually my visa, since I just got my 1-year visa, I really wanted to get them before my visa ends. That was December last year. So I talked to an attorney like, oh, if you really wanted to go home, make sure do it earlier before your visa expire, so you won't have like this what do you call it, bad record to the immigration, something like that. So since my visa is expiring like December 12th, last December, so I was praying like, how can I go? I don't have yet savings. I just arrived. I just came here like eight months ago. So how can I get them? I really missed them so much. So prayers really works. It was a really an answered prayer, like surprising us here in Helena. We received 5,000 bonus, and then I booked ahead. I really booked ahead of time as to my visa's expiration. So luckily they were here after my husband was here like August, and then my twins were here last December. So
Yeah,
I spent Christmas in the Philippines. Yeah, and then I just enjoyed it because I know that it will take time again before I, I experienced the what do you call it, the Christmas in the Philippines. So after 6 months, so here my twins are here and praying for my baby boy.
You're gonna
Praying
get
for my
another
baby
bonus. Yeah, I think
boy.
you're gonna get another bonus this year, no? Is that right?
Um,
I heard that you will get another bonus.
we've heard, Doc, but I'm not expecting too much on it, but it's just a blessing whenever it came, so it came. So I'm just like, I'm not, I think we are still not ready to bring them here this year. So I'm still praying like we can get him like next year. Especially, we are starting on our process already. So I'm hoping like next year, since just like what you have said, I don't want to send my baby boy in the daycare center since I need to spend, $40 to $50 a day. So it's too much for us. So I'd rather as I rather I rather send the money to my mom and to my in-laws.
Yeah.
For them to
That
take
makes sense.
good care of my baby boy.
That's smart.
And then while we are here preparing, so since we have our own house now, I mean rented house, we have the cars. We got a car, and then so at least by next year when my baby boy came, we are ready enough.
Yeah.
And for sure we have like savings.
Yeah,
For sure
that's
everyone
right.
will agree, like the first year of teachers being here in the USA, for sure you are paying utangs, right?
Paying the debts
The
first. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
And then hoping, so that's why next year we are praying and hoping na alam mo yun, makagaan-gaan na tayo and we can get the rest of the family members here, and that's our dream, right? So
Yeah.
we always wanted the whole family to be here.
Good
So I
job.
am very glad as well that I am H-1B visa with the help of Dr. Merlina. Yes, and congratulations again for our 13 teachers, I think, who got the H-1B. Congratulations.
West
Yeah, you
Memphis.
were
Yeah.
very lucky.
Yeah.
See
Well,
you soon. See you soon,
yeah,
right?
hopefully this summer they'll be here if we can ever get that LCA. I'm still working on that. But
Yes.
anyway, so April, I wanna explain, okay, for the H-1B versus J-1. J-1 visa is like a teacher exchange visa where you are here and you are being sponsored by some organization as an exchange teacher where you are learning about the culture, and the expectation is you're going to go back and teach the Philippines, about what you learned, right? So there's an expectation, there's a 2-year physical presence requirement. So you have to go back and teach, and then you can come back here for 2 more years. So there could be 5 years is your maximum as a J-1 visa person, and as H-1B, you can have up to 6 years, but you are at the discretion of the border agent, who is the embassy person, to say how many years you have. But for some reason, April was only given 1 year because they have the power to go 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever. Who had the most number of years given? Was it 3 years?
Johnson and Dina got 3 years approved, Doc, and me and Mike got 1 year only.
Okay, so that don't be scared about that because you can always extend it.
We can always renew it and extend,
You renew it
just
and
like what we
extend it.
did, Doc.
Yeah, so they do that and they get approved, and while you're doing that, you are legal to stay here because you already did the paperwork, okay? And then in their case, because they're H-1B, their husbands or your wives cannot work until they get the EAD, which is the employment authorization document, that EAD, and you cannot do that unless you have already applied for your adjustment of status, which is your green card. So when they have their green card applied and then they get approved, when they get approved, then that comes with a green card, and then you can apply for your husband's for your husband's EAD. So that's what happens to April. Is that's why she's not quite double income yet, like Leslie and Janar, because
Soon, Doc, soon.
Yeah.
Puhan.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you for sharing your experience, because that is really gonna be related to what Araceli's experienced it with 5 kids. And I think Abby sometimes will come on here and she has 4 kids and she doesn't have any of her kids here, but they do talk to them every single day, sometimes many times a day, because it's almost like you're just there because of the technology. They FaceTime all the time. They would, when they were eating or whatever, or they were putting them to bed, they were talking to them. Because I have visited them many times when they were talking to the kids in the Philippines. So they're still keeping up with what's going on there because they left them with the mom, and I think they hired a nanny or something to to help, so you could do that really cheaply there. But here, if you cannot afford a nanny here, because they're gonna be paid at least, maybe, I don't know, maybe 100 a day. I don't know, very expensive. The only people
Yes,
that could afford a maid or a nanny here are the really rich people. Okay, I can't
yeah.
afford.
And I remember, Doc, Mom Johnson Palge, she brought her daughter here like 3-year-old. So she's paying the center like $30, I think, or $40 a day. So that's why I have an idea. If ever I'll get my boy, so I will be paying the same amount. So I
Yeah.
mean, at this moment, it's not practical for us. So
Yeah.
as an H1B teacher here, so we still have a lot of time. We just have to balance things and, of course, pray harder for us to have these great decisions, because life here is really not that easy.
Yeah. Man, you're even in
Especially with family.
Arkansas, which
Yes,
has a
Doc.
very low standard of living. That's really low rent. Like, what is how many bedrooms in that house that you're renting, April?
We 3 bedrooms, Doc.
Okay. And how much
3.
is the rent?
750, Doc. It's
Okay.
cheaper, way cheaper than the other states.
Yeah, the other states would be double that, 1,500.
Yeah, yes, Doc.
Yeah, so you see, it's almost like paying $50 each day for your rent only, And then so if they're, I mean, Arkansas has actually raised our teacher pay to, like, you start at $50,000, which means close to 3 million pesos is your 1 year pay. Compare that to about 8 times, I guess, 1/8 of compared to the Philippines. So you have to look at that, and you can budget. What is after you pay taxes and insurance and all that, April, what is your take-home pay total for the month?
Because
you get paid twice.
I think, yeah, paid twice, Doc. Maybe around, like, my take home is around like 2,000 still.
So 4,000 is the monthly, right?
Yes, Doc.
Yeah.
4,000 a month, and then because we have the car, I am now paying the car in full because Dina, yeah. Because I mean, the last time we shared with Dina, right, Doc?
Yeah.
We shared only with Dina, but now we both have cars already.
Yeah.
So
So
I'm
you have,
paying full.
so but there's still 240,000 pesos a month, and that is way
Yeah,
higher
Doc.
than what you were getting. How much were you getting in the Philippines when you were? How much per month?
Like 25, Doc, without minus the loans. I think my take home is like 9,000 or 10,000 a month, and that is just my a day, or I think a half day earnings in here.
It's a big difference in the times 8 to 10. Yeah.
Yes,
So, but you have to remember, you're earning dollars, you're also spending dollars, and that's why
Yes,
you have
Doc.
to, you have to save if you're going to be bringing kids here. Araceli, so Araceli could break it up, right? She could do 1 or 2, at first. Yeah. The thing with bringing kids that are already of school age, you don't have to have a babysitter, because they usually teach. They usually go to the school you're teaching, or even if you're in elementary, they're in high school, they still can ride with you and then can ride back with you.
True.
You don't have that extra,
True,
right?
Doc.
But if you have a
Yes,
kid
Doc.
that's below 5 years old, because they can start kindergarten here at 5 years old. So if you have somebody that's below 5 and they cannot go to school yet, then you are paying for the extra money, right?
Yes, Doc. Yes,
You can have the
Doc.
twins talk. Why don't I want to talk to the twins? Sweetheart, tell me about what you think of the US, of Arkansas. Do you like it?
Like it? Yes.
You like it? What do you like about it?
Do you like Do you like the food?
Food? No. Are they adjusted to the food yet? They still want the rice.
Again, actually, Doc, the first month, their first month is a bit, a big adjustment for the food, because they don't want the smell, the taste. Why is it? Nanay, ba't ang spaghetti nila maasim?
Yeah, the spaghetti here is not sweet at all.
Yeah, it's not sweet at all. They were used to sweet spaghetti with milk, isn't it, in the Philippines? So, but nowadays, like, they were telling me, Nanay, do not let us bring food because I'm eating at the cafeteria already. So they were a bit adjusted already in the cafeteria. But there are times that their tata is still letting them bring some bread, their favorite bread, or their favorite fruits.
Yeah.
So that while they were waiting for me, because I'm the one who's fetching them in school so they can still eat while waiting,
Snacks.
something
Yeah,
like that.
have snacks.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah.
And also one reason why I decided to go to get them first before Remo, before my baby boy, because it's the same thing what you have said, Doc, because they were at the age we're in. We have the same schedule already. Like I can send them to school, and then after my school hours I can easily fetch them.
Yeah,
I don't need to
that's
send them in the daycare center.
that save you money for sure. Yeah.
That saved, yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
Because you can hire somebody way cheaper as a maid or as a nanny in the Philippines compared to what you
Yes.
would pay here, right? Yeah, they
Yes,
charge a
po.
lot here. My mom, when
Yes.
my child was growing up, Stephanie's now 34. So when she was a child and not going to school, my mom was babysitting her, and mama was smart to like ask some of my coworkers, some teacher friends of mine, she had 3 of them, that she was babysitting, and so she charged the teacher. So she was making money off of the teacher's kids. And so she made the teacher kids rice eaters. So even now they're married now. They said, we still remember Grandma Terry's rice. Rice and chicken. One of my colleagues said, Merlina, can you teach me how to make the chicken that your mom feeds Nick? Because he always asks for that, and I don't know how to make it. And so I had to like tell her, how, but it's not the same as what Grandma Terry would make. Not my mom. Yeah. So anyway, so April, thanks for sharing, and your girls are really growing. It seems like
Yes,
I saw that
Doc.
they grew more. Yeah. And I know one of
Yeah,
them
thank
is
you
more
so
shy
much
than the
again,
other.
Doc.
Yeah.
Yes. The other one is shy, and this one
Yeah.
is very socialized already.
She favors you a lot. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Well, I
Doc.
will see
Actually,
you.
we're going. Yeah, see you soon, Doc. We were going also to the party today. That's why we are
Yeah, dressed
also.
up. Yay. Have fun at
Yeah.
the party. Okay.
Thank you, Doc. See you
Okay.
soon
Bye-bye.
again.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye, Miss
Okay.
April.
Thank
I
you.
Say hi to
Bye.
Jonna for me, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
April,
Thank you.
April,
Yes, po.
get in touch with Maria, because Maria is planning a trip here to my house in April sometime, because she was going to help me with my garden. And so
Yes,
I
Doc.
said, you all could come and help me with my garden,
Yes,
and
Doc.
I'll bring you the fruits of the garden.
Actually, Doc, we were talking with Ma'am Leslie last time, and the boys, Junar, Koy, Jing, and we were planning like, oh, next weekend, let's go to Dr. Merlina's place again, because they were into fishing now, Doc.
Can fish in my
So we
pond.
were, yeah. And then we were reminded that it's it's Gregory's birthday this weekend, so we weren't able to plan for it. So maybe next month before the school ends, one weekend. So we were planning to experience your fund.
Yeah, just let me know though, so make sure that I don't go somewhere else. But so far,
Yes,
like
Doc.
this
Yeah, we will
weekend
let
would
you
have been
know.
rough, because we have hi, bye-bye,
Yes.
sweetie. Because we have company for that eclipse, to the big eclipse things. Jet is
Yes,
bringing
Doc.
like
Yeah,
4
yeah.
people. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
So we will be
Yes,
we have
Doc.
a house full. Yeah. But
Yes,
anyway,
Doc. We will for surely inform you.
yeah,
Cover.
that's good. Yeah. Bye. Have fun at the birthday party.
Yes,
Okay.
po. Bye-bye,
Okay.
Thank,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Miss
Okay.
Araceli. We will now be having Mr. Val Bacarisas.
Wow. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Doc.
Hey.
Good morning, Doc Merlina. Good
Yeah,
morning to all my colleagues here.
I got your resume and cover letter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc, for accepting. And thank you also to Sir Ken for recommending me to you. He was the one who recommended me to you to be interviewed in the parameter.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Then. By the way, I would like to introduce myself once again. Nelson Mandela, and I quote, education is the most powerful weapon that we could use to change the world. And I was inspired by that line of Nelson Mandela. That is why I graduated Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Social Studies. Right after that, I also studied my master's degree in Educational Management, and I graduated last 2020. I have been a teacher for 15 years here in Karkar City Division. I have been teaching junior high school for 10 years, teaching economics and contemporary issues. And I transferred to senior high school department, and I am teaching understanding culture, society, and politics. Aside from my teaching profession, I am also assigned as the assistant principal to activities in our campus. I'm also the faculty president of our school. I'm managing 56 teachers and 7 non-teaching personnel. At the same time, I am also the social studies chairman, coordinator in our school. And for me, teaching social studies is quite uh, challenging because some of the students find it boring and some students find it not interesting. That is why, as I manage my teachers in social studies, I always see to it that you have to use the top 3 most important strategies. The first one is the establishment of clear expectations among our students. The second one is to use positive reinforcement all the time as we teach the subject. And lastly, we should create a structured environment uh, uh, in order to foster a positive environment in teaching social studies. And with that, I believe, as I go along with my observation in my teachers, I see students who are engaged. I see students who are very active in our subject. Aside from teaching, Doc, I also love other extracurricular activities. I also love hosting parties, weddings, and many other events. I also love gardening and landscaping. I do a lot of landscaping in our campus. We joined a lot of programs and activities, and we won up until regional level when it comes to school environment and school beautification. I also won as the best classroom among our Carcar City division in the whole high school department in the whole division. I believe Filipinos are driven to work in the USA. We Filipinos are driven to work in the United States of America for 2 myriad reasons. Number 1 is for personal aspirations, and second is for practical considerations. I believe USA, United States of America, is a land of opportunity. And I believe USA could give us a better standard of living. America could give us a better compensation and could give us a composed career prospect. And with that, if given a chance to work there, I would gladly see you in Arkansas.
That would be cool,
Thank you
right?
so much, Doc.
That would be cool. Thank you, Ken, for recommending you. You have to remember that if you are a social studies teacher, you are not going to be teaching the same things you were teaching in the Philippines because, of course, the history is different, right? So if you are a social studies teacher in the Philippines, please study U.S. history and world history. Those are the 2 kinds of history that you will be teaching, and they would have like from this date to this date will be studied by this grade, and then from this date to this date will be studied by this grade. So you can go look at Arkansas Department of Education, for example, for teachers in Arkansas, and then you go look under curriculum and look at social studies and see what kind of dates that they may have said there. And so but my big hint to you is study the world history and U.S. history. Sometimes they would before the World War, whatever, they would separate it that way, or before Civil War, whatever they separate it, you need to know it, because that's one of the things that you're gonna, those are important things that you need to know, because in the interview, they could be asking you specific things. And, if you say, well, I know the Philippines, but not the US, that's not good. In part of your preparation as social studies teacher should be knowing about US history, and if you teach the higher grades, it could be world history. So look for the standards, and I want you to, the K-12 standards for social studies, and look at the grades that you're teaching and study, whatever they said on the standard, read up on it. There's Google. You can Google anything now,
Thank you so much.
and you can, thank you so much. Great introduction. Chat GPT, if you're not using chatgpt.com, that's the AI program that would actually, I use it a lot. I would put like, create a list of this, and then, on this, and like, what did that last thing I said? I create create 8 paragraphs with at least 8 sentences, and it needs to include a vocabulary vocabulary that has 3 syllables or more. I would be specific like that. And then after the passage, make multiple choice questions, and with, you know, and 2 short answer, you know, questions, and it just boom, 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 you start doing that. And then I would number the paragraphs, because most of the test here, they would be numbered. And so I would number the paragraphs, and sometimes a question might be under the passage. So I'd move those questions together and all that. And I use it with kids. Chat GPT is a very powerful program that teachers can use. Like, I'm planning to plug in the standard for your, for example, social studies standard. I put it in there, and I will tell Chat GPT, like, create a whatever what I want to create. It could be a passage, it could be, you know, I ask some questions based on, I mean, some possible activities, or, you know, some lesson plan based on this standard, and then see what it says. You know, because you have to be specific on what you're asking. If it's too short, I would say things like, make this longer, you know, or I would say things like, give me more, give me sample answers. Like, if they give you short answers, that you can say, give me sample answers. And so they would start telling about what possible answers would be. So you can kind of, you know, that would help you as you grade your short answers. So anyway,
I also tried Breeze Teaching Doc. Aside from Chat GPT.
Spell it out.
Brisk, B-R-I-S-K.
Okay.
Brisk Teaching.
Okay, Brisk Teaching. And what does it have? Is it free?
Yes, look, it's free, and it's connected to Google. Okay. It's connected to Google Chrome. And then you can ask them to make a lesson plan, an exam,
okay,
an essay,
okay,
a game, and etc. A lot of things.
So
aside from ChatGPT, because I also use Brisk Teaching.
I'm gonna be checking that out. Thank you so much. And if you are not taking notes, you might want to take notes. BriskTeaching.com or ChatGPT.com, because those are your AI help, artificial intelligence, and those are lifesavers. You know, if I have, like, for example, in Arkansas right now, the test, they would be given 2 passages. So I would say things like, create a paired text. So that there's the paired text that, you know, that has, you know, you can say how many characters or how many paragraphs and how many sentences each paragraph, and then you can tell them how many questions you want. You know, like I was saying things like, with 2 possible answers on each, you know, so that the kids would be used to saying, check all that apply. That means they're looking for more than 1 answers, because a lot of times they are given that and they don't know that, oh, I have more than 1 answer, you know. So I have my students look for check all that apply. That means there's going to be more than 1 answer there, you know, or the word all, you know, or something about except this, you know, so all of them are right except this. You know, you have to get used to those kinds of questioning, so that the kids would know. But ChatGPT or BriskTeaching.com would be a really great help for you. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I'm writing that down on my page so I could share that. I gained something. I always share it back. So by the way, you also did a good job on your interview, because they were saying something about you, you know, how you number your things and so on. And you said you did an awesome job on your interview also, because your name was mentioned. Yeah. So anyway, we'll see who's gonna get offered. Because remember, they're needing math and science. So I mean, math and English. So your social studies. So unless they needed social studies, that might be like Joanne, you know, did an awesome job, but she didn't have the credential for what they need. It's a good practice if you get hired, right? Yeah. Okay.
It is.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Val. We now proceed with our 8th presenter, and that will be Ronilyn de la Cruz.
Okay, Ronilyn.
Hello, Miss Ronilyn.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning po. Good morning to everyone, especially to you, Dr. McCullough. All right. My name is Ronilyn de la Cruz, and growing up, I've always known how important education is. So, which led me to pursue a bachelor's degree in education, major in English, and I finished it last 2017. I pursued a master's degree of education, major in English as well, aligned with my bachelor last 2022. And then currently, just this month, I enrolled Masters of Education major in special education. Yeah. When you mentioned a while back to study something that's not aligned with, since we're done with English, and then let's find another thing that we can learn. And I told myself I did the right decision to enroll SPED
Yeah.
this
But
month.
yeah, but you know, you already have your you already had your master, so I
Yes,
didn't think you
ma'am.
would
But
be a second master to everybody. That would be a lot.
yes, ma'am. But I did not graduate in my master. I only had my complete academic requirement, which is 30 units. So I shifted into special education.
Thanks.
All right. Over the past 6 years, I have had the opportunity teaching elementary and high school students in various subjects like English, of course. This is my major. I've been teaching English for the past 6 years, and I had the opportunity to teach in elementary, computer, physical education, music, and arts. And I can say that I really enjoyed teaching in elementary than in high school. But then, of course, because the kids are always curious, and then,
Sweet.
yeah,
They're still
yeah, yeah,
sweet.
yeah, yeah. Unlike in the high school, they already know what they want. We can just facilitate them, unlike in elementary. So that's it, ma'am. I cannot say that I have a lot of accomplishment yet with my 6 years experience, but then I can say that I have a lot of experience of learnings from my colleagues, from my mentors, from my seniors. I'm sorry if I'm
No,
I'm a
you
bit
did.
nervous.
Yeah, you were short. You were short and sweet, concise, which is good. You gave me your degrees and your you know, your number of
Yes,
experience,
ma'am.
and then I love that you said, which led me to, and that's kind of
Yes,
the
ma'am.
rationale for being in education, because that's always a question that they sometimes would ask, like, what made you choose education? And another question they might ask is, why did you want to Arkansas? Why did you want to come to the U.S.? You know, be ready for the questions like that. Do not use money as a number one reason. Say things like, because I wanted to learn about other cultures, and I know I have some cultural experiences that I would love to also share with the students. And at the same time, they're teaching me about the American culture. And in that way, when I go back to the
Excuse me.
Philippines, I could teach, you know, whoever, you know. So those are some things that you would want to become a number one reason, not because of the money. The money could
Yes,
be a given, could be, you know, of course, you know, you can even say at the end, of course, you know, that doesn't hurt, that we're gonna be paid about 8 to 10 times more than we are paid now, you know.
yes,
And so
yes.
yeah, and when you're talking about students, you might want to mention about how many students you're dealing with. Like, you know, some of the interview, I don't know if you were there, and some of them, oh no,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
you, but Val, was we are dealing with 50, 60, 70 kids. That's a shock to American administrators, because here in America, you know, not very many would go over 30, at least not that I know of. You know, the 27, 28 is usually the max. And then I was lucky enough to teach where we only had 16 students, which is perfect for me because I always group them in four. So I have 4 groups of 4. Perfect. And one year I had 13 students. Oh my gosh, we can do so much because there's not very
Yes,
many, you know, there. But they have a limit in Arkansas anyway. They have a limit of 150 students that they can teach. They cannot go over 150. So that's why, you know, when you assign students to the teacher, that it's going to have to count that it would have 150. Even one over, you cannot do that. So they would get creative, like they would put, you know, like, of course, you know, the special ed kids could be labeled as that teacher because they do co-teaching. And so they would do things like that, that it, you know, you have to be assigned to a teacher. That's not going to be that one teacher that would have 175. That's a big no-no, because their limit is 150 students. So a lot of time, if you have 6 classes, they would be averaging about 25. You know, if they have 5 classes, then the most that they can have is 30. So, so that's what they do here in America. I know that there's a bigger limit in the Philippines, and we can handle that there. That would be nearly impossible, especially in like the Delta where our Filipino teachers are, because it's a very high poverty area. And so you have kids that are, you know, misbehaving, and, you know, just a lot of challenges that you have, you know, because their parents are so busy making a living in order for them to live, you know. So sometimes, or a lot of times, the children are coming home and latchkey, which means that they come in without an adult there. They come in, they make their snacks, they do whatever, waiting for their parents to come in late because they're working in order to pay their bills. And so you have those kids that do not have that support from home, versus the kids where I live, where they have full support. They may be poor, but they have a lot of support from the parents for some reason. And so, it depends on where you are. You could talk about if you are doing home visits. Well, in America, that's going to be very rare now because of the situations in America. There's some danger in some places, and also because you just don't have time to. And it's not really something that's normally done anymore. It used to be. Like, when I first started teaching here in 91, that was nothing to me to, like, if they did not attend parent teacher conference and we won 100 and they just we live in this small town, I just go to their house and visit, like, hey, what's going on? I call first and say, what's going on? Well, we don't have a car, Miss McCullough. And I'm like, okay, you want me to come over on my way home? I'll just come by and talk to you. I just have a thing or two to share and to brag about your kid, just because I could contact, I have a face-to-face with a parent. Sometimes I could just do a phone call, especially if the reason is very valid. They don't have a car, the car is messed up, and so on, or they could not get a ride, and all this. So if they're sick, of course, I'm not going to go and visit and get myself sick. So I would just talk to them. And then I would count that to be they're there, because if they have 100%, I give them a pizza party. And I want to help my students get their pizza party. So if there's only one kid or two kids that did not get it, they're like, oh, thanks to you, we don't get a pizza party. I don't want that. So I try to, in my part, I always try to make sure that I contact the parents any way possible. So I always had, and this is going to be impossible for the folks in the Delta. When I was teaching elementary, I always mostly have 100%. So if I had one or two, I do something, I visit or I would call, but that's not happening in the Delta. I think it might be the opposite. You might have 4 or 5. It's not very many that are coming. It's because of their lives. They're so busy, or some of them, they had a really negative experience about school. That school is something they don't want to go to. They don't want to visit because when they were younger, they may have a bad experience with school. So that's why as teachers, we need to be aware of that. And in fact, some schools that I visited, they said, teachers, I'm always dressed up when I go to school. I have my blazer on, like, it's almost like a suit. So some schools, they were actually encouraged to, like, dress kind of like you would normally, not too dressed up, or you are more dressed up than the parents, and really kind of be like them, and just dress ordinary. And then when you sit together in the classroom, you're not going to be sitting right there on your desk, and then they are sitting right there in front of you like a student. You are sitting side by side, or you're right there using the same type of chair together. I always use like a children's chair, and we're just sitting side by side or up across from each other like that. But I never, like, sat on my desk and then they're over there on the other side, because that's like showing them I'm more I have higher power than you. Like you don't do that. You are partners. Okay, so remember that. Okay, so Ronalyn, do you have any question for me? Because I think you're going to be okay with the interview. You seem to know what you're doing, and you show that you are a constant learner, having enrolled in special ed. Do you, and thank you for listening, but you don't have, please know that I'm not encouraging you to spend your money, like getting more masters or anything like that. That's not me. If it's going to be something that you really want to do, of course, it's going to be something that you want to do. But please do not think that you're just encouraging me to spend more money. Borrow money. Please don't do that. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I know,
Yeah. And you're very
ma'am.
pleasant. You're smiling and all that. I don't understand why yours. Let me come back again. Talk to me. For some
Yes,
reason,
ma'am.
your background, your lighting is like dark. I do not know why. If it's maybe because of the lighting where you are, but so
It's
kind of
color, it's color pink, light pink. But
okay.
since I'm using my solar light is now
Oh,
dimming
okay.
because
Yeah,
it's
that might be the
night.
lighting. Yeah, it's fine. I could still see
Yes,
your face,
ma'am.
but it's just different. Yeah. Okay. All right. So next, if you have no questions for me, thank you so much.
Okay. We'll have Mr. Verlin Maravilla.
Berlin. Okay.
Thank you, Miss Ronaldin.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay, Berlin.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Merlina, Miss Joanne, thank you. To my fellow educators, good morning too. I am Berlin, a licensed elementary teacher from the Philippines. I have a degree in elementary education, majoring in health education, I completed academic requirements in Master of Arts in Education, majoring in Educational Management. I have been teaching for more than a decade now, teaching core subjects to diverse students in a public school. I have experience teaching first to sixth grader, but most of my years I was assigned in first to second grade. I am seeking teaching opportunities in the US with the goal helping my students achieve what they want to be, because we teachers have a unique opportunity to influence and make difference on our students' lives. Also, to broaden my knowledge and experience as an educator and as an individual, I want to learn the US body teaching methods and strategies, most especially when it comes to technology innovations, and be exposed to US culture and its society, and learn also the teaching techniques and strategies of other colleagues that are participating in the program. And aside from imparting knowledge that is given to us educator, I want to influence their lives by teaching them how to show respect and empathy for others, and teach them to be independent and make a wise decision in their life. I was SELG advisor, which stands for Supreme Elementary Learner Governance. Last year, my principal asked me to organize a program for the celebration of the United Nations. With that, I sought the help of my colleague as well as parents to engage in this activity. The objectives of that activity are to increase awareness and understanding of different cultures around the world, and to enhance communication, collaboration among students, teachers, and parents or stakeholders, and support the goals and ideas of the United Nations. The program was successfully held. The muse and escort of each grade and sections wore national costumes of the country where they are representing. And the most exciting part after the parade is when they introduce themselves using the other language, like, for example, Arabic, etc. They made a booth where the cultures, traditions, and other informations that popular in that country. For example, the country Egypt, the pyramids, the costumes, those stuffs. And our principal congratulates us for the job well done. We make our parents or stakeholders proud to the achievements of their child. To gain additional knowledge, I watched videos of other educators sharing their classroom management and teaching methods. And I attend online and offline seminars. That's all from me, and be better always. And thank you for having me here.
Very good. Good job. If you are, do you have a note that you're watching, or are you just doing that randomly without notes?
I have little notes for me to.
You're not even obvious that you have that. You're like looking at me.
Wow, thank you.
Good. Yeah. You look
Thank
very
you.
professional. Yeah, I love your headphone thing. And that's great example, by the way, of an hands-on project that you did as really, you know, yeah, because I want to know what kind of teacher you are, and I can tell that you're creative. Having that with a costume, that's a good idea, and having the language there. I didn't know if you had the food there. I've always done it with food when I did multicultural, project. And a booth is a good idea. And what I added in mine is I actually have them, like the people that came have their little passport,
Yeah.
and it had the countries of the countries of whatever the booth is, and they get a stamp. If they visit the country, they get a stamp, and their goal is to have a stamp at every country. So that kind of make it like make it like a real life things, because in order to visit a country, you always have to have a passport. So that's something you could do if you have not done it. And if you're going to do something like that in a classroom, to do teaching multicultural things, you could add something like I think this was done by a teacher in Brinkley. You could have them a budget, like in order to bring it to real life. For example, they have a budget of $5,000 and your family of 3 kids, and you're going to visit this country. how much would it cost? What would be the cost of the flight? How much would the cost of the hotel? So they have to use the internet in order to look this up. And then how much would your daily food be? So you can look up, McDonald's, for example, and how much is it per meal, or different restaurants is there, and you can look at their menu, how much, you can make it as real as possible, so that they could actually understand that, oh, there's countries out there and I could actually go there. It is possible. If you Google the places that the Philippines can go with our Philippine passport, there's 50 or 60, maybe more, different countries that you can go without a visa. Like Brazil, you can go to Brazil without a visa. But in order to visit there, you have to have at least $100 per day budget. So if you're going to be there for 2 weeks, that's 14 days. So you need to have at least 1,400 to show that you have that, or a credit card, whatever, that to show. And also you have to have some kind of invitation from somebody. They have some kind of itinerary or whatever requirement. But you can visit some countries without a visa. So you can, like, if you have money and you have the passport, you can actually visit these countries. And I think a bunch of them are neighboring countries, that they do not need a visa. The beauty about having the US passport like I have is that there's more than 200 countries I could go without any visa. That's like, they're just friendly. They're just I forgot the kind of words that they're using, but it's like a visa waiver thing, where they just waive the visa because you're American. And so that's really, to me, it's powerful. That's what makes the American passport powerful, because you can go to all these places. Okay, so but Philippines has that too. You just have to Google which countries they are. Okay. All right. So any question, do always use that example that you have. You could, but put it in context of what you're answering. Okay. So for example, they're gonna ask you, tell me something about your classroom. Like, how do you teach? Or show me, like, if I am gonna be a fly on the wall and observing you, what does your classroom look like? Give me an example of a lesson that you did, or a lesson lately that you did. And that's a good example. This is a project that I did. And you need to say that, because it's great examples, because it has a lot of learning. It has a lot of, a lot of application. So do that. Okay. Because they could ask you something like that. What does your classroom look like? So if I were visiting you and following you around, if I shadow you, what would your classroom look like? What do I see? So when they ask you that, they're gonna see, you're gonna walk them there. My kids are in circular or U-shape sitting arrangement, for easy collaboration. And then they're gonna be, you're gonna see a lot, my shelves there, loaded materials, some manipulatives that I use and organized in Ziploc bags, ready to go for the groups. And then when you see me come in the classroom, I would greet them. I would say something personal, wanting to know what's going on with their lives. And after that, I go to my lesson, or maybe when I'm doing my attendance, they are doing a 10-minute bell ringers, for the day that's related to what I'm about to talk to them. And then after I do my attendance and all my housekeeping things, then I go and finish up their bell ringers. We discuss it, and I will do my objectives, which is telling them about what the lesson is about. And of course, I'm going to include why this lesson is important. Doing this, and if I do this, and of course, you observe, you introduce it with all the hands-on things that you're going to do. So if you're science, you might want to do a demonstration, or sometimes you can do a virtual lab. There's a virtual lab experiments out there. If you just Google virtual lab in quotation, there's a lot of virtual lab that is actually looking like you're doing the experiment, but it's being done digitally. You can do that, it's free. And then if you're a social studies teacher, you could have a virtual field trip. You do quotation mark virtual field trip. You can go and visit the White House, the US, and you could actually be guided there with this, virtually. So most of the museums in the world now have virtual field trips for students for free. So for social studies teachers or any teacher that's doing research, and, you show them these websites, and then they could actually see, what is that like? They might not be able to visit that someday, but they were able to visit that virtually. With technology, there's so much things going on now. But you did such an amazing job, Verlene. I want you to continue to do that. Be very fluent like you just did. You're very pleasant. You're very smooth. Your introduction was very smooth. Like you just went on like nobody's business. Like I'm just like, talking to you. So that's a good thing. So if your cheat sheet is not obvious that you were like looking at it, you were just looking at the screen. And that should be what you do. I should not be looking up, looking down like this. It should not be like that. It should be like looking straight at the camera. Okay. And that way you're talking to them. Okay. So is there any more? So we are really go way over. Oh my God, this is
Yeah.
the latest that we have ever
Okay.
done ever. Okay,
Thank
so
you,
we're
Miss
gonna
Verlin. We still have three more, Mr.
we'll finish that
Alvin,
and we have
Miss
to close
Bernadette.
up, guys, because that people are sleeping
Yeah.
there.
We'll have the last Miss Ricane because she has a question.
Eric,
Okay,
what's
so
your question?
she said that she will be the last.
Oh, okay, go
So we
ahead.
will just have Mr. Alvin. Thank
Alvin,
you.
yeah.
Hello, Dr. McCullough. Good day, and good day to also Ma'am Joanne. I am Alvin Bardinas Lotario. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English. I have over 15 years of teaching experience as a grade 9 English teacher, and I've had a great opportunity to work with diverse range of students in Ocaña National High School, DepEd Carker City Division. My teaching philosophy centers on creating a supportive and engaging learning environment where all students can succeed. What prompted me to teach in USA or there in the US is my drive to make a difference in the lives of the students there, or hope to call them my students. And also, I would like to, or I am after, or look forward to teaching them their minds, touching their hearts, and transforming their lives. And I am also passionate about helping them discover their real strengths, their unique strengths, and empowering them to achieve their full potentials. And also, I believe in this famous quote by Helen Keller that alone we can do little, together we can do so much. So, my dear colleagues or my dear teachers, let us work together in improving the lives of our children. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good. Love the quotes. Good job on the quotes. Yeah, use of a quote. It's very powerful, especially if it's supporting what you just said or what you're about to say. And I think you did that powerfully. And short and sweet. You did give me that you are a high school English teacher, and but you didn't tell me what you graduated. You have BS and a master's.
Yes, Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English.
English. And your master's? No masters.
I've got only 9 units in educational management.
Okay, 9 hours in admin. Okay, I
Doc
got you.
Merlina, he's one of the perimeter interviewee.
Yes, I remembered.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
remembered Alvin because he had some technical issues that I remembered Alvin. But anyway, so those are good, and you look in the eye, that's good. And you said something about your what grade you've been teaching 15 years, and then making a difference in the child's life. You are putting things that what you're doing, what you're teaching the kids. You may also want to include what the kids will be teaching you, because the kids will be teaching you about American culture. And so you may want to include that if you want. So, but my name is McCullough. Okay. So I know that the accent is different, but it's McCullough. Yeah. It's Merlina. If you don't want to say McCullough, it's Merlina. And you say the word colleagues. How do you say it? Yeah,
Colleagues.
colleagues. Everybody, we have to say colleagues, okay? So because a lot in the Philippines, we say colleagues or something, but it's colleagues, okay? Yeah, no big deal. It's they will understand it better anyway. So, but other than that, I know that Ken had really sent, just like Mike did, sent some really powerful, really good candidates. So I hope you can be placed soon, because you very nice credentials, nice experience, very fluent in English, and seem to know what you're doing. So I think Ken has done a great job of screening which candidates to send me. And some with doctorate
Yes,
degrees. I'm so impressed with that. Yeah.
I,
So
I, I need it because I am the breadwinner of the family.
breadwinner,
And fun
yeah.
fact about yes, ma'am, and fun fact about me, I'm just like Sir Val Bacarisas. I'm also good at landscaping, and I even won second place. His first mom, then I ranked second during the classroom structuring contest in the same division.
Very good. Yeah. And when you say that, remember, when you say that, then say something about this is important because this helped my students do this. So don't just say it and stop. Connect it to your students. Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me? No questions?
None, sir.
Okay.
None.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay,
Mr.
Joanne.
Alvin, Miss Bernadine, please.
Bernadine. Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
All right.
Good
Okay, so
afternoon
good
now.
morning, Dr.
It's good
Merlina.
afternoon now. We passed the
Good
noon.
morning. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And good morning also here in the Philippines with who's here, and also in the US. I think it's already afternoon. I am Bernadine Epan, a dedicated educator from the Philippines. And this
We lost your audio. Audio is gone. What happened?
I've asked her
I'm
to
sorry.
unmute
Okay.
already. There you go.
Okay. So am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, uh, good morning, good afternoon, Dr. Merlina, and good afternoon, everyone. So I am Bernadine Epan, a dedicated educator from the Philippines. And this is my first time to attend this meeting. And I thought that this is a meeting, but for me, this is like a seminar, or this is like a mentoring and something, because I learned a lot. I'm so
Good.
happy, and I'm so excited. Although I just came from the regional meet, we have our um, uh, like the meeting of the coaches. So I just want to attend this, and so excited. And so I'm thankful that my co-teacher who's still here, uh, Miss Paulina Filomeno, that she referred this link to me. I'm so thankful. And oh my God, I'm so excited.
Just
Okay,
be
so
yourself. Just be yourself. Hey, guy. Hey, I am from Karkar. Mama was from Karkar. I live in Lapu-Lapu, but I've been in the US 37 years, but that doesn't change me.
okay,
I'm still a Filipina, okay?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Bohol, but now I'm in Batangas already.
Okay.
Okay, so I finished the degree in bachelor's in technical teacher education, and I have acquired extensive experience for 23 years handling pre-elementary and secondary learners, teaching mathematics and technology livelihood education. And for the past 5 years, I am handling students with special needs. And I also took up a master's degree in educational management, but I was not able to graduate. I only have the complete academic requirements. And when I started handling learners with special needs, I was so very interested, and I just want to help them. That's why it helps me decide to take up master's degree, my second master's degree in special education, and hopefully I'll be able to finish, and I will be graduating this coming June in my special education. And as of now, I am also holding an NM license in professional pre-K to 12 in special education, which will expire. I have that last year, last January, this year, my license in New Mexico. And I'm so excited. I'm so nervous.
I'm telling you, you have to relax. Yeah.
I think, okay. Additionally, yes, additionally, I have my master's degree in special education, and hopefully I'll be graduating this June.
Congratulations.
And I am so, yeah, thank you. Thank you, po. Okay, so my commitment to excellence in teaching has been recognized, and I am so happy that I was awarded as receive outstanding teacher in our school. Uh, that's as of now, I have here upcoming competition. I am the coach for my student in student special needs. They are our event, or our game is goal ball, where these students of mine are having this visual impaired, something like that. And hopefully I hope we can win, and we have to forward in Palarong Pambansa in Cebu, hopefully.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. So, good job. I learned a lot about you because of your introduction, and I can tell you're excited about teaching. I know you're excited to be here too, but I can tell that you still have that passion in education. Instead of saying 23 years, you might want to say 20 plus years. And what I
Okay.
told everyone, when you do that, just make sure that you tell us that you, although you have been in education for more than 20 years, you are up to date in your knowledge of technology. And because you're a
All
teacher, you're because I am a computer, I'm a teacher in technology. Yes, I am I am up to date with that. So that's a given with you because you have that, you have that in fact as your one of the things that you're teaching. So that's not going to be a worry. Because most of the classrooms here use Google Classroom. So if you are not familiar with Google Classroom, I want you to go to YouTube or Google it, put Google Classroom 101 or something, and it tells you exactly how to create it. It's a free account. So if you want to play with it and have your own account for your kids, I would recommend that you do that because most of the schools here will have that. Will have a classroom, Google Classroom. And in fact, I use that when I do professional training for teachers, because I wanted a practice for myself as well,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
so and that's good that you have a New Mexico license. And that is a big deal for some schools, especially that they're worried about the reciprocity of license from the Philippines to the US. They're questioning that. So if you say that, that's going to make them feel better. You might want to correct, instead of saying I am teaching, because it was 5 years ago, you say I was teaching or I have been teaching.
I have been.
Yeah, I have been would be
Been
something that you
teaching.
want to use, and that's I am a literacy specialist, a K-12 literacy so it kind of just sticks out to me. But it's no big deal, but it's just that something that would make it clearer for you that I have been teaching. So if you're still doing it, instead of because if you use the ing word, that's still going to go on now. So yeah, so if you've been doing that from then to now, I have been teaching. Yeah. And so you did a special needs thing that you mentioned here. That's called a Special Olympics, when they have kind of
Yes.
Olympic for special needs.
Paralympics.
Yeah,
Paralympics.
Paralympics. Yeah, they call that here Paralympics or Special Olympics. So anyway, yeah. So that's cool that you are involved in those extracurricular things, with your students, and that's a really good thing. And so when you said that you were voted the outstanding teacher in school, you can say things like I was voted such a teacher in school, but it's because the things that well, I want to thank my students also for doing for my receiving that, because I have really, because they pay attention, you kind of bring the students in, that was humbling to me, because because I was able to reach my students, or because my students were able to teach me, or whatever, that encouraged me or motivated me or inspired me, kind of give it back to the kids. Okay, so always when you're doing something and you have not mentioned kid, just do a sentence or two about that, with the kids. How would the kids benefit from you winning that thing? So it had encouraged you to continue to do what you're doing because obviously that's being validated. So then my children are going to be the beneficiaries of it, because the strategies that I've shown them must have been effective if I was deemed a recipient of this award, which humbled me. You can kind of do that, make it sound like you're humble, you learn something, you're happy of that, but then bring it back to the kids. Always. Think of an invisible thread that ties your award to your students, and follow that thread always. Okay? Because if you don't, then it's gonna be like a waste of your just mentioning it. So what's it? So what? So always tie it back to the kids. Okay. So I mean, it's very good. We receive some things that are, like I was the woman champion of chess in my college time at USJR at San Jose. Well, I don't mention that. I just said, I've always been passionate about chess. I was involved in it in college. And so I decided to use my skill in that to coach students K-12. So I had 70 plus members in my chess club when I was teaching. I volunteered, but I didn't have to say I was the women champion in college. I just said, I started in college. I just felt like that was too brag, in the Filipinos, including me, sometimes we're guilty about what was the humble bragging. I think my son told me that, Mom, we're humble bragging. We're being humble, but we're really bragging. And I think that's part of our culture. And I have to watch myself because I'm like, yeah, that was humble bragging. You're trying to be humble, but then you're really bragging, And I do that about my kids, because I'm so proud of them. But most parents, including Filipino parents, we do humble bragging about our family, about our friends.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Posting in Facebook.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine, but some people really get annoyed by that, especially if they have if they're negative Nancy or if they're Karen, they're Marites, they really get jealous about that. So just
Yes.
watch for that. Yeah. Okay. Do you have any question for me?
None so far.
Okay.
I think maybe sometime or next meeting, and I will be prepared for that.
You seem prepared though. Other than you telling me that you're nervous, you were fine. You really did. I mean, you were.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understood your words. I can see your passion. I could read your, positive expression. So if you didn't tell me that, I would not have known it because it was good.
I just arrived from Binyan, Laguna, because I was told that the meeting will start at 9 o'clock, and I was like 8 o'clock. I am commuting, so because I want to join this one. Oh my God, I have to join. I cannot enter using my data, so I did not prepare what I was going to say. But all I have to do is what is really happening to me, or what's really my credentials or something.
That's the best though. That's the best because it comes from your heart. And you're just talking to me, and that should be what a good interview is. You're just talking to me, and for those people, if we were interviewing here and Joanne and I are the host, right? I am the one that's leading this, but Joanne is part of my team because I've asked her to be my assistant today, and so you need to greet us. Okay, so good morning, good morning, good afternoon now. Good afternoon, Dr. McCullough, Dr. Merlina, whatever you call me. And then Joanne, thank you for having me here. So you acknowledge the people that are hosting the interview. That's just good manners, okay? So I just want to tell you that whenever you're being interviewed, pay attention to who's there. Write it down, write their names down, because it's so good. I was so proud, I was so happy when the perimeter folks that got interviewed and they were doing that. And I guess they were listening. They were, acknowledging Miss Paulette, acknowledging Mr. Jackson, and some of you forgot to do Charlotte because you didn't know about Charlotte because she came later. But anyway, but to acknowledge who are there, that's really powerful because you just brought them in to you. You just kind of brought them to your side. Okay. You kind of won them over a little bit before you even open your mouth, about you. You kind of, ooh, that's a good one. That's big. You already kind of validated them. And that's always a good thing to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good job.
Yes.
All right. Next.
Okay. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Bernadette. We'll
Thank
have the
you,
last one
Ma'am
to present,
Joanne.
and that I'm sorry.
One.
We'll have the last one to present, and that will be Mr. George Reckel Plaza.
Okay, George. I want to see if George just start with a J or a G. George with a G. All right.
Of course, here in the Philippines, and to you, Dr. Merlina
What is your
McCullough.
camera, George?
Okay.
I need your camera open, please.
Okay. Well,
Thank you. Okay, talk to us.
can you see me now?
Yeah. George, tell us about how you heard about us. Who told you about it?
From my friend Tom, who's already working there at USA, Mr. John Anis Trinidad.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that name. Was he part of my group before?
Yes, ma'am. He's a member.
Okay, well, I guess I have so many now, I forgot. But anyway, but that's good that he told you. Thank you. Okay, so I want you to do a 2-minute introduction of yourself. Only include personal. So I mean professional. Your degree, your experience, and so on, and then include your teaching philosophy and possibly why you want to come to the US. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I am currently teaching here in Cagayan National High School, Cagayan 2 District. I'm almost 17 years in service teaching junior high school plus senior high school.
Okay.
Within 17 years, I tried to coach and train curricular and non-curricular participants and even officiate higher sports meet or sports event. I graduated at University of Cebu for my bachelor's degree in secondary education, major in mathematics, and in St. Catherine's College for my master's degree in educational management. My philosophy in teaching is modeled by a propeller of a boat. The structure of a propeller mainly signifies strength and unity. Because if one of the blades broken, it will lose its strength and cannot propel the boat. The blades, I consider or I represent it as, for me, the basic elements in functional teaching. The teacher, the student, and the parent. The teacher should teach the student by his heart with passion and flexibility, applying the different methods and strategies and embracing the appropriate learning platform, whether it is online or offline. The student should have in his heart and in his mind the value of learning. And of course, that is the responsibility of the teacher to inculcate it to the students. Third one, the parent should have the support and constant follow up at home and in school. If these elements I consider would function according to their role, then there would be an effective learning to happen. That's all, Doc.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, George, great keywords that you've used there. Lots of good keywords. But I wonder, you have flexibility, you have passion, you have, the partnership of parents and teachers. Those are great stuff. You may want to change the location of your cheat sheet. I saw you looking most of the time, looking up. And so you may want to, if you ever get that real interview, you put your cheat sheet right there below your camera. Okay, because that way you're looking at the camera, but you're looking at your cheat sheet. Okay, so if you can do that, then it would look like you're just talking to me. Okay, and but you've got great things to say. You have you're talking about your sports. You're also talking about what are the things what are the elements of basic teach. Those things are important. You might not want to kind of like don't teach the interviewer, kind of mention them. So these are the three things that are important to me. Then mention it. These are important because, and you can do that. And you're just like talking to me instead of like teaching me something. Talk to the interviewer, because I guess in America they call it preaching to the choir. That means that you're talking to someone who already speaks that language. We already kind of know that. And so thank you for reminding us that, but you don't have to like teach us, and the administrators might think that I don't mind because I always want to learn. But some of the administrators that are worried about their time, they might want to say, well, I'd rather talk to this teacher rather than this teacher teaching me this. We know this, but I wanted to hear how these elements are applied in your classroom. Right? We want to know how this one looks like in your classroom, George. Your partnership with the parents, how does that look like? Now, do you send them a progress report every Friday? Is that, do you call them? Do you have every certain days you call them and brag about their kids instead of just talking about how bad they were? You're actually bragging on them. Those are some things you could actually say that shows, instead of us teaching us what it is, teaching us the application of what that is. What does that look like in your classroom? Okay, so if you remember that, If you
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
that, you can have a really strong interview because you're actually showing this is what I know, but this is what you see in my classroom that I've used based on what I know. Okay, but you know a lot, sounds like. You know a lot. That's a good thing. Okay. All right. So any question for me? You have any question for me?
So for mom, same question as the one who asked a while ago regarding the mentorship, no?
Mentorship. It's a good one. That's a good
Yeah.
one. Yeah. So you can say things like, if hired, if lucky enough to be hired, if blessed enough to be hired, what are the available, opportunities for learning, like PDs available for me? Because I would be very interested in attending. You can say that. Those are really good things because it shows that you want to learn. Okay. Yeah, that's a good one because they will ask you, do you have a question for us at the very end? Okay, so get at least a good one prepared. Okay, I can tell that you were listening, so you were quoting somebody. That's good. That's a good thing. Okay, all right. So next, oh, you were the last one, right? Or Ricane will be doing it. Ricane will
McCain
be.
will be the last one. I just have a question, Doc Merlina, with Sir George.
Mhm.
Are you still in your classroom, Sir George?
Yeah, at the middle of the day.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
What are you
Oh
doing
my
at dawn?
gosh, it's almost 2 a.m.
I am computing the grades of my students, ma'am. That is why I'm here in the classroom.
What are you doing with the students at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I am computing the grades of my students.
Oh wow, wow, that's that's a long
Explanation, ma'am, for my school. Stay here because at home we have no electricity connection.
internet thing. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, but that's
We have no
dedication.
electricity connection at
Yeah.
home.
Yeah. But that, Joanne, that's a good question, Joanne. 2 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
you're still at school. That's dedication, huh?
Dedication, exactly.
Unfortunately, I'm not that dedicated. Sorry. I just take it home. I'm like, okay, packing up, taking it home. But yeah, it shows that you really are, but you need to also have a balance though between your professional and personal lives. You don't want to like be so focused on that and then you come home and you're like, okay, and let me introduce myself. I'm this, because your kids already forgot you or your wife because
Right.
you're spending too much at school. You have to have that
Right.
balance. In fact, if they ask you what are your strengths, you're very good at answering that strengths, right? But if they ask you what are your weaknesses, instead of putting yourself down, you might want to say things like, well, I tend to be slave driver. Like I tend to, I guess working hard is good, but sometimes I overdo it. I need to have a balance between my personal and professional life. For example, I need to like go home certain time instead of like spending 5 hours in school after it's finished. It's because I need to be able to spend time with my family. That is a weakness, because it might be a strength that you're hardworking, but it's not a strength whenever you're not able to balance between the two. That's a very good common answer for what is your weakness, without putting yourself down. You don't say, oh, I'm very disorganized. I don't like doing lesson plan. Please don't do that. You're just like saying, no, 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 don't hire this teacher. Okay. So a weakness is actually could be a strength, but if you do not do a balance, it could be a weakness. Like working hard, being a slave driver, being too hard on yourself, all those things like that. But those could be a strength, but doing it too much and not having a balance makes it a weakness. Okay. Okay. And that, do you consider that as a weakness that you stay? Do you do this a lot? Like past midnight? George?
It's not always. It's not always. It's seldom. It's only during. We are scheduled to give grades or to have our deliberation. Of the grades of the students.
Okay. Very nice. So your wife understands that, oh, I'm gonna be missing my husband a few hours tonight. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Gotcha.
I asked permission to my wife.
A good one. That's a good one to say. I have permission from my wife. No? Anyway, yeah, they laugh about that. All right,
Okay.
Ricane.
Thank you. Go, Miss
Thank you so
Ricane.
much,
Thank you,
Joanne. Good to
Sir
hear you.
George.
Hello, once again, good afternoon now in your place, Merlina. Ma'am Joanne, thank you for the opportunity. I've been asking her that I'll be at the last part because I may not introduce myself anymore. But this is just, Doc, I'm worried. I just want to share because I received an invitation. And it's so, yeah, I received an invitation partly in Arkansas. And I maybe because I am excited, because I prayed for. So accordingly, the statement said that instead of going to have a Google with a Zoom link, we will have the Google Meet, and please let me know if you receive the invite. And I answered right away, got got the invite. And it so happened when I tried to look back yesterday, where's now the time, that one, because I know the time set, but I want the link. Oh, it so happened, Doc, it's not yet with me. So I'm wondering what will I do with that? It's approaching now because it was dated April 10.
Okay. April 10th.
Yes,
And we're
Doc.
now
Yeah,
okay,
it's April 10, but I don't have the link, Doc.
okay, they will send you a link. If they don't, like the day before, 2 days before, you need to say, I just wanna, I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to having a conversation with you to our Google Meet. I'm wondering if you could send me the link. You can ask for that. Okay.
Okay.
You
Okay.
just tell them how you feel, that you're excited about it. Do you remember what school?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So you tell me later. You can email me what school it was. I don't want that.
Actually, I messaged you in the messenger and you
Oh, you already
replied
did.
me.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to mention it there because I don't want them to be inundated with applications. They might not.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah. So
That
that's
is only my concern because I'm worried. I'm excited. I'm worried at the same time because I
yeah.
prepared
You'll be
a lot
okay.
also.
You have a copy of my interview tips and interview
Yes,
PowerPoint.
yes.
Yeah. So
Yes,
just
I have
review those. You'll be fine.
yes, and
You'll be fine.
yes. I
You
have
have
to study
attended
also the background of the schools.
yeah.
Of
Oh,
their
good,
schools, so that
good.
I have, yeah, that is why I am now something ready, but I have also worried because I did not receive the link.
Yeah, they will send it to you at least 2 or 3 days before it happens. So especially 2 days before, you need to make sure you have it, because some of them would actually wait till the day before. So just make sure you don't do it in that day of. You need to do 2 days, at least 2 days before. If you did not receive it, you just tell them how excited you were and that I'm just like looking forward to it. And I wonder if you could send me the link. They may have forgotten, sometimes, like when I was setting up the perimeter interview, that was a lot of work for me to put it together on the groups and so on. It's a lot of work for someone to put it together. And so that might be where that teacher is. If that school, I have to know the school if I know if, so I would know if I know someone there. Yeah.
Yes, no, I
Yeah.
know you know.
Yeah, you think I know. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you
Gotcha.
for the help, Doc.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. I think you'll be okay. I have seen you'll do great. I have seen you many times now on the Zoom, and I think you're very natural. You're not nervous, and you're gonna just be yourself. Okay, just that if I have
I
to,
hope so.
yeah, if I have
With your help and with the help of everyone,
yeah,
because
if you have to give it,
I
yeah,
am
just
getting some inputs.
yeah, be confident and be yourself. That's a biggie. Be confident and be yourself. And if you don't know the question of the answer, don't pretend you know it. You said, well, that's something that I'm not very familiar with, but I know I can ask Dr. McCullough because I attend her Zoom meeting twice a month. You could mention something like that because not everybody knows every answer in this world. So you can tell them that you might not know it, but you have resources that you can find out, more about that. Dr. McCullough, it could be Google, whatever, but naming a person or naming some kind of source would be good, because that shows that, okay, that's fine. You don't know that. That's okay. But as long as you know that you can ask questions, like for example, for special ed, they may ask you about, and this is something you need to research. They might ask you about IDEA, the law here about special ed. So
Idea.
IDEA, that's what Mike always jokes about, the idea. I don't have any idea about IDEA. And so this is what is a joke about words, but you need to find out about how you bring in students, how you test students, what kind of tests they do, how do you meet with the parents and all that in order for them to get in, what does the IEP look like, because you can just type IEP sample or example and you can see an actual example. You can do that, and especially if you put US, that way it's in the US. So you can do those things and be prepared. Special ed people, you need to do that, and they're going to be asking you for perimeter that they are, you have these exceptional needs kids, but then they are also in a facility where they were in trouble or something from their school and they are here in the facility. So you have to have that, you have that knowledge on how to differentiate in order to address the needs of the IEP. So you need to always say, I will always study their IEP and know what each child's IEP is. So their individual educational plan, what does it look like? And I need to know it by heart to know what I can do, what kind of modification do I need to do? Like if this child needs to be, if during tests they need to be, a different classroom, or, they need to be given extra time, or you need to shorten the assignments, things like that, that you have met with the committee, with the parents and the administrator and the teacher, you have met and agreed that this will be a good accommodation for this child. You have to know that. I have a clipboard before that I would write those things down. So if I don't memorize it, I just go look at my clipboard. What was this? Because you want to follow the accommodation, because you're actually breaking the law if you're not addressing the needs of the kids, then that's been in their IEP. Okay? All right. So that's all I have. Did not mean to stay this long. My friend Sherlyn was already texting me because I told her call me after lunch, afternoon. It's already 12. Oh my God, it's 1 o'clock. Anyway, all right. So
Okay.
the longest session ever in the history of our Zoom. But I appreciate everyone that's here. I know we started with 54. We're now down to 36. About 18 of us, left. But I understand it because I'm sure they're sleepy. So, but for those that left, for West Memphis, I don't think we need to meet because I've not heard any update on the housing or the LCA. I would like to meet with you, Giselle and everyone, Erwin and Joel and them. I want to meet with you when we get the LCA back, because the step 2 is gonna be the checklist and getting those checklists. So your assignment right now for the Memphis 13, that you need to get those paperwork, make sure that you have all this paperwork checked out, because that's the step 2 that I'm gonna be looking at, so that we could send your paperwork. Okay, so if you still have something missing on that checklist, be working on that. That's your homework, okay? But if you really need to talk to me, of course, you can always email me, okay? Because I'm not going to be able to do any more time, because my husband was already like, and it's been 5 hours. Oh my gosh. Anyway, all right. So I'm going to say bye-bye to you guys until in 2 weeks, which is that 20th. The 20th is our
Thank you.
next April 20th.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you, Doc.
Doc.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much for being patient.
Doc.
Marnie?
Thank
Doc,
you. Bye bye.
Doc Marlina,
Okay.
Yes.
just a
Lowest
simple,
meeting.
just a simple update from
Uh-huh.
us. Last week we had a meeting with the other West Memphis who will be staying with us in house number 1.
Okay.
We already settled. We're already settled.
Good. I was wondering about that. Okay, so you
Yeah.
did take care of that. Good.
We
Okay.
already have the assignment as to how much would be the payment and other things.
Good job.
Everything.
Thank you for doing that. And group number 2.
With Erwin, and the rest.
So group
Okay.
number 2, if you remind the group number 2 to do the same, share with them what you did, okay? Because the payment should be about similar, because I think the first house was 2,800 a month, and then the second
Yeah.
house was 2,750 a month. So there's just a $50 difference. Okay, so it should not make that much difference. So you may want to meet too to make sure, because for my end, I already told her to save both houses for you. So it's not going to go anywhere, because she told me that they are still going to do something there, so they're not going to get rid of it yet. Okay, Giselle,
Doc.
did you say something? Yes.
Yes,
Thank you,
Doc.
Doc.
We already also talked about that, Doc. The 7 of us, Doc. We talked about our the payment of the house already.
Okay,
But
good.
I guess that needs finishing, Doc.
Okay. So you just, yeah, I don't have to be involved on that. You just do your own thing, okay? But when I get the LCA, because I think Kendrick is really getting very impatient about this LCA thing. So we already both, between the 2 of us, we already sent 3 emails. And then now I'm looking for their phone number so I can just talk to a person. Because that is, I don't know, I've never heard of LCA taking this long, 2 months. Because it's supposed to be 10 days, 2 weeks. So something is up. Something about unassigned. So I did not know what's going on. It says unassigned to somebody that will take care of it. So I wonder if they're short of people. I do not know what the deal is, but hopefully when we talk to someone, they will tell us what's going on. I'm really hoping that I knew somebody from that department, in order to really find out. But anyway, okay. So that's all I have. I have a Mr. M. Rapas there. I didn't get to.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Have-
Hey, Joanne, thank you so much for co-hosting. You did an awesome job.
No,
Okay.
no worries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like me to
Thank
transfer
you,
the
Ma'am
hosting to you, or I
Joanne.
can turn it off na po?
You can transfer it back if you want, please.
Okay po.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you so much, guys. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Have a
Bye.
nice
Thank
weekend.
Yep.
you.
Yep. You
Hello,
all
Doc.
too.
Hello.
Okay. Bye-bye.